Hello there everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to AMS2 update 1.5 which just came out supposedly, so we're gonna check it out. We've downloaded it and we'll see if it's another game changer. Hello filing account, early morning filing account, 7 AM account. I hope you got your cup of tea ready. This is the time to go. I've got my tea ready. Hello, Hey Juice. Welcome as well to the new sponsor screen, the Legends of Muscle screen, which we've created. An innovation to behold. Now everybody that's done been criminal enough to support us is forever memorialized, digitally encoded, and there's no escape from it. I woke up at 4 in the morning. I went to bed a bit early. I was tired and I woke up early and I thought, oh, AMS2 update's available, let's go. I look Patrick, I resent that. It's there has been no crapping on anything at all. How dare you come in the chat? How dare you? And there's been no crapping. there's been no crapping at all. Not yet, at least. Right, let's see what happens. So they've done a good post on. Oh, here we go. That actually works straight away. Thank you, computer. Praise be the computer. It worked. It worked by itself. I didn't have to do anything. It's a miracle. Jesus. So they did a nice post that has like them saying, "Oh, we've done all this. We've done everything. Physics are the best now. Everything's the best. We've also got DLC off-road, which is the best. There's a video of a tyre flexing. You know it's a simulator update when there's a video of a tyre flexing. First time catch. Sorry that you've caught us live, Stephen Gabriel. It's a terrible thing to have to do. This is the real release, I think. Yeah, it is. Look. Version 1.5. It's the real release because the rally cars are in it. It's the real deal. David Dickens, real deal. Right, I'm gonna, before we create a server and stuff. Hello, Andre Steenkamp. Steenkamp. I should just jump into something single player. The problem with this game for me is it makes me motion sick very quickly. So this is going to be a this is going to be a battle of motion sickness. I thought nothing like getting motion sick at 7 in the morning. Oh, look at the rally. Look at that. These are good cars, these. Cross carts. Hang on. I don't want to drive a cross cart, though. I want to. Supposedly, I think all the cars have been updated now. So let's try. These potentially could be the most fun cars in the game. These P3 and P4, because they're basically radicals. Shall we see if they've been changed at all? See if they actually drive in a fun way. Let's take it to like a flat track. Let's do Silverstone. That's flatter than. Well, it's not totally flat, but it's mostly flat. It's pretty much it's not as flat as Paul Ricard. Although Paul Ricard's not totally flat. Let's see if this is any different. There we go. Right, let's see what happens here. GT1. I think a lot of the GT1. One of the GT1 cars had been updated previously. It is Flying Phoenix. I think if you doubt it, you've got no faith. To be honest, you have to have faith. Right, we're just gonna go. We'll just go and see what happens. Okay. My camera position seems to have changed. Oh. Bit of a jump start there. Car was in gear. Yeah. Once you've got tyre flexing, you're good. Oh, well. One corner in. One corner in. Car seems a little less floaty. That's always good. Let's restart the race here. Seems a little less floaty. Throttle still seems disconnected from the acceleration. But, you know, it's something. Hang on, should we not? Hang on, what? How much how critical should we be? Where do we put the critical meter? On 3, 2, 1, lift off. It does feel a little bit more, but it does feel the tyres feel a little bit more bitey. Like, the car feels a little bit more responsive to what I remember. It feels like you're always in a wheel spin. Still got this thing where on the throttle, it sounds like the it's not wheel spin. It sounds like the drivetrain is slipping. So they've not fixed that. Whatever that is. Can you? I don't know if you can hear it. Yeah, it feels like this is an issue that's been in AMS2 since launch. It's like the drivetrain's slipping, like the rear diff or the drivetrain slipping. I don't know what causes that. It's because update Mitchie. How's it going, man? When are you in the UK? The car. This seems more rotatey initially. It's less floaty. Saturday morning at 9 AM. Are you? Which airport are you arriving at, Mitchie? I could maybe I could meet you at the airport. You're coming into London City. Oh, that's awesome. Oh man, I've always wanted to go to that airport. That's normally quite expensive airport to fly into. It's got more expensive landing costs. Feels like AMS3. I have a reason. Oh man, I'm well jealous. I've always wanted to go to London City Airport. How's it going? We're doing alright here. We're just trying out this latest update. Getting a feel for it. R-Factor 2 is a lot better. This is a neater package. AMS2 is like an easier package to sort of get into. It's more user friendly and it runs better than R-Factor 2. But R-Factor 2 physics are on another level. But as I was saying, this still has the what feels like drivetrain slip. Like when you get on the throttle, it's like it's not hooked up. It feels like wheel spin, but it's not. Because the wheels aren't spinning. So I think there's. I don't know if it's the. I don't know what it is. It feels like you've always got like the clutch slipping or something. AMS2's always had this. I think that's one of the things that makes it feel unresponsive. Oh, maybe it isn't. The DLC's out. Maybe this is version 2.3. It's game changing. Is all you need to know. Everything's game changing. Right, we could try a rallycross kart in a minute. It's drivable, you know. I think a big problem with Sims is you're always going to compare them to what the current best thing is. So with this, you'd be like, well, why not just drive AC? It's cheaper, more cars, better physics. So, but apart from the content, you know, it's got content in it that AC doesn't have. It's good value. MS2 is still good value for money, so I think that's the problem with all Sims, really. Oh, I don't play X-Plane 11 or 12 or whatever we're on now, so I just play Microsoft Flight Sim. Although X-Plane does have better physics than Microsoft Flight Sim, so it's actually the AI's all right in this, from what I remember. Do you like how these cars look? They're like fake radicals. The G25 of simulators. Yeah, I think so. The AI in AC is really weird. The Rears is still doing the lock-up thing. Is iRacing the Fanatec of Sims? No, because you can buy iRacing whenever you want to. iRacing is always in stock. Right, let's see. So we've got to try the buggies out. So this version of the game is... Let's see what it says on the screen. See what version it says on the main menu. This is one. Yeah, this is version 1.5.0.1.2367. So that does make it version 1.5. I guess. I don't know how numbers work. You got like you need to be Sherlock Holmes to work out .avx. I don't know what that means. Are you still experiencing weird delay lag? I don't know, I've not tried it. We just tried that. The iRacing's got a good AI, but its tyre model's really not very good. So I think that makes it easier for the AI because you can't drive on the limit properly in iRacing. So so iRacing is so hard to just drive. I think it makes it easier for the AI. Thank God. I know. I was thinking we could have been on the AVC version, but the AVX version's where it's at. Right, let's try a buggy. Where's the buggies? Here we go. Oh, we got rallycross cars to try as well. So eventually we're getting to all the content that was in Project Cars 2. 4 years on, and we're back to where Project Cars 2 was. That's fair enough. I want to drive the buggy because they're really good. They're good fun cars. Actually, Project Cars 2 was better at doing rallycross than it was road racing. Kart cross, there we go. This is like a chonkus. This is like an expensive kart cross car. We've got a kart cross track. Oh, we've got Hockenheim Rallycross. Let's do that. See what this is like. Let's give this a bash. Give it a little bit of a slap. Slap that Rallycross, kart cross. This is what everyone should drive to work. Mitchy Hoyer drives one of these as his commute. Oh, this is a proper cut. Look how shiny the wheels are. Hang on, oh, that was wheel spin. Okay. Yeah, this is floaty as well on the tarmac. The AC mod of this car is much better. This feels really it's like I'm driving a lorry, not a cart. Oh, doing the Joker. Yeah, this is I mean, the AC1 version... I've gone the wrong way. the AC1 version of this car is so much better. Like, so much more precise, pointy, responsive. Oh, that's because we're going across here. This just feels... it's just slow, sluggish. What's the thing on the windscreen? Oh, is that... Oh, I get it. It's a pull for... If it catches on fire, a marshal can pull that through the windscreen and it pulls the fire. Release. I mean, this is... It's drivable. As I drive it terribly. But this is so... sloppy? I don't know, what word did you use? These things are like ridiculously nimble in reality. Like insanity nimbleness. Oh, we go this way, we go this way. Lethargic. Yeah, it's just sluggish and not very responsive. Race of Champions. I think they might have done it. Slothy. Oh dear. Yeah, this feels like a I don't know. It drives like something from a '90s driving sim or something. Laborious. Bloody hell. Right, let's go this way. Oh, I keep forgetting where the track is. Oh, missed the corner. Yeah, it's not very good. Right. Oh dear. Oh no. Let's try some other cars. Let's try something else. What can we do? Let's try a stock car. I think what would be a good track? I'll do Imola. Probably get dizzy from this. We'll give it a go though. Give it a blast. Like a Forza power build car. All power, no handling. Hang on, it's kept the settings from the previous thing now. So now we've only got 6 cars. That's weird. It's gone, you drove rallycross, so now that's what you're doing. Fair enough. Hello, electrical mama. How's it going? It's just very slidey. Like it doesn't have that that bite you have with real tyres and AC, where you have initial bite before you start sliding quite a lot. You actually have quite an abrupt but deep transition from having a lot of grip to then being on the limit of the tyre. Which is what AC1 absolutely nails, or as best possible. It could be better, but this is you just go from like grip, you just sliding. So, hello, Di Phillips. It's really not like driving a car. And then the drivetrain, I don't know what it is. It feels like clutch slip or drivetrain slip, or I don't know what it is. But there's this massive disconnection between the throttle and putting the power down. So I think they're working with Reza to do content for the new game. Reza have always, a lot of Reza development team have done content for games in the past. I mean, they might be doing other stuff as well, I don't know. Morning, Ivan. Yeah, straightforward game. Like it's quite common for studios to outsource content. I mean, even like Forza, they'll have like huge teams that do assets and car models and God knows what. More game sound. There you go. No AMS2. They're trying to make a simulator. But yeah, more slidey cars will be better with a game controller for sure. And also, slidey cars like this will be better for drivers that are not particularly quick at catching vehicles or don't like snappy cars. So Yeah, I'm using the 5800 X3D on this system. This is works pretty well. Okay, I'll give it a go. I haven't got a PP button bound. It's okay. It's just not very tight. I mean, it's drivable, you know. It's better than Gran Turismo 7. That game's so weird. GT7 is so weird. And people just like accept it. And I guess it's because there's nothing else really. And it's got a lot of marketing behind it. But that game's so weird. Like GT7's worse than like... literally worse than 90s PC simulators in many ways. I guess people have no other references, so... It's weird how these things pan out. Oh, it's more GT7's just really understeery. The force feedback clips. You can't rotate the cars properly on the brakes. You can't rotate them properly on the accelerator. Everything in GT7 drives like a rental go-kart. That's like, it's the best way I can describe it. Like either a faster or slower, or slightly more, slightly less grippy rental go-kart. Really weird how it drives. Hello, Frosty Bird. I went to bed early as well. It simulates tyre somewhat well. Well, I don't know. I don't know compared to Forza. I don't know what's going on with Forza either. Yeah, I saw that new Forza video. You can't know until you play stuff, though. That's the thing. You know, developers will show like wireframes of tyres doing whatever, but it's like, wow, great. I can hear the tyres. To be honest, in a driving sim, you should be able to feel in the force feedback. How much on the limit you are. You shouldn't have to use audio. Alright, you're going to sleep. Alright, have a good night. The limit's so wide in this that it doesn't really matter anyway. Yeah, it's Richard Burns Rally, or it's Be Right Back, I can't tell. Yeah, it's too far. Oh, it's Be Right Back. Be Right Back. I think it's Brand of Brazil or something. I don't know what it actually stands for. Yeah, we'll just see what for. I hope Forza's good. I want a good cross-platform driving game. from watching the videos of the new Forza, it looks like it might just be quite sloppy. You know, it looks like the car's probably drivable in it, but everything looks as if it's probably a bit in slow motion and sluggish. If that makes sense. Just like drift out of that. Oh, the AI's battling us. That's nice. Look at that. Good overtake by the AI. How's the Formula E? Oh yeah, no, it's good fun. It was a bit warm in Rome, but it was good fun. Oh, we've got one more lap in this car. I'm not using my PPs because I've not found the button. That's how he retook us. If he didn't have a PP, he PP'd me. Lol. Running wide. Yeah, we're racing Formula E in R Factor 2 for the influencer race thing for Formula E Accelerate Apt. We're doing it this weekend as well in London. You should follow the Formula E Twitter and YouTube, and they'll be doing, I think they'll live stream the influencer race as well as the proper esports race. Yeah, this is very easy to drive, but I think, which isn't a bad thing. It's and I think that's a good thing generally, but it's just very vague and sloppy. The tyres lack that initial bite that you expect from slick tyres. He's trying to PP me. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't find it this engaging to drive. It's just very it's sloppy. It's like driving with like really underinflated tires with a really with the clutch half down or something. So you've got like the drivetrain slipping. It's just really unresponsive simulator. It's just, I don't know what words to use. Don't know what other words to use. What did someone wanted to try a BMW? I just like, yeah, it's just dull. Like if you play AC and then play this, I don't know how you could. Like AC is just on another level to this for like precision. Like this I think this might be more complex. This does rain and everything built into the game. AI is better in this, but just from a handling perspective, this does curbs better than AC. Yeah, and maybe the downforce. This is the thing. Downforce helps make a lot of sims feel tighter. Makes real cars feel tighter as well. So the IndyCar. We'll try the IndyCar. Oh, the F3 309. What's that? This one, 301. 209, 309. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so like from my very limited real world experience, AC and some cars in R Factor 2 just line up to real life a lot better. Very bitey. You have a tight. So you have loads of on slick tyres. You have loads of grip, like insane grip, insanity levels of grip. Then you have like quite an abrupt but infinitely deep sort of getting onto the limit. So it's like it's very abrupt, it's very snappy and quick when you get the tyres start slipping more and get onto the limit, especially if the back steps out. But there's a lot of depth to that. It happens in a very small amount of time. But it's not like a on-off situation, if that makes sense. There's still like granularity to it. This is like the cars are always in like slip, and then it's like really slow slip, and it's like you're driving with one of those skid trays on the car or something. That's what this is like. What comes across to me. Let's fill up that grid. So we'll try this. What track should we do? Let's do Spa with this. Francorchamps. It's nice that they've added the rallycross tracks in there. That's good. Let's just go for it. AI was pretty good with that other car. I mean, I didn't have a PP, but the AI attacked me. Did a nice overtake on us there, which was good. That was nice. Young chloroform. I don't think you want to be doing that. I don't think you want to be doing. Hang on. Why has it only got 6 cars? Hang on. Is this a bug? I'm sure we selected more cars in the menu there. Why has it only put 6 cars on the grid? Hello, Jared Paul. I've literally just put. Hang on. Has it got stuck here? What's going? Why has it got stuck on the? Oh, that's number of laps I changed. I'm an idiot. That's why. I changed number of laps, not number of cars. I don't know how I did that. Oh, I'm so dumb. Right. Number of opponent settings. There we go. Dude. Yeah, I know. I'm not very clever. It's the morning, alright? It's the morning. I don't know what button I'm clicking. How much the handling can be salvaged with setup? Not much. The car setup seem alright, actually, to be honest. They're quite balanced. Yeah, the out-of-the-box setups aren't terrible, actually. I think we should do like a 5-hour Spa race to test out the differences. Why not? That's a good idea. Yeah, you say it's much better, but still, but you know, it's still AMS2. It's still the fundamental thing's still there. It's better, yeah, I'll agree. It's better, but it's still sloppy as. Sloppy as. It's like if you have chips, and they put too much vinegar on the chips. It's all sloppy. You could cook the chips really well, but at the end of the day, too much vinegar. Right. Let's try this. See. Cockpit looks nice. Like, it's perfectly drivable, but maybe it's the problem I have. I can't just like ignore other simulators that exist that are cheaper and do stuff like a million times better. So, you know, it's like, well, I think some people are capable. Hello, forcing back clipping a bit. I think some people are capable of just ignoring every other sim that they've played. When they play a sim, they're like, Oh, hang on, let's just forget. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's like a... Oh, no, I thought I'd do a cheeky around the outside, and then there's... Oh, gravelled my car. Like, this is like perfectly drivable. I think the cars do feel, to me, compared to when I last played it, the cars do seem a little bit more agile. You know, a little bit more responsive, a little bit more rotating. Well, I think you could say it's better than F1.23 in many ways, and it's certainly better than Gran Turismo. And a lot of people think Gran Turismo is amazing, so you know, it depends, like contextually where you're at with stuff, right? No, it doesn't. Hey, Juice, I've gone through every setting. The problem is if you put it on 100, when you get to certain things, it hits a clipping point, and suddenly you end up with lock to track. The F1 car is not better than F1.23. Well, I've not driven the F1 car in this. I'm just saying in general. I don't know, F1.23 was consistent, but it's very sloppy. So, I don't know, like it... like, just AC1, guys. AC1 is like driving a real car with physics curbing issues, bad AI, and some like weird issues with the tyres overheating if you spin and, you know, other stuff. But like, fundamentally, AC1 is like driving a real car. The process is the same. So when you've got a sim like that, it's hard to like then play other sims and go, oh well, you know, I mean, it's okay, like I don't know if they've changed the tyre physics. I think they've just changed other physics. I don't know. I mean, there's a good breakdown on the Steam post. There's a video of a tyre flexing, and there's a spreadsheet with numbers in it, so you know it's legit. That's how you know it's a real simulator. If there's a spreadsheet and there's a video of a tyre flexing, that's how you know. The thing is, developers obviously put a lot of work into it. All developers put a lot of work into what they do. It's just funny. It's like, put a video of a tyre flexing, some wireframe, some numbers, and simulator. That's it. All sim devs do it. If you don't do it, you're not a simulator. It's how you market a simulator, by saying that you've got better numbers than other people. Doesn't matter what the end result is. You laser scan the cars. Like iRacing. We work with teams closely, okay, but cars don't drive like cars, mate. we work with we've got the data, we've worked with Dunlop, Michelin, Pirelli, okay, but the cars don't drive like cars, mate. It's like Microsoft Flight Sim. The passenger jets, there's so much ground effect when you land in the passenger jet. It's like, right, like, I know the developers work really, really hard. It seemed to have really, really hard. I know they've got good data. I know that they'll have done the best they can with their physics engine. But so you can say, well, we've got the data. It's like, yeah, but the planes don't land like planes. I'm sorry. If you put full flaps on a 747 or a A380 or whatever, it doesn't glide down a runway like a bloody glider. Like full spoil, like, you know. And I'm sure they're improving it, but the point is, obviously they will market it as being the best thing ever all the time, and every sim does. That's just marketing. That's how it works. But the proof's in the pudding, not in the numbers. Hopefully the numbers line up with the pudding. Yeah, it's like if you're cooking something, isn't it? If you're cooking a steak, you could go by like, oh, a steak's 2 inches thick, and it takes this long to cook a 2-inch steak. But at the end of the day, unless you've got like a meat thermometer to check it whilst it's cooking, or you like know what it feels like on the top for how done it is, and you're like used to your pan and everything else, if you just blindly follow, it takes 3 minutes to cook a steak, so it's medium rare in the middle, it's like, well, it's not going to be, you're not going to get the best cooked steak, are you? You need to have like, there's so many variables that aren't necessarily accounted for in put it on the hob for 3 minutes, that just doesn't, those numbers, the instructions that are supposedly the right instructions to get a certain result, aren't always going to be right. In fact, almost never are. What I'm saying is, where this analogy is going, is what you need to do is you need to stick a thermometer into your driving simulator. And I am the thermometer. I've decided. I'm the arbiter. I am the sim thermometer. What temperature is this sim, you might ask? I'd say it's about 12 degrees centigrade with a bit of drizzle. Put it in the microwave. Oh. No, this is drivable, but again, this drives like it drives like the drivetrain is slipping, like this clutch slip, the throttle, the way we're drifting around these corners. See, it's not too bad. Like, real cars are quite slidey, contrary to what a lot of sim racers think. But it's like AC slidey, not like this. This is really good, I think, if you're not... Like, it's quite sluggish, so you don't have to be that good on your pedals. Or your steering. Like, everything's very slow motion. Linear mode, yeah, well, is this live? No, it's pre-recorded. Who is live? What's live? I don't know. How early did I start? Just about half an hour ago. I woke up at like 4 in the morning and I couldn't get back to sleep. Nice cool down lap. This is how I like to cool down. Cool down! I cooled him down. Yeah, no, like, it's drivable. It's drivable. Cooled him down, mate. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like honestly, the problem is like I can't delete from my brain. I mean, AC or R Factor 2. You know, like you can't, like, I don't think it's unfair when you're playing a sim. If you specifically look at, like, if it's a fun game or if you're having fun with it, that's great. That's a separate conversation. I think people can have fun with a lot of stuff. That's great. But I can't, like, you can't play one sim and go, like, I can't play AC and ignore the fact that you can't drive on the curbs and you can in iRacing. Like, it's just, you know, you should be able to drive on the curbs, right? the handling of the cars in this is just sloppy compared to R-Factor 2 AC. It feels a little bit more dynamic than Race Room in a sense, but then and the cars rotate a bit more in this than they do in Race Room, but then they don't feel consistent or as solid in this as they do in Race Room. Stuff feels a little bit weirdly unhinged in this. Yeah, I know. What other words can we use instead of sloppy? Which one's better for me? I think AMS2 is an easier sim to use, isn't it? It works better out of the box, AMS2. And I mean, AMS2 works it's an easier to get to grips with game than R-Factor 2. You need a degree to use R-Factor 2. Arcade trims, anyway. I like arcade trims, but like if we can just find one car that's fun, and that's all you need, I think, in a sim. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's loose because it's really progressive. The slides in this, like it's more progressive than a road tire. I'd like to have one of these in real life. I've always liked these cars. Super Sport. These cars are mental. The fully charged ones of these. Boaty in a sense. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, I don't know. Don't really matter, does it? I think people. I don't know. At the end of the day, most people are playing Gran Turismo 7, so. it really doesn't matter. Like most people playing iRacing in Gran Turismo 7, iRacing you literally can't drive on the limit in iRacing, so it really doesn't matter what the truth is. Most people are playing F1 2030, F1 2023. I refuse to believe that 23 exists. They're playing F1 23 or they're playing GT7. Neither of which is vaguely in the ballpark of real cars. Hang on, we've got Formula Dirt. I didn't see this. We'll have to try that out. Hang on. By the way, this is the wall of sadness on the screen here. I've consolidated all subscribers and supporters of the channel into a single wall of pain. So thanks to everyone that supported us and that's kept us going. This is I've made a decision. I made a decision to. Well, I'm only streaming for the supporters. That's it. And anyone that I'm not even trying to convince anybody. I've given up. I've given up convincing anybody. Either you're blessed and part of the cult and you understand things, or I can't help you. So yeah, blessed be to all the people there on the screen. Blessed be. We need some like holy music. What were we gonna try? I was gonna drive something else and I forgot. The Caterham. Well, we'll do the Caterham. I was gonna change track. That's what I was doing. Right. Let's do Nürburgring. GP. It's good that they've added dirt layouts to all these tracks. That's nice. So for the DLC, you get some dirt cars, but then you also get the dirt layouts of tracks, which is pretty nice. Oh, here we go. Let's change the weather on this as well, actually. Let's go for... So I think they think that one of the problems with AC1 is it's very intimidating for people to get into initially. But then I think it's worth that initial intimidation because you have to... once you've got that, you've got such good value for money. And any game, I think, is quite difficult to learn initially. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's horrific speed go. I'd just say it's intimidating. Well, you're just thinking of the old. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm thinking of Content Manager rather than the original Assetto Corsa. It's just intimidating. It's got a lot of options there. Remember that heavy rubber is heavier now, so much less grip off the racing line. Yeah, but then surely that's still going to have more grip off the racing line than any other setting. Right, let's just try this. I don't know, we've not tried the trucks yet. AC setups harder than the drive, that's true. But that's the fun of driving sims. It's like, that's why DCS is like the best flight sim. It's not to do with the having really good helicopters and planes. It's because DCS is the hardest piece of software to like set your wheel up with. That's it. Every time I load up DCS, I have an aneurysm. Just looking at the menu, blood starts coming out my nostrils. Right. Yeah, the thing with Content Manager is it doesn't actually have to be intimidating. Like, it shows too many options. Hello, Dave. I think if it showed fewer options, it would be less intimidating. It's because everything's available, and 90% of what you can see in Content Manager, someone would never have to touch at all. Like, you could just, you know, load up the game, pick a car, jump on track. Or, like, load up the game, go on a server. It's just that they've made everything available, and they should have a button that you push to make stuff available, or like have a simple mode and an advanced mode. Alright, let's try this. I do like these Caterhams. Good car for a picnic. I think whatever's with the... I'm using the default force feedback at the moment. I think more vibration in the force feedback will help make the cars feel a little bit more connected. Surprised that they haven't done that as a default option. I'm pretty sure you can add it as an effect. A lot of people, a lot of new sim racers latch onto vibration in the force feedback as they think that's what force feedback is. So they think if you've got a bit of vibration for the road surface, they think a sim's got amazing force feedback. So I'm surprised more developers don't take advantage of that. Oh, we got no brake bars. I think you could change it in the setup screen. Yeah, I mean, this car just, it's a bit flat. Wow, so GT7 looks nice because of the lighting in it, and it's got some nice textures. But then again, GT7's like, it's not even running at 60 plus FPS. So even when you run it at 120 Hz, it's got like V-Sync and tons of input delay, and so it kind of doesn't really matter how it looks. It's just, people ignore these things about GT7. It's mental how delayed it is. Like, imagine playing a PC game with a PC driving sim with 60 Hz V-Sync. You'd be like, this is terrible. But on console, people would just accept it. You can't move the camera in that game much either. what's new in the update? The Rallycross DLC and supposedly improved physics. I think people probably like MS2 because it is very easy to drive. Block. give him some bumper to think about. It still does the brake snag, Project Cars 2 brake snag bug. When if you hold the brake down in the braking zone, and then it's like a time-based wheel lockup as opposed to you. Obviously, when you're going slower, it's easier to lock up the wheel, but the way that lockup works in every Madness engine game is a bit weird. Making it up, yeah. Have you played Project Cars 2? I mean, I can't help you if you don't notice these things. Oh no, it's a car upside down. Oh no! Goodbye. And that is how you get second place at Nürburgring. I like how they were just driving into him. Textbook. Good driving, that. It's my type of racing. I'll give it a go. Nobody important. Honestly, if someone thinks this is how a real Caterham drives, yeah, you know. We're coming for a P1 here. We got him. Have I tried a real Caterham? I've been in real cars though, and I'm not stupid. So, I am pretty stupid. Well, so I think force feedback is normally a mixture of whatever they've done with force feedback, but also the underlying physics. No, Paul, it's not. It's perfectly fine. I just make it up. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a... R-Factor 2 might have an okay Caterham in it, I'm not sure. But there was a mod for AC, but that's not very good. Is this meant to be on road tyres or slicks? Classic F1, probably R-Factor 2, I'd imagine. There's probably some good mods for AC. I don't know how people can't notice what feels like clutch slip or it feels like the rear wheel's spinning up, but they're not. So it's like drivetrain slip or clutch slip. It's so like, it's actually, I'm surprised that I should have made more of a thing about it in previous videos. It's like you could, that's what makes things feel so disconnected on the throttle. It's really weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's the same with everything with this, isn't it? The turning, the braking, the accelerating. Did I make a thing? I probably did make a thing of it. Don't know, I've forgotten. But like, right, if you're a developer of a sim, you'll have driven real cars presumably, and then you'll play AC1 and R-Factor 2, and you're gonna, like, obviously you can only do what you can do with your game engine. So I know with the Codemasters games, I know obviously all the developers work really hard, they put lots of work into it, they do the best they can, and each engine's gonna have its own limitations and stuff. That's fine. But you're gonna know as a developer, you could not have driven a real car and then drive AC1 with a DD wheel and good cars in R-Factor 2 with a DD wheel. You literally could not. You would know. You'd be like, you'd instantly know that this is what's off with this sim or this other, or whatever sim you're working on, GT7 or like. You would just know, like you would surely when you're writing posts then going, we've done all this, like you would know, like, so you've got a business, you're doing stuff for the business, you're probably contractually obliged to also promote, what you're working on, so, but you would know, so it's going to have to be depressing, like working on Sims has got to be depressing, because you would know, there's no way that you wouldn't know. Where have I been? I've been to Rome and visiting oldies. Let's try another car. Morning, Shedhead. We got this screen here, by the way, guys. It just turned up. We have the screen of despair. This is for all the. This is what we have for people that have that are trapped. We need a screen of haters, but this is the screen. This is the screen of legends. So thank you everyone that's a legend of the channel on Twitch and YouTube. It is much appreciated. Let's try. What shall I try now? I don't know what to try here. Let's try this Janetta. Can we see R-Factor 2? I don't think I've got it installed on this system. It's on my other computer. It's on a different rig. Is it still on casters? Yeah, it's still very slidey. It's the cars seem they're a bit more responsive. But yeah, it's still nowhere near sort of AC realism. Let's put it on. Let's just put it on medium rubber instead of heavy rubber. It should be more slippy, but let's try that. Let's try that with this car. I wonder what the fix is though to make it. Because I seem to remember with Madness engine, with Project Cars 1 and 2, the problem is that if you had the cars that were grippy, like initially had that initial bite that you'd get with real tires, they would then have like really weird snap oversteer and lack the progression. So, but it seems like when whatever they've done to make the tires more progressive, then removes the grip, so the initial bite disappears, so the car loses its like initial poise. So that's one of the nice things with iRacing. Until you get onto the limit of the tires, the cars are actually really, really nimble, like really nicely, like how a real car is. Like you just turn a little bit, and the whole mass of a car moves. Even if you just turn a fraction with even a shitty road car, if you just turn a tiny bit, all the weight moves around in a car, and it makes it really nimble. Like before you get onto the actual wheels, because you started. If you're leaning on the wheels in different ways, the diffs having to operate in different ways, the suspension's compressing in different ways. A lot of stuff's happening even before you get onto the tyre limit. But I don't know. Well, let's just try putting the camera on. It's still making me motion sick though as well, so it doesn't really matter either way. Right, let's see. It's like a coming through. This car's got TC. G-Hammer, yeah, it can be. Depends on a lot of variables. You know, if the car's rolling, then it can still like drive around on it a little bit. If it's totally dry grass, then it can be somewhat grippy. But if a car locks its wheels or goes sideways on it, or is like braking on the grass, or the grass is slightly, even mildly damp, then it's like a dry ski slope. So also it depends, like if a car's got downforce. Yeah, this car's driving better than the other cars actually. This is more pokey. This is driving more like a Project Cars 2 car. Wow, the brakes aren't very good. I'll just use that car as a brake. YOLO. Why does Sim Racing System do too well? Because you have to sign up to it and not everyone can get an account on it, and then you have to fiddle with AC. missed the breakpoint again. And hello, I'm here. And then there's too much random content on it. Yeah, this car drives like a Project Cars 2 car, which weirdly makes it better than the other cars that are in the game. That sounds like an insult. I'm not trying to be offensive. I think if you can't do a car realistic, i.e. it's worse than R Factor 2 and AC, you're better off making your game fun. Yeah, Project Cars 2 wasn't too bad. If you had a good car setup and you tweaked the force feedback. Problem with Project Cars 2 was there was lots of like random game breaking bugs in it, and yeah, that was the issue with Project Cars 2, because we streamed it a lot and it would just constantly crash, people getting kicked out, weird netcode hits, AI glitching. There was just a lot of bugs in it. The Clio, the really over-the-top Clio. Yeah, well, there you go. That is a perfect example that if you can't do realistic, do fun. This is why I'm slightly hopeful for the new Forza. Like a bit of depth, easy drifting, easy sliding. Hello, Night09. The drift Clio. I think they put like they put concrete wheels on the back. Turns out that's the best thing to do with front-wheel drive cars. It's like the Nissan Primera for AC. It's a bit absurd, but you can feel where it's at in the force feedback, and it's fun. Yeah, they had good. Project Cars 2 had really good licensing. And well, not in real life, random. Not like how it is in. Yeah, no, I've spoken to champion Clear Cup drivers about it. Yeah, all cars can be drifty, all cars can be slidey, but it was mental in Project Cars 2. You had the one in R Factor 2 that would just roll over. I think the real car's quite easy to roll over as well, though, actually. But I think R Factor 2, the car's rolled over especially easily. That's the fun. I'm going to punt him. Oh, no. He drove away before I could hit him. This is just a bit. It's just a bit dull to drive this. Thing is, I think a lot of sim racers, just the back of the car coming out and catching it or modulating the throttle in the slide is quite a novel experience. So having that be very easy to do. I don't know, it could be quite appealing. What do I think about synthetic fuel? I don't know. E-fuel. I just have, oh, here we go, cool down. Cooled him down. Oh, I'm cooled down. Oh no, I'm Australian. Well, that went well. Oh dear. I'm not sure what car to try next. I might fiddle with the force feedback a little bit. Cool down. Oh, I don't know. Early verdict. Just play AC. Look, AMS2 fans will love it. It's got, you know, nice. It's got the Rally Cross car, the Kart Cross car, but the AC mod is better. We've not tried this one yet. Let's give this one a go. It's got the tracks with the dirt bits on them, the cross tracks, which is nice. It's part of the DLC, so that's good. Spa Rallycross, now we're talking. It's the most, we can only have 5. Hang on, but Halo's all right in VR. VR's the one situation where Halo's not annoying. VR's the one situation where you could look. You can look past it. Yeah. Bucky's take another beating. Look. It's just the truth. Laughing gravy. Ultimately, one simulator or some simulators are ultimately gonna be the best, right? So that's just how it is. So, you know, it's like you can't just arbitrarily go, oh, I'll ignore that because I don't want to come across like a fanboy or something. I think this is the thing that some people do. Like, I'm not. I know you weren't. I know you were just joking and stuff, but like the fact is, X-Plane 12 with light aircraft in general, it's just, or X-Plane 11, it's more realistic than Microsoft Flight Simulator. It just is. It just is. So then that's going to be the reference. I think people that are fans of a given game would be like, oh, why you can't. I've even heard developers say you can't use other simulators as a reference. It's like, well, okay, you want to use reality as a reference, but the fact is, if a simulator exists that is better or does a certain thing better, or a video game exists that does something better, it would be weird to ignore it, and it'd be weird. But like once something exists, it's then a position of going, oh, it can technically be done. Talking about certain setups being good in P cars too, and only some cars in R Factor 2, like he isn't driving just 2 cars. No, I drive lots of cars in AC. Look, we've driven a lot of content in AC. Donington. No, we drive Brands Hatch. Look, there's a selection of tracks. Brands Hatch, Donington, Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Road America, Road Atlanta, VIR, Nürburgring GP, both the Donington short layout, all of them. We drive and I drive lots of cars in AC. The F3, the Tatus, Porsche RSR, Porsche Cup, the F2004. We drive loads of cars. You know what he's saying? Nissan Primera. Any RSS car once when it first comes out. Brands in the Clio at Project Cars 2. Brands in the Clio Cup. That was so good. Just Brands in the Clio. It was such a good combo though. Shane on PC. I have 300 hours in AMS2 and I love the game, but I agree with you. Yeah, see, he agrees with me, so I'm right. There we go. Shane is being promoted to King Shane on PC in 1440p. That's a very... That name's not going to age well. What are you going to call yourself when they have... Are you going to change your username when like 3D TVs come out that are decent? I guess they already have come out. But like when we... Like, you're betting that 1440p is going to be like a standard for the next 10... Probably will be, to be honest. Let's be real. Shane on PC in 360p. 1440p gamer muscle. G-Hammer. I'd like to have money to try out VR. Oh, it's good fun, yeah. It's worth doing. It is awesome. Oh, here we go. We got a shopping trolley in her face. Oh, this is slow. This is underpowered. It drives like an oil tanker. Oh, hang on, we're doing it this way round. Ow! I thought it was the other way. Oh, we've got damage on. I thought you drove this track the other way round. I'm well confused. Oh, hang on, was it a left-hand turn? No. Yes. No? Oh, I'm so confused. Let's just follow where they go. Oh my god. Oh, it is. Okay, I was going right. It is. No, this is right. There's an AC mod version of this. Oh, look how floaty these cars are over the bumps. Like, they should be way tighter. Yeah, this is actually a really good demonstration of... What's up with this? Yeah, I don't know why I don't know what was going on in my head with that corner. Oh, hello. Severe damage. That's because the AI just pinged me. AI just wrecked me there. Come on. What are they on? Jesus Christ. These drive like GT3 cars. I can't, he won't turn. Oh, for Christ's sake. I can't avoid it if he just decides to drive into the wall. the AI just decided to end it. He's like, I've had enough. Just drive slow. There's the wall. Let's drive into it. Why not? Do that behind me. The lift off oversteer, throttle lift off oversteer. Yeah, it's I mean, it's better than it was when we were complaining about it. But look, guys, it's just not even in the same. Let's just park and wait for them. It's not in the same ballpark as AC this game, so or R Factor 2. No, they've not fixed the cameras. Still hits a clipping point, and then suddenly, and you see as we go up here, as you go up the hill, we hit, because we're at an angle already, then you look, every like bump and movement then goes through the camera. It's just not filtering it out because the camera's already at an angle. So as we go down this, you can see it. So how much? Yeah, well, there isn't an AC marketing department, is there? All the ACC marketing is behind ACC. It's literally against my interests to be pro the first Assetto Corsa. There is no benefit to it. It's not on console. It doesn't have new releases. It doesn't have new patches. It doesn't have any marketing behind it. So if you do AC videos, you're literally losing money. Like if I made the same video for AC as iRacing, I will make like 1/30th as much money, maybe even less. So anyone that accuses me of marketing and selling stuff, I literally do stuff massively against my own interests. Yeah, I think a lot of people are playing AC. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that wasn't very fun to drive. Yeah, Jimmy's got an audience, so because he played Gran Turismo and built an audience through that. So once you've got a certain size audience, you can get large numbers of people to do anything. That's why I have like 10 people. You are an advertising for CCP patch guy and the soul guy. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I'm helping them. I'm helping Ilya. Yeah, that wasn't very fun to drive. Huge error. What else can we try? I feel I'm trying to drive a selection of cars here so I can build an opinion. Give the custom force feedback a try. Which custom? I have a custom force feedback file from before, but let's try a GT3 car. Let's do the BMW GT3. Stick to Nürburgring. You don't really need the default plus because it adds effects on top of the. If you've got a DD wheel, I'm pretty sure it don't make much difference. Like, it just adds rumble and stuff, from what I understand. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, force feedback can't fix physics, so. Yeah, I agree. Ritual Horse, it's a bit of a pain to get set up. Right. I'll just double check the force feedback here. We've got it on. No, I do have it on default plus, so I could just put it on the default one. I think with default plus, you get more of a tug for when you're braking and some rumble effects and things. Just have it on default. Yeah, I don't know, just it just feels super wonky the way that this drives. I don't know a better way of explaining it. It still feels wonky. It's catchable. It's progressive. But it's... Oh, it's super weird. My brakes. Just got in there. Thought he was gonna plough me then. It's just weird. The handling's so weird. Yeah, the rallycross stuff was good in AC. I think it's really nice. I'm trying to understand the physics. I don't know what I don't know what's going on. I can't like understand it. It's so weird. Like it's easily drivable and controllable. It's just that it's like. Not quite sure what's going on. Yeah, that's it, Erwin. It's like a weird. I just can't understand it. Like I feel like so with iRacing, for example, I understand its physics after spending 1,000+ hours playing it. I get it. I'm not very good at it, but I know what I need to do in iRacing. I know what's going on. I know where the tyres are totally broken. I understand it pretty well. I think in many ways the driving in iRacing is quite natural. It's the same with like until you get to the limit. Yeah, I don't know. This is just really strange. It's like it's like a weird. It's like it's. I can't even put it into words. Because it's so controllable and easy to drive, but then at the same time it's like really imprecise. Well, hang on, that car's driving through me. What's that about? I don't think I enjoy the way this handles, but I'm not quite sure why. I think because it feels sloppy. Need another word for that. I think because it's not tight. Like the physics feel like kind of slow motion-y. So I think maybe that's what's making it not satisfying. Like the really fun thing of driving a real car or a simulated car that's realistic is you have that kind of superhuman kind of feeling. Like the way that you feel like you can be precise in AC1 with a bit of slip is really, really, really rewarding. Same and a bit in R Factor 2. In iRacing you can be very precise, but you can't be very precise with the slip like that. But outside of that, you do feel like you've got a really great degree of precision in iRacing until you go to slip. So, but this just feels like vague and wish-washy. I think it's because the slip is so wide in this. To actually drive faster in these like what come across as like massive slides, and that's the faster way of driving. I think what it is when you feel like you're driving this properly, you actually go slower. Like, I think you have to drive badly to go quickly in this. I don't know. Something just feels... something's... I don't know. I honestly don't know with this. It's not loose. It's that it's. We could try the Formula USA. Which one? That makes a lot of sense. I don't know. No, it's sloppy's the only word I can think of. Sloppy. Like, not connected, not immediate. It's not punchy. The 23 one. What's that one? This Gen 3. Which one am I driving? Oh, there we go. Right, let's try that at Hockenheimring. Aaron Gromley. Yeah, I don't really enjoy it. Well, I've got the force feedback on the plus, yeah, the basic plus. It's meant to be the best. Well, I don't think it is. AC's got the best handling. Like, it's just a fact. I'm sorry. All these people agree with me. Look at those list of channel members and Twitch subs. They all literally agree with me. Every single one of them agree with me. That's like 70 people that agree with what I'm saying. So, I mean, none of them disagree with me on anything. They agree with everything I'm saying. I mean, who else has 70 people agreeing with them? There you go. So I've won that argument. They all agree. Nobody disagrees with me. Oh, okay, Erwin. Yeah, I should run for King of Simrig. I'm going to get a t-shirt with all the channel members on it. It's going to say, all these people agree with me. Just do all their names on the shirt. They all agree. AC1 is the best. Game of Muscles correct. That's what it will say. That's what an insecure person would do. So I'll probably get on top of that. Right, here we go. Oh, look at this. Bloody hell. Ow. I took evasive action because the AIs are all braking like really early and not carrying speed through there. Wish-washy, yeah. It's very wish-washy. It's very wish-washy. The sloppy wish-wash sim. Oh, let me through! Go. What? What is going on? It's as if we don't have downforce. Like. Oh dear. We're just always drifting. Oh, what you? Oh, oh, my car's fine. I just took. Okay. Textbook overtake. My car's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. Why did he brake so early? I like the wheel. That was good. Good wheel physics there. The wheel just goes flying. Take down. He's driving, doing an IndyCar race. I'm playing Robot Wars. That was a hypno disc. This is meant to be an IndyCar. Yeah, that was good fun. I must have damage after that. Okay. Or maybe they've got PPs. Hello. Yeah, the physics is so messed up on this. Like, when you turn, it's like... I don't know what's going on, guys. I can't put it into words. This is just so weird. No, it's not set up. It's the underlying Sims physics. It's got project. It says Project Cars physics. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Look at me. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Stop saying I'm complaining. I'm not. You're complaining. Oh, hang on, slow down. Oh! Got him! Oh! Nailed it. And we're Australian again. Yeah, it's... It doesn't feel like you're driving from the wheels. I can't. I honestly, I just can't put it into words, guys. I can't put it into words. like, the thing is, I think iRacing's horrendous, and I think Gran Turismo 7 is horrendous in different ways. So, like, you want to be fair, because I think a lot of people go, oh, MS2, terrible, whatever. But they are kind of just used to other simulators. And those, like, GT7, like, literally is so broken. It's consistent, but it's so understeering, you can't use the throttle or anything properly, and it's just like a go-kart. Everything drives like a go-kart. And then iRacing, you can't drive on the limit at all properly. Like the tires literally turn off at the limit. They overheat and do weird stuff. But then this is like, it's very controllable, but then it drives as if the physics aren't coming from the wheels. I can't even put it into words. I can't put it into words. It's an improvement on how it was previously. All right, let's try a rallycross car. I should load up Project Cars 2. I honestly think Project Cars 2 drove better than this. Maybe my brain's deleted that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to believe. You love GT7. Yeah, but it is understeery. GT7's weird. Come on. It's so much input delay. It doesn't even matter how good it is. It's like mental. Hockenheim ring. Here we go. I've never done this before. Yeah, it's like there's a central. It's like there's exactly as Chedhead said. It's like there's a central tyre in the middle of the car, or somewhere near the middle of the car, that then sort of makes the car pivot independent to like how you've loaded the vehicle up, or like how you're using the power on the accelerator. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I think this uses like, this has R Factor 1 like P motor, or I don't know, like I think this has code in it that was in R Factor 1. Don't ruin it for you. Well, you're playing GT7 with a gamepad, because it's alright with a gamepad and the understeer is fine because it actually makes it drivable. But when you play it with a wheel, my god, like you literally just can't drive. The car's just it's got clipping in the force feedback. Like the force feedback from that game is just clipping all the time, which shouldn't be acceptable. It probably break like a T300 after a while. Oh well, I mean, you need to get AC on that rig. Yeah, I can see with GT7, it's great with the gamepad. You play through it, and you might get a wheel for it, and you play other stuff, and then yeah. Try to move the seat. No, what? Yeah, I'm well aware that if you run higher or lower field of view, it will change the perception of where the car's rotating from, but that's a totally separate thing to what we're saying. GT7 and Forza are meant for gamepads, yeah. I think so. I think that's what they're designed around primarily. All sims have flaws, yeah. Well, nothing's perfect, but AC drives like a car, so... So these cars are all-wheel drive, aren't they? Hang on, the audio's crackling. Hello. Reverse drift entry on that. Oh, jeez. This is... I think Dirt Rally is better than this. I mean, Dirt Rally is actually quite good, but... Oh, I forgot about the corner. We're going. We're going for a little excursion. Okay, I forgot about the corner there. Hello, Leroux. Vermilion. Right, here we go. Oh, you have to brake more for that. Watch out for the tractor. Oh, Jesus Christ. Tyre wall of death. Oh, we damaged the car a little bit. She's a little bit broken. It's fine. We go around the outside of that on purpose. Oh, let's go around that. Let's through here. Oh, that's the pit lane. I don't know where I'm going. This is where we're going now. We did not pit stop. Oh, Jesus! Right. iRacing dirt or this. I've only driven that VW in iRacing. That VW is more stable than this. From my memory, the Project Cars 2 Rallycross was better than this, and a Dirt Rally. This just seems a bit erratic. A little. It just. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know. I don't know what it is with MS2. Reza are drunk. Dear God. Well, oh dear. Try a slower car. Let's see what they're like. Let's try one of these. Or you have to, every time you change from rallycross to normal cars, you have to. Yeah. Oh, hello, Christian Clark. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. I need a sandwich or something. I've already had breakfast. I need a sandwich, guys. Oh my goodness. This car. What wheels is this car on it? Like 1920s bicycle wheels. Hang on, is this... This looks like Estoril, the Portuguese track. This is, isn't it? This is the Portuguese... Oh, there you go. They called it something else in this. Like, look how disconnected this is. This is a good track. Like, it's like driving on snow. Like, I get that these cars don't have the best tyres on them, but I've watched Goodwood. I'll be honest. I've been on a cut slick in real life. I've driven a car with a slick tyre, cut slicks, road tyres. But I've never, not even sat in a car with vintage tyres on it. But I honestly do not think that they would be like this. Like, what on earth? It's like driving on... I don't know. This is what all the cars do to a greater or lesser extent. This just makes it really obvious. It's like this, but either in faster or slower motion. This is actually a really good example car of like showing off the nature of the sim. Because this is what everything's like. Either it's happening slower or faster. It's like the tyre grip is like 1/3 of what it should be. That initial bite. Yeah, but... you know, people... I don't know. I don't know what's... Like, I don't know. Look, if you can play this and it's fine, good, I'm happy for you. Well, how fast we going? 51. Is that kilometers per hour? I don't, guys. I can't. I can't. I just can't. I can't. I don't know what to say. Like, whatever you say, like, I can't. Like, I guess any of you that play it, all these people, all the people there, I imagine you guys will all get it. This is the problem. If you guys all the guys on that list, any of them that play it, people that are subscribers and supporters of the channel, I don't need to explain it to you, do I? You'll understand it. You get it, right? The thing is, I can't say anything in words that will explain to someone that doesn't get it or can't understand that there's nothing you can say. Like, so if I do a video now and I go, new update, really nice that they've added buggies, game looks nice, you know, the nice stuff that MS2 has, but unfortunately, guys, the cars drive as if they've got a central wheel. It's really disconnected. It feels like there's no the grip's like super low. The cars are still very sloppy and imprecise. It feels like there's drivetrain slip on the throttle with every vehicle. If I say that, it will like people either get it or it's not gonna no one's gonna change their view, are they? Or like even take that in. So and then I'll get the list of people going, oh, it's your wheel settings, oh, you can't drive, and they will happily believe what they want to believe, and there's no explaining it to them. So it's like, well, just sim racing, guys. I just so I guess it's great for people that like it already. But I do feel I don't know, like if you can't tell, then you're not going to know the difference between this and AC, are you? You just wouldn't know. They're smart. Right, let's try this. Yeah, but I don't think that. I think a lot of people don't drive at the limit, so they don't notice. Like, so you can play iRacing a lot, and if you're not driving at the limit of the cars, you don't notice that the tyres don't allow you to drive at the limit. So someone you get like YouTubers with a totally straight face driving iRacing, but it's like, well, if you can't drive at the limit, it's all kind of like, it's great for online competition, but it's not driving a car, is it? If you can't drive at the limit, it's like, well, it's kind of missing the most important part. Well, Aaron, you need to play AC1. Yeah, I mean, ACC is got input delay or something going on, and it's just dull. And the force feedback is dull. AMS2, I can't even explain what's going on. iRacing, yeah, like it's got the online competition, and it's until you get to the limit of the tyres, it's all right. Like under the limit, it's quite drivable. Where are you going? Race room's not very active, so you sort of end up in the position that you might as well just play AC. I mean, the race room's alright, but see, like, even though I think this is probably better than F1 2023, but in F1 2023, you're not really playing it for the handling of the vehicles, you're playing it because you've got a single player to go through, even if it's not like the most inspired single player. You know, you have like missions, you have stuff that you're doing. So as a game, like if you're playing I think you could be playing a sim as a game, or you're playing it as a simulator. If you're playing a sim as a game, the physics don't necessarily have to be the best. So if you're playing Gran Turismo 7 to just, you know, you want to win online races, you want to unlock cars, you want to just complete the missions and stuff, then that's quite fun. It doesn't really matter that the physics and handling and the force feedback's not very good. Same with F1 23, it's quite fun just doing the going through it. As soon as you're playing it as a simulator, you then end up going, right, is it more realistic than AC1? Well, no. Well, in which case, if that's what you're playing it for, then it's pointless, isn't it? Because you've got a simulator that does it better. Yeah, I like R Factor 2, but I just can't play it because it makes me motion sick. I don't have a ban. What, Syfy, what admin are you talking about? You don't need to get those, do you? Only if you want to drive them. That's like... Yeah, but this is because you're... So just because a game has mods doesn't mean that you have to download them. Like, oh god, it's got millions of cars and mods. Oh, it's too much to keep on top of it. It's like, well, just don't... Just drive the cars that are in AC out the box are better than like most cars in other sims, so just drive them. If your goal is to drive, like you know, I think the AI is not very good in it, is it? So The AI is fairly consistent in this, but then it does weird stuff and totally bugs out occasionally, so... They do counter-attack, which is nice. Yeah, I think it's intimidating, right? It's not the reality of it, it's that it's just intimidating. And it's like anything. Alright, here we go, slow down. Where has he gone? He's gone. It's like a lot of stuff. The idea of how complicated something is stops people from starting it in the first place, rather than the reality of what it actually is. That a lot of stuff is like that in life, actually. Yeah, it visually looks really, really complicated. I think that's the problem with driving sims. They look way more complicated than they actually are in many ways. Like, I mean, like, just look at this. Right. So if you don't know anything about sims, first of all, a sim is marketed as about being like, oh, it's realistic, it's real cars. And so you'll be like, oh, real cars are very complicated, which they are. And then you'll be like, oh, setup screen. Oh, no. Oh, shit. But the reality is, you don't need to know any of this until you're like 5 seconds, can drive consistently 5 seconds on track pace. Like none of the car setup is relevant to someone that's over, what, let's say 4 seconds off track pace, 5 seconds off track pace. Most sim races, 90% of sim races are over 5 seconds off a safe lap pace. So I'm not even Alien. Like, let's say like Alien, like normal lap track pace would be like probably 1.5 seconds off Alien. You know, like I've just taken a race car to a track and I'm going to do some okay-ish laps. It's probably like 1 second or so off what would be an Alien lap time. Most people are another 3 or 4 seconds off that fundamental thing. But like they will look at all this stuff and they're like, oh, yeah, oh, did, yeah, oh. And then also even just setting up your steering wheel, and realistically all they need to do is just jump in and drive. But Jared Paul, no, that's always been the case. You've always had like console gamers. The attention span thing's a myth. That's not true. No, the track was on medium rubbered because we did some on fully rubbered, and I was just trying some different rubber settings. Might make a sandwich in a minute. Yeah, so I'm not sure what yeah, but I don't know, the teachers that you're talking to are probably just conflating the fact that people are used to like TikTok and stuff. But like, you could always say that everyone has short attention spans. They always have. But I don't know if you can universally say that younger people have shorter attention spans. Like, think of it as a statement. It's a very simplified statement without any context behind it. So, I mean, also you could say that driving is a short attention span thing because you're doing the same bloody lap over and over again. I don't, you know. Oh, hello, it's Game Tech. Oh, my echo doesn't work. Shall I just pretend to do an echo? Game, tech, UK. Did I nailed it? Top. I'm really glad I spent £300 on a Go XLR. Great money. Bloody hell! Why do we even bother? Why, guys? Go and subscribe to Game Tech UK. He plays everything. He plays lorries. He plays cars. He doesn't play planes. He stays on the ground. I know. I think he does do like. He doesn't do Microsoft Flight Sim, I don't think. He should do. Driving constantly takes a lot of concentration and attention span. Yeah, okay, but like, so am I back on YouTube? No, yes and no. I'm all over the place. I like to spread myself so thin that it makes no sense at all. I strategically do the worst possible thing one could do as a person on the internet. I'm trying my hardest to make it as bad as possible for myself. Fortnite. If you're playing Fortnite for like hours, you're having to concentrate to play Fortnite. So you can't. You go, oh wow, younger players have a short attention span. But it's like, well, hang on, they're doing like 15, 20-minute games of Fortnite, which require hyper concentration, some teamwork, focus of like being accurate and everything. So it's like, well, really, do they have short attention span, or is it just that they do what they want to do? They more expect instant gratification. So that's what I mean. It's an oversimplification. It's just because shorts and like Instagram and TikTok is short and people scroll through that, but it's like adults scroll through that as well. So it's everyone that has a short attention span. All humans will gravitate towards getting entertainment as quickly and as easily as possible. So by that definition, everyone has a short attention span. And I don't know how much of it's learnt putting time into stuff. So I'm not sure if you can directly equate that to Sims versus console games. I mean, Gran Turismo takes bloody ages to play through, so yeah, I'm just replying to someone else that said that young people have short attention span. I'm not sure if they necessarily do. You're already bored. Well, that's this channel. Go and watch Game Tech. He's more engaging than me. He's not as jaded about Sims. He plays Bus Simulator. A few hours of Bus Simulator, and any driving racing sim feels like Wipeout. That's the key. That's what you need to do. But yeah, AMS2. We see the dev post here. Let's have a look. Let me read the dev post. The AMS2 1.5 officially released. Like, so I'm gonna get, if I'm honest, as usual, I'm gonna get slagged off so heavily, and like, obviously, as I say, channel members, they're intellectuals, they understand inherently. Right. So the release says the long-awaited 1.5 milestone for AMS2 is officially released, featuring major overhaul to the physics of all cars in the game. A new DLC, including dirt and rallycross racing to the sim, along with extensive list of new features and improvements. Physics. Completed physics revisions for all classes except the karts. Adjusted tyre flat spotting physics. Adjusted to dirty air. Adjusted under tray spring. Yes, I mean everything's been updated, and so they've got this post beforehand where they go talk about they're like not long after 1.4 release last year, itself a major milestone with critical developments to the tyre thermodynamics and driveline, which carry out. Well, so the driveline is terrible in AMS2 still, and the tyres are terrible. So, in my humble opinion, it's terrible. Why? So, okay. So, You can't play AMS2 and then play AC1 and be like, oh yeah, no real driver. I don't know. Anyway, we discovered a bug in the P-motor setter interaction that caused tyre carcass spring damper rates to behave inconsistently from what we were setting them to be, which has repercussions in the car's suspension and aerodynamics. In isolation, fixing this bug would not have been hugely consequential for the cars that are heavily aerodynamical, but it has been critical foundation step for developments that have followed, and which now add up to a truly momentous step up in accuracy for any and all types of cars. Yet the game still drives like Project Cars 2. So I'm sure they've done lots of work, but the end result is something that's not even in the ballpark of R Factor 2 and AC. On every physics front, chassis, aerodynamics, suspension, driveline, engine, brakes, tyres, for each of the 272 physics variants in the games have been at a minimum double checked and maximum completely rewritten. Suspension geometries are considerably more accurate to the model simulated. Spring damper rates. It's got to be the tyre model's just not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just don't. I don't know. Right. Obviously, every developer puts a lot of work into the sim. They put the numbers into it. But you would know. You couldn't not know. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try the Daniel Cart V80 force feedback file tabs. I'll give it a go. I mean, maybe there's really weird force feedback with the default force feedback that's really making it weird. I just. Right, where's this file? Where's this file? Tabs, where's this file? Give me a link. Can you link it in chat? I'll mod you up. Do you have it? I made you a moderator. Alright, thank you. Then other people can download it. It's not expensive though for AMS2. Like you can buy the Adrenaline Pack DLC for £17, which gets you the buggies, the cross cars, and a lot of the tracks have autocross on them. So that's it's not expensive as a DLC. I think you could have bought the premium pack, track pack as well, which got you a bunch of stuff. Or have they? Yeah, well, no, people should just play things for themselves. Yeah, no, well, I bought the premium pack myself, didn't I? I wasn't given a free copy. I bought AMS2. Because contrary to what it would appear like, I am actually a fan of developers doing hard work, and I appreciate it. I'm capable of that whilst also being critical, which is a bizarre concept. Thank you, Tabs. Get in there. Custom force feedback, this is where we're at. Hang on, which DD belt? Hang on. Why are there so many custom force feedback files? Daniel Cart V80. Okay, I'm suspicious. Where's the actual download? Custom settings. This is so stupid, right? Best of Carson Havberg. Just this concept of custom force feedback files. I've got it's just stupid. Oh dear. Right, what file is it? Does it go into? Is it in documents? Yeah, I've got the right one. It's not made by well, the amount of real race drivers that don't have a clue when it comes to simulators because they don't even play them, and then sim racers are like, oh, this race driver said this. It's like they couldn't give a shit about sims. Just because they're a real race driver doesn't mean they've played every sim on the market with okay equipment. A lot of the time they just don't care. They spent like 20 minutes on a game because of some promotional thing. Oh, is there one driver? Oh, where's the documents? Is it in my documents? Is there one driver that does play all the sims that said which game's really good? No, they can't be right. Right. Where is it? Where is this file, guys? I'm going mental here. Oh no, it's because I was searching for Project Cars 2. Sorry, my mistake. My mistake. That was fraudulent file slip. No, don't say that. Oh dear, isn't it? Right, here we go. Well, it'd be funny if this does actually really make it amazing. Got to reload the game up here. Yeah, will I? Okay, Tabs. Well, Tabs, you're under pressure now. Hello, Itchy. The Tabs test. Right, let's get back in the game. No, we've just driven around. We've done like 5 races now. We've just been. Just been trying stuff out. It's not AC1 levels, but it did that. Wow, what's the point? What's the point? Right, it sounds bad. It sounds bad, but look, AC has any track you can imagine, any car you can imagine, and also the best physics available and the most detailed force feedback. If another game can't do better physics or something, this does have better AI than AC, so that's great. But like, if it can't do the same or better or different but equally as good, that's the problem with simulators. Like, it's unfortunate for developers. Like, I sympathise with them, but that's just the downside of a simulator. Yeah, but the features that it has is AI that still breaks weirdly. So, what feature? Like, okay, the track. It's got It's got different cars, but the cars don't drive very well anyway, so that's moot. It does have different tracks in it. No, nothing is perfect. No, that's fine. That's not a counter-argument, Tabs. Because it's still relative to what's available. You can't just say... Saying nothing is perfect is a non-argument, a non-sequitur, isn't it? Hello, Don. Yeah, easy to host lobby with friends, but actually that's not that hard to do in AC, really. You made the argument. You just said nothing's perfect. It's a great argument. Yeah. I'm not enjoying this this meal that's not being cooked. I'm not enjoying this raw chicken. Nothing's perfect. You're right. You're right. Do you know what? I really am finding the situation of quality of life on the Ukrainian front line at the moment, on the border between Russia. I really don't think it's ideal. And it's a bit depressing, and drones dropping grenades and people, and I think it's a bit bad. Nothing's perfect. I've just been forced into the Russian military to fight a war that I don't agree in. Shut up, soldier. Nothing's perfect. Well, you're right. Nothing is perfect, but I think you'd be better off not being in the army in that situation. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's perfect. Right, let's get a car. Now you have to deal with the pressure of being a mod. Nothing's perfect. I made him a mod so he could share the force feedback file. That's how you get. That's how people get mod access. He's only a temporary mod. Oh no, he's abused his modding. Now I've got to put him in. Now, that's it. Hang on, how do I that's it. Now I've had to unmod him. He's abused it. That's it. I don't know how you Oh. You didn't permanently ban him. You're going to force me to go to like a bloody... Shoot me type of message. Oh, it'll on timeout. Right. It's weird that there's no option in YouTube to untime out someone. Well, I have to time out tabs now. It's only fair. I don't even know how you do that. There you go. Look, there we go. That's what you get. Oh no, the screen's got. Oh no. Oh, there we go. No, it's back. Right. Right, we need to just try a car here. We've just been trying stock force feedback. We're now going to try a custom force feedback. Well, let's do it with this car because this is nice and easy. All right. Hello, Martin Vandis. It's an update. It's game changing. It's game changing. It's game changing. Sorry, almost forgot about that. Should I do a video? Do I do a video saying game changing? Jesus Christ. You know what it is? It's a bunch of YouTubers will do a video going, this new update transforms AMS2, and then it makes me look like a miserable bastard for saying stuff that's really obvious and not even that hypercritical. And then I get pigeonholed. I get pigeonholed in this corner of being like some lunatic that cares about vaguely realistic sims and detailed force feedback. Because the threshold for most YouTubers doing content is, I don't know what, it's some like mental... Hang on, how do you... right, well, let's see. We've got custom force feedback here. Well, they've added more rumble to the custom force feedback for the road, which I say it's quite... A lot of people enjoy that. It does make the car feel more connected to the road. Why are these cars overlapped inside each other? Well, I do think this force feedback file's better because it makes the cars less overactive, but weirdly it also makes the cars feel more hovercrafty. Because the self-aligning is not as aggressive. Like, listen to the accelerator as I come out of the corner. It honestly sounds like the clutch is slipping. Or like the drivetrain is slipping. And it feels like that's how it drives as well. It's like... when you brake as well, it feels like you're not applying actual braking to it. This has always been like this, and it really feels unnatural and disconnected, more so than anything else. And it's not the open diff, it does it in every single car in AMS2. Maybe they've simulated a broken clutch in every car. It's genius. It's very easy to drive, though. I think that's the thing that's appealing. To be fair, this force feedback file is a lot better because it's less overactive than the default one. So the steering's actually in line with what the car's doing more. So credit where credit's due. Oh no, Skywilk. Do you remember when I did that video saying that it didn't have the lift-off oversteer due to the diff was like it didn't matter if you opened the diff fully or if you had it closed, or you know it didn't make any difference. It like basically had to get onto the tyres to rotate the car, as opposed to the point of a diff is that it rotates before you're like on the top, like you're not sliding the back of the vehicle to rotate. The wheels are rolling independently, right? And then I had that guy making like a video, he now works for Reza, saying that this car's set up and like, you know, I got loads of people saying I can't drive. Which I can't, but it's beside the point. HUD is all noise. Oh yeah, no, I don't know. I've not. Normally the HUD's on for when I'm racing with subscribers, and then I can see where people are and their names and stuff. It's like driving on snow. Hello, Izzy. Oh, Izzy, do you like a new Screen of Despair? Unfortunately, you are in the super ultra mega regret supporters category. Yeah. Now, mind you, the regret you experience is nothing compared to the regret I have every time I make any content based on this game, and I have to read the same comments. I'll be honest, this force feedback file does make it much more fun to drive because it requires a lot less effort because it makes the steering lighter, the self-aligning a lot less aggressive. And more in line with what the car's actually doing. So, I mean, if you're going to drive a drift car, you don't want to be doing it with a lot of effort. So, this is honestly like driving on snow. I'm sorry. This is like the ultimate snow simulator. Broken diff snow sim. You're not my dad. All we needed was a force feedback file. No, because it still drives like Project Cars 2. But hang on, why can they drive through me? What it is, the reason the people that like AMS2, what I think it is because it's so easy to drive and slide around in, and it's a lot harder to drive and slide around in other simulators. So I think what it is it's like a nice ego boost. If you're not used to driving and sliding around in Sims, for you to then feel like a driving god, and so you're then like, oh wow, this is so good. We used to have fun in Project Cars 2. Yeah, because it was Clio Cup at Brands Hatch. My motion sickness wasn't as bad. It's only got worse as I've got older. No, it's not ranked. Oh god, have you seen this stage for the Saudi ESL-R1 thing? Well, it's not ESL-R1, it's Gamers 8. It's insane. There's like 12 tiny simulators in like a huge... This is where sim racing's gone, guys. Esports. Ranked esports. Well, Project Cars 2 is... You can't even buy it anymore, so that's why it's dead. They deleted it off Steam. I do think this is better than... Gran Turismo 7, you know. Project Cars 3 didn't sell at all because it was a bit of a mess and the marketing wasn't very good. You prefer AMS2? I don't know. The problem I have with Rennsport at the moment is Unreal Engine and performance is my issue with that at the moment. And the force feedback is better in AMS2 than Rennsport. So, also it's GT3 cars is a problem for me. I'm not a GT3 car person. Yeah, Project Cars 3 actually drives okay, funnily. For what it is, it's actually quite good fun. It's just badly marketed and should have had a different name. I'm not quite sure what happened. Right, let's try one of these. I need a sandwich. What are you doing up at this time, Izzy? You're not working on the trains? No, I didn't go to Goodwood, which is good because it was cancelled on the Saturday, I think it was, or the Sun. It was cancelled on Saturday, I think, or Sunday. I was in Rome, I think, when Goodwood was happening. So I'll take Rome over Goodwood. Although actually, it was a bit too hot in Rome. It was so hot. Like 40 degrees is not actually very comfortable. Surprisingly. Hang on, let's try these Gen 2 cars. I think the thing with Rensport, I think it's going to take like 2 years to really develop properly, like all these bloody games now. And I think obviously the focus is on the online ranked multiplayer, so I can see that working out quite well. So the way I see it is, I want Rensport to be good, to put more pressure on iRacing, and also I want Rensport to be on console, because Rensport is... BB Racing, thanks for subscribing. Rensport's way better than Gran Turismo 7, generally speaking. Not in terms of content, but like, you know, it doesn't have as much latency. The cars rotate a bit, you know. So I would like Rensport to be cross-platform, have more development, and then have the ranking. I've been paid with them when I've done events, but I'd still say the same thing that I've just said. I haven't signed a like a thing to not be positive. Yeah, what I'm saying is Rensport's the best game ever made. Exactly. What I'm saying is, guys, I would sell if I had a child, I'd sell them to play Rensport, is what I'm saying. Best game. best game ever made, for sure, yeah. That's what we were saying earlier, Sim Racer UK, and we're not quite sure what gives it that feeling. But yeah, there's definitely that weird... It feels like the physics don't come from the tyres in AMS2. It's weird, because I don't get that from iRacing, R Factor 2, R Factor 1, AC, LFS. It was literally, it's literally a Project Cars 1, Project Cars 2, and this has that feeling to it. But I don't know what creates that. That perception. Shane on PC in 144p. You play MS2 for quick fun. Well, you're not allowed to have fun playing a driving simulator, so that's incorrect. If I want authentic experience to play AC, yeah, well. Not everything's perfect in AC1. Yeah, no, not everything's perfect, but nothing. You need to dump the clutch to get the wheels to spinning first. Wow. Not everything's perfect. Not everything's terrible. People say not everything's perfect, but then they don't say not everything's terrible to make the opposite argument. Not everything's terrible about having your legs amputated. You don't need to buy shoes anymore. I don't know what you put in your feet if you've not got legs. Maybe you still do wear like slippers, or maybe you just put bandages. I don't know. Not everything's terrible about angryface.png. Oh, you noob! You used angryface.jpg. I use angryface.targa files, multiple layers, no compression. I mean, you could at least use a PNG or maybe a raw file, JPEG. Your angry face is compressed. Nobody takes your angry face seriously. Low res angry face. Procedurally generated angry face. Hang on, this track's called Yellow Airport. Okay. Angryface.exe. Now we're doing AMS2 at the moment, Shub. We don't need to prove him wrong. Everyone knows that AC. Oh, this racetrack looks like a Formula car. They've designed the racetrack like it looks like a roller coaster going down a hill or a bobsled. Maybe this is the best track for AMS2 cars because the track itself is a bobsled. What is it? Cleveland GP in America? Ah, I'm up for that. I just want a flattish circuit that won't make me motion sick. These all have too many slopes on them. I just do Hockenheimring. There we go. What car were we going to try? The Gen 2. Let's give this a go. Yeah, we did Silverstone earlier. I'm going to turn the track grip up as well. So we'll do a lap or so and see what it's like. Monza doesn't have enough corners. I do think Monza's a good. It's a good track for testing stuff out on though. There's plenty of grip. The tyres just have a flatter window. What? Reza are the last devs to not dare allow grip because some in the sim world would shout arcade. Hello, Benjamin Kedding. Thanks for subscribing. So the thing with the grip in AMS2 is that the cars are in it's like driving on snow. Like it's such a wide slip angle with like such a gradual loss of grip, whereas real slick tires are more like like you do have a very smooth transition into like more aggressive slip and being on the limit, but it happens very, very quickly if you push it. It's like AC1. It's just like AC1, guys. Real slick tire, like, don't even need to describe it. Just play AC1 with like any semi-decent car. That is what real slick tires are like. Not maybe when you like massively spin and crash and they get overheated in AC1. But if you're just driving normally, pushing really hard, trying to do as fast a lap as possible in like normal conditions in AC, like, you know, the track temperatures on like a good temperature and everything, that's very similar to real slick tires. The Formula cars, road cars, it's very similar to any tire. What car do I recommend? Anything in AC, it's fine. Just you play AC1, you did it last week, it was a no turn-in nightmare. Well, so let me explain this to you. A car doesn't turn in if you go into a corner too hot. So that's what's happening there, is that you're not, either your force feedback setup completely wrong, or you're just driving into the corner too fast, and therefore you're understeering. So, look, you can disagree with Max Verstappen if you want to. You can disagree with me, but can you disagree with Max Verstappen? That's what I was trying to say. I mean, you can do. You can do, but are you going to disagree with a guy that was beat by their dad to drive go-karts quickly from like the age of 3? Who also is really fast in all the sims and one of the best rear-wheel drivers? If you're going for an argument from authority, there is no more authoritative argument than that, I'm afraid. He even told you to uninstall R-Factor 2. Hello. I'm trying to find... Oh, he's gone. Oh, that's the advantage of driving a wedge. Get off me. Wedge wars. Absolutely wedged him. So you'd think with these cars that Reza would make the collision mesh a square so that you can't do that, or make it more square-like or something. I don't know. Maybe they can't do that. I think we still have hosepipe ban, don't we? So what are these P2 cars? Are they meant to be like? Are they meant to be like LMP2? Oh my god, I've done it again. Are they meant to be like LMP2 cars? Oh, I've damaged me. Well, he just overtook me with DRS and then parked his car in front of me. We could do some hosted races maybe with this. P1 at LMP2. Are you sure? I don't even know what a P2 car is. Right, hang on. Let's try that with more grip on the track. Yeah, I mean it's just a bit slidey. Oh, it's just but they're like prototypes. The Brazilian prototypes. That was on medium rubber. What's my take on Daniel Morad's take? iRacing is most realistic Merc. Wow, he's wrong about that. But did you see his video about ACC where he literally just said everything I said about how it feels delayed, the force feedback lacks detail, and the cars don't drive like GT3 cars. And he's got absolutely slaughtered by ACC fans. Yeah, it's quite funny. But yeah, I talked with Daniel. He agrees the problem with iRacing is the tyres just turn off at the limit. So I think, and that's it. I think if iRacing fixed that part of the tyre model, I think it would actually be really good. So yeah, it's it like he basically said everything I said about ACC, so now I like him again. But don't buy any of his merch. Don't use his shop. Right, here we go. Let's go racing. He was driving with stability control on. No, that was me. People were saying that I was driving with stability control on. I don't know. Or like, what I did a video talking about some. Oh, it was AMS2 video, and I scrolled through the. It wasn't stability control. It was just the braking assist or whatever, because it would. Because we were messing around with the in-car versus the sim one. Yeah, I don't know. It was just really weird. Someone just made a comment assuming that I drive with stability control. I was like, okay, I mean, even if I was, I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, driving leisurely is pretty bad. I think anyone that drives leisurely should be cancelled. Even when you put the AI on faster in this, they are really slow into tight corners, but then they speed up for faster parts of the track. Oh right, they were saying that as well. Well, they always pick up something. Like if you're critical of a sim, it's never the person's criticisms that are valid. People will say, oh, it's the wheel settings are wrong, or you had the wrong car setup. Which in some cases, I think that's fine. Like there are scenarios where people do have the wrong thing. But if someone's like a bloody GT3 driver or like a really experienced sim racer, then it's probably not likely to be that, is it? I did try the off-road stuff, yeah. I didn't really enjoy it very much. We might try it again with this force feedback file. It just seemed a bit bland. What? Just light up the rears. It was in chat. If you scroll up. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. They're not. There's two separate things going on though. As I said, if someone plays lots of driving sims and drives real cars, then I'd have more credence than someone that just drives real cars but doesn't play many sims. Or, you know, like a sim racer. If it's the same with it, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, if someone's got an opinion on something, you'd want to know how they're contextualizing that view, right? So, because without any other context, everything works via context. It'd be like me saying Middlesbrough is the best city in the UK, absolutely beautiful, love it. And then you say, well, how many cities have you been to? And the person goes, oh, only Middlesbrough. So you'd be like, okay, whereas, well, you know, someone does travels and they're like, oh, London is the best city in the world. It's like, well, hang on, have you been to, what other cities have you been to? I've only been to Paris as well. It's like, well, so, okay, they might still like it, but they can't contextually say why it's better or worse than Madrid or Birmingham or Seattle or you know what I mean? That's why someone like Max Verstappen's opinion, they're good at driving, if not one of the best drivers, but when it comes to sims and real life, they probably have more experience than anyone. So that adds a lot more credence to what they're saying, as opposed to, like, I've spoken to loads of professional drivers. Some of them literally, you know, they're good real world drivers, but they only spend they've spent a total of maybe 10 hours playing one or two driving sims with God knows what equipment, like G25s or a T300 or whatever. So it's like, with what God knows what settings. Whereas with Max Verstappen, you know, he's got a nice DD wheel. He's an amazing sim racer. He's like a top sim racer and a top real wheel driver, and he plays AC, R Factor 2. Like he's played all the main sims, iRacing. So, and he wins at them. so it's like, well, do you know what? I think their view is probably has more credence. But yeah, also, as I said, I would definitely take an experienced sim racer that spent 100 plus hours in every sim on the market over a random GT3 or random professional driver that drives one car professionally, probably is there largely just because they're wealthy, not because they're necessarily an amazing driver. They might not be bad, but they don't play other sims. It's like, well, they don't know what they're talking about, do they? Other than what they've specifically experienced. Well, Seth, it doesn't matter because it's just the truth. So it's stuff that I like. It's just so obviously the truth. So, you know. No, you've just ignored what I've said. I'm not saying you're not to compare with real life. But a real life driver will have only driven certain cars in real life, and they might not actually be that good at driving, or they have very specific experience. There you go. E30 low speed sliding. That's all you need. Well, you do know there's not that many actual professional real-world drivers in the sense of... So most sim racers would consider anyone that's driving in real-life racing to be like a pro. But they're not. It's like... There's works drivers for various teams. Ah! And there's like F2 and F1. But in fact, almost all the F2 grid are pay drivers. So it's more to do with being rich. Middlesbrough's lovely. Is there any way for a sim to represent IRL so they make do with what they've got? I don't know what you mean. Ah, oh dear. Let's... They've gone through an extensive junior career. Well, no, a lot of drivers have just done a lot of go-karting. It's not like football. So, right, relative to football, people will have done like loads of football at a junior level, played for a small team, and then to get into a pro team, they'll have been scouted. And whereas race driving is more analogous to like a horse polo player, or I don't know, like a Red Bull air racer. It's not like they're not going to be terrible, but there's a lot of real world drivers that are way worse than many slightly above average sim racers. Like most iRacers that are sort of above like 4K I rating, not me because I choose my I rating, but most like iRacers that can do like GT4, GT3 and whatever consistently and maintain above 4K I rating in the more competitive series, statistically they will be better than large swathes of people that are doing real world motorsport on a raw technical level. Now they might not have the fitness though, and they might not have the they might not be as good in like a sort of you know, once getting to the track, all the bollocks that goes around it, all the marketing, the limited time and everything. They're different activities. But in terms of the raw fundamentals of driving a car as quickly as possible around a racetrack, then people would be surprised that a lot of people doing real race driving are not that good. Like, they're just rich. They're just rich people. There's loads that will be really good. I've just got on 100 Matt at the moment. Yeah, let's try the cross carts again with this file. Good idea. Those drivers are still on the pace. Well, they're not. They're not on the pace. And have you been to like real races? The vast majority of people in real cars are not on pace. If you watch like support race for like before the 24 hours of Spa, there's like an F2. Yeah, that's why. No, I said F2s are like at the top end. So F1, F2, you have drivers that have gone through go-kart and everything, but that's not the majority of people doing race driving. But if you look at like I think it's European F2 or something, I don't know what it is. Out of the like 15 or so F2 cars on the grid, there's like 5 people that are actually at pace, and the rest are like lagging behind them by miles. So no, as I said, so to be in Formula One, you have to have gone through go-karting. You're going to be like, they're going to be good drivers to be in Formula One. Not always, but now pretty much everyone in Formula One is going to be a really high skilled driver, right? Because they'll have been. Well, first of all, you have to be rich. You probably also have to be connected. But they would have actually have gone through go-karting. And of the rich kids doing the go-karting and doing F3 and what have you. Yeah, exactly. If you're a 4K racer, you're basically Ayrton Senna. That's what I'm saying, yeah. I mean, yeah, it depends how fast you can drive Middlesbrough roundabout with 90 degrees of slip angle. Yeah, people don't realise that F1 and F2 is like, what, 40 drivers? There's like 10,000 people doing race driving. So there's a lot of race drivers out there that are going to be lower skill, that are still professional in a sense. But, oh dear. Right. What's this Foz? I'm up for Foz. I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's a dirt track. Let's go for it. Let's Foz it up. You don't disagree that several sim racers are more skilled than people in real life. I just don't think you're within 2 seconds of the pole pace. Well, that's a separate discussion. I don't know where's this 2 seconds of pole pace come from. Most, right? How many alien sim racers are there? There's like what? 100, 200 sim racers that are at a very high level. They're all like within a few tenths of each other, right? Hang on, you're saying if you're within 2 seconds of the pole pace, you've got to know the limit. No, so there's different things going on. You've got the limit in the sense of car stepping out, you're catching it, and you can balance the car in a bit of slip. So that's car balancing, and you could still be slow and be able to do that. And then you have like the raw track pace, which comes from absolutely nailing a brake point, driving the line absolutely, carrying the speed through the corner perfectly, that will get you up to like 99.9% of what's possible of the track. And then the ultimate, like the absolute god drivers, Michael Schumacher, Ayrton Senna, will Max Verstappen or whatever, can do that sort of the you know, the raw breakpoint, raw race line, but they can also balance the car and deal with the changing situations whilst doing that. Yeah, I as I was saying, I don't think I think F2 is the cut-off point. So I'd say below F2, like by the time someone's got into F2, they're probably very good go-karters at a minimum. But below F2, is the point I was making, is that that's where you have drivers that are statistically quite likely to be worse than talented sim racers. But even in F2, there will be a whole bunch of drivers that are probably still actually not that good, like at the lower grid. Maybe they're still good, but the cars aren't competitive. I mean, you still have that big problem in anything. Yeah, but all of them are competitive. GT3's competitive. I don't know what argument you're making. I think the start of it is that someone outright saying that a sim racer that doesn't do real world driving couldn't know better than a real world driver. But I don't think that's true. Like, there will be alien sim racers out there that have got almost no real world experience at all, that are like amazing, absolutely amazing drivers that would know better than someone that's a full-time race driver. I mean, that's already happened. So, oh dear. Yeah, but great, Palooka. How's that related to the conversation? The problem is actually being the opposite. When they put sim races into real cars, they're often less scared than they should be, and they actually do stuff that's way more risky than someone that had gone through karting and stuff would often do. That's literally been a problem in the past when they've done competitions where they've put sim racers that don't drive at all whatsoever into real cars. The sim racers have attacked curbs and stuff in ways that has put the organisers on edge. Yeah, it's not too good for motion sickness, R&B, but I'm trying to ignore it. How's the road driving? No, it's passable, but I've just got stuck on this car. We can agree if a real driver is proven to be able to feel the limit of their car, that says something about a sim. There's a lot of value. No. Yes, but not if they've only... Right. So, if a real driver could be a really good real-world driver, right, but they've only played one driving simulator for like an hour with God knows what arbitrary equipment, their view on which sim is better or worse and for what reasons and how close it is to real life is going to be borderline useless, because what they're going to automatically do is go, oh, these things in this simulator seem quite close to my real world driving. These things don't seem too similar. But they've got no reference for how good simulators generally are overall, or which sim does what better or worse. So they have no contextual framework, so they're not in a position to go, oh, actually, yeah, no, this is quite good in this sim, but I've played this other simulator that's way better at doing it, and in fact is really, really close, much closer than this sim. But the only reason the only way they can make that statement is if they've played multiple simulators. So that's why a real race driver that's not played any other sims, or is just playing on like a G25 for like 30 minutes, their view is going to be of less value compared to someone that's a reasonably good sim racer and is Benzo, what are you on about, mate? We're not talking about that. We're having a separate conversation. What on earth is going on in people's heads sometimes? If you've only been to Middlesbrough, or if you've only been to Bognor Regis, you're not in a position to review multiple cities at the coast. What do you mean move on? We were just having a conversation about the nature of authority. To Korea, you'd argue that it doesn't really matter what other sims do if he can point out things that aren't true to real life. Yeah, no, they can do that. They can do that, but like from an observer's point of view, which is what we're talking about here, from an observer's point of view, trying to gather if what they're saying is what is better or worse, then it is entirely relevant, isn't it? Because they're only talking within the context of their real world experience and that other specific product. So like take driving sims out of the equation. Let's say it was flight simulators. You have a real world pilot and they're only playing Microsoft Flight Sim 98, which has a lot of stuff that is quite realistic to it, but its physics are patently a bit limited. Well, what they'll do is they'll say, it does this really nicely, it does that very nicely, oh, this isn't that close, but there's no context of any value to outside of that individual game and someone that's also flown real planes. Whereas if they've played multiple flight sims, they can contextualize it and say the specifics with all those different flight sims and real life, and then you can understand, and then, you know, because you could only go by your reference as well. So sim racers haven't driven many of the cars. They've only played them in other sims. So you'd need, that's an example they'd understand. So you'd need a driver to know what's good or bad with those other sims for people to then understand, relatively speaking, in the context of all the sims. Otherwise it's literally just a blind, you know, people just going, oh well, they said this is good, okay. But there's still value to it, for sure. But it's somewhat limited if they're using weird equipment. And even that simulator they're playing, they've not played for very long. Like, what actual value is there, really? I know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why these things are very intuitive to me. I don't think they are to a lot of people. Andrew Curtis, you're working on another documentary, so maybe that's your next documentary. I'm not saying anything tangible. Well, okay, who in chat thinks I'm doing as good as possible of explaining the value of... Right, okay. Someone makes a fake flavoured ice cream. A non-natural fake flavoured ice cream. I can't think of a better way of explaining it. This is the problem. Like, I don't know. Fake flavour what? No, I don't think it's that hard to understand. What people tend to do is, because it's a real pilot or someone's a race driver, they automatically give that person some, like, they imbue them with like some insane like credence to what they're saying outside of what they're actually saying. Like it's a purely argument from authority rather than listening to the argument being made by someone. And that is good enough for some people. So you could have someone that drives real cars, but they're not very good at driving real cars, and they've not spent much time on a simulator, and they're using weird equipment, but by virtue of them being a real driver, people will be like, well, that's good enough for that person to then form their views on it. Whereas when it comes to arguments, or if anyone's making an argument about anything, what you need to do is you look at the intrinsic individual components of that argument and then form, or whatever they're saying, not saying an argument, but anything that someone's saying, you look at what are the actual individual points of what someone's saying. If they agree or disagree. No, if someone agrees with you, then you accept their argument. That's how it works. Wow. Yeah, I think the karts in AC are much more fun to drive than this. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bit dull. It just feels a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. This force feedback file's a lot better though. It does help. But let's do it. Let's do a multiplayer race here. Yeah, that's it. It's like dull. Like compared the AC one's like really like nimble and active and responsive and pokey and punchy, whereas AMS2 just is very dull, sloppy, drawn out, unresponsive, but controllable. It is controllable. Untrained professional. The question is, does the sim gel with what you would imagine it be like? Well, yeah, you could. I think that's fine. You could say that. Yeah, I think that's what happens with a lot of people, is that they imagine real cars to be something that they're not. And so if a simulator, if you market a simulator and you say, oh, it's super realistic, and that person gels with that simulator, then they'll be really happy with it. Unfortunately, I mean, I have driven real cars. I have been in real cars at speed, and I think I have a pretty good intuition with like general physics stuff. Like I'm pretty good at sports. Yeah, it's so yes. Well, that's the other thing, because sims are abstract from reality, like the lack of G forces. You then have to abstract the G forces to some extent, or have some kind of thing to feel with the steering wheel, right? So a lot of this is the other thing, a lot of drivers that don't do much sim racing, real world drivers that might be really good real world drivers, they jump in a sim rig and they can't drive at all. It takes hours to get used to a driving sim, and that's with drivers that are really good. It takes a long time to get used to just using a monitor. So that's another thing. This is another reason why, if you have like even a really good pro race driver, this is less so now, but like more so in the past, you could have like a Formula 1 driver or like an F2 or a touring car driver, like a championship winning driver. You could put them in the sim rig for like 3 hours and they'll be like, oh, it's shit. And, they might be right or wrong. But the problem that they're having is that you have to, with a driving sim, you have to like understand the physics internalized a lot more without the feel of what the car's doing. So you wouldn't take that drive, even though, and I've experienced this in real life with good drivers in real, like professional drive, like championship winning drivers, where they've gone in a sim rig for the first time, and they could say, oh, that sim's quite realistic, or that isn't, but they're not even driving it vaguely close. So you could run with that with your marketing, but it would literally be worse than some experienced sim racers' view on the game. That's the point. But as I say, you've got someone like Max Verstappen now, and a lot of the younger drivers do play the sims. So they do actually, they do play multiple sims, and they play them to a high level. So you actually get valuable feedback from them. A lot of the esports drivers on the sim racing side are now driving real cars, and so you get way better feedback. And guess what? They say AC is more realistic. They point out that iRacing's tyre model is terrible at the limit. So it's just like, well, I'm gonna create a server. Right, so let's what you do, simple tests like 0 to 100, 1 to 0 and above, and do some corner tests to see if they compare. No, that doesn't work, because you have different grip levels in a sim to real life anyway. The track mesh and model might be different. The actual... It doesn't work like that. Also, you can change, like, as a developer of a sim, you could go and put in the wrong values in the car, or just make values up to then make a car corner the same, but not actually drive the same. Yeah, but it doesn't work because it's fundamentally not the same as the real thing. The tyres operate different, the grip will be different, the road temperature will be different. Each patch of a real road surface will have like different temperatures on it. There's so much going on. As I say, you can fake you can drive in a certain way in a simulator as well to make it look like it lines up with a real world equivalent as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do it as a general test for sure. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, we'll create a session here. Yeah, well, that's the thing that's decreed, because the sims aren't the same as real life fundamentally. So what I think is more important is that the process lines up. It depends what sort of thing you're doing. I mean, if you're doing a pure simulator, so let's say you're a Formula One team, and you're using that sim to save practice time, track time, to reduce track time, and you're using the sim to test components. You want to try different things on the car, see how it potentially affects the car with the driver driving it. You want to see how it maybe affects wear, or if it affects how the driver approaches driving the car, the track, or like you want to test different things with how that then affects the strategy, and you're using a sim. So the driver might not actually be ponying the car in the absolute limit. It's more about just trying to get as much usable data as possible within the limitations of a simulator, so that when you get to the real track, which will inevitably be different from any of the simulators, however good they are, you've just reduced the amount of time, or you've nailed the larger things that take ages to change on a car. So you only have you have more smaller things to tweak. But then that simulator that does that, a simulator could do that to a very high quality and drive pretty badly. It could drive way worse than AC or R Factor 2, but it could, for that specific process, you could have a simulator that actually works better whilst driving worse. What car do we go for? Hang on, those were P1. This is... Oh. Let's do this. Duratec. Give me the Duratec. There we go. Oh, YT Little King. iRacing has dirty drivers and the online has a lot of bad tracks. Who wants to drive GT3? Yeah, GT3 Willis. They do like GT3. It's Snetterton and stuff. And you're like, it's, they let the forums decide. So yeah, they often run cars at tracks that don't make sense for those cars, and then they also try and line the cars up with the tracks that certain race series are actually happening on, which sometimes is really bad tracks for those cars. Oh, I'm making a server. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes the real cars do race at at tracks that aren't very good for those cars. Yeah, it is floaty. It's not a floaty feeling. The cars are very do like slot. It's like driving on snow in this. Snow. Well, it's not quite like driving on snow. But I'm going to make a quick sandwich, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm worried if I put the music back on, we're going to get stutter. Let's see what happens. Positives. Oh no. the game's got this bug where you can't. You can't alt tab without it getting stuck on a black screen. Gotta restart the game. Budget Bards of Canada. It's Budgets of Canada. It's the Bards of Brighton. Hang on, is this just... Oh, is anyone in chat joining? You can't judge on a Logitech drive. What do you mean? A Logitech Driving Force GT is where it's at. That's all you need. Will Red Sport? Yeah, there's a lot of money and development going into Red Sport, so we'll have to see. Right, here we go. Do the dirt track with non-dirt cars. Probably limits the number of cars there. Ah, he's been influenced. Get a ban. Get a ban on him. Right, join the server. Leave your guy on the screen of despair. The Game of Muscle miserable supporters room. The room of regret. See you in a bit, guys. Just getting a sandwich and a drink. Hello. Got 2 people in it in the server. That's good. That's all you need for a race. Oh, chip butty would be nice. I just gone for the roll. The old Rollington. But it's broken. It's a broken roll. I always go for the wrap. Well, it's still bread with stuff inside of it. Like, that's a sandwich. Where do you draw the line for the definition of a sandwich? A wrap is easier than a sandwich. I still say it's a sandwich. It's just a more efficient one. What if the 2 bits of sandwich were connected? Would it still be a wrap? Hang on. If you cut a sandwich down the middle into like triangles, doesn't that then make it 4 pieces of bread? Okay, yeah. So is a Subway sandwich not a roll? I mean, it's not a sandwich. Right. So a hot dog's a roll. Don't you roll a wrap though? Right. If stuff on bread is a sandwich, isn't a wrap a sandwich? Isn't a calzone a sandwich? These are the important questions. Add bread to anything? Well, what if you've got soup and you put bread on it? Where is the line drawn? If you have more filling than bread, is it no longer a sandwich? Simondo. I don't think you need to eat these days. People make so much fuss about having enough food to eat and all this stuff. They're like, I can't afford to buy carrots. I can't buy any meat because I can't afford it. It's like, well, don't eat then, you know? I know. They just want too much. Oh, I can't afford multi-100,000 university tuition fees. Oh, I can't afford this month's rent because my landlord put the rent up by 300% in the last 6 months. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, I would just do another job. Can't afford my electric because the privatised gas and electric companies, where there's no competition allowing them to up the prices for extortionate profits, have increased the price of my gas and electricity again. Ooh. Feels good drinking tea. We should just drink tea all day. Game of Muscles tea review. Yeah, I like people that are complaining about not having enough money. Can't they just sell one of their sim rigs? I don't see the problem. You can get decaffeinated tea. I tried decaffeinated coffee in Gatwick Airport. It wasn't very good. It tasted a bit weird. It didn't really. It was just strange. Right. Moist. I don't think I've ever had decaffeinated tea. Now, why's my field of view higher? Is it? Oh, hello, Geoda. Oh, I thought we had enough downforce to make that. I wasn't unsportsmanlike. I understeered. A bit harsh. Unsportsmanlike, my arse. You what engine? This uses Madness engine. What? Yeah, I mean, it does have the same handling as Project Cars 2, I think. Like, just look at how the car's moving around. Oh dear. Why does that car look like a helicopter? Yeah, maybe that was the licensing agreement they had though. This would have probably done alright on console. It sounds like the Radical SR10 train shift. Yeah, there's a lot more money selling on console than on PC. I think early next year, was it early next year I think, or for more information. AC2 has to be the saviour, doesn't it really? Sim racing has been a bit dead for like 5 years. Like since 2020, sim racing's been dead. Since ACC, we've got like Range Sport being developed. It's not like a finished game, and it's just been iRacing. Yeah, the only two real sort of relevant PC sims. Well, three is AC for cruising, drifting, and people that want to drive something that feels like a car. ACC for GT3 racing, which has been quite popular. And then iRacing for people that want competition. That's it, really. Yeah, but there's no way around it because GT3 are taking over real racing as well. It's just brands. And then GT7's been quite popular, and what is it? F1.23 in the F1 games every year are reasonably popular. But yeah, I don't think there's any way around it because people... It's all to do with branding. That's all that matters. And because GT3... So F1 and GT3 are the two most popular sort of international race series. So... You'll just keep seeing GT3 for like esports as well and other promotion. Yeah, I'm hopeful for Forza, holy moly. I'm the last released announcement they did looked quite interesting. I've got a suspicion it's going to be really sloppy. Yeah, I'm not... They've not... Well, so far... So Forza 3 was the last good track racer one. 4 was okay, I guess. But Forza Horizon's been good. Just a solid like cross-platform racer with like a single player. Something slightly different would be fun. The Le Mans Ultimate game, which is just rebranded R Factor 2, but that could be quite good fun. Look at this wild package on pole. John second, SP Racing third, myself and fourth. Yeah, I enjoyed. I didn't play Forza Horizon 5. I might need to give it a go. I enjoyed 4 though because I just like the setting. I think it was just fun to play, to be honest. Yeah, I don't, because it's R Factor 2, they probably haven't put camera settings in that won't make me motion sick. That's my problem with that. But I think it could be quite a good game, nonetheless. The Le Mans Ultimate. But then, from an esports perspective, the only people willing to put serious money into esports is for Rennsport, because it's you know, like car companies and stuff. So I don't see how other games can compete with that for esports. And esports drivers generally are going to play whatever's got the most prestigious or the most prize money. Sim washing. Well, what, for motorsport industry or for? Well, yeah, maybe a little bit of that. Here we go. Andre Langier, yeah, all that's doing is making the diff more open. Yeah, he's talking about the diff. It's very slidey. It's just absolutely jumped that corner. It's crazy. Like, I'm having to like do multiple slides through that corner rather than it just being a smooth line, and then you just steer. It's super weird. The car's just sliding everywhere. It's like it doesn't have actual bite on the road surface. Yeah, cars slide, but they don't slide like this. It's like driving on snow. Hello, Thomas. You've joined us for another game-changing update. No, it's game-changing. It could be a game-breaking update, which is technically still a game-changing update. Yeah, I think you should get a sim rig in the office. Tell them you want to practice driving in for German snow conditions. And then they need to get AMS too, because it's the premium snow driving simulator. I think it's the tyre model. I think the fundamental thing is that the tyre model in this game is not right. It's it tries to be too advanced. Yeah, they need to just. It would honestly be better if it just had R-Factor 1 physics. Yeah, it's difficult to do tyre models. Wow. Well, it's true though. It's true. So, I'm sorry. I mean, this still has the Project Cars 2 weirdo, what feels like drivetrain slip, or clutch slip, and weirdo mega drift It's really forgiving to drive, though. I think people that like this, I think they're probably not very good drivers in a sense, and they like that it takes no real skill to like hold slides, and so it makes people that are normally pretty bad at catching a car, it makes them feel like a sim racing god. So they then latch onto this as being like, oh god, look, it's really, the cars are really controllable, and it's like, yeah, but they're actually controllable in most sims now. Good racing, guys. Wild package. Hang on, we've got another lap. I thought it finished. We've got another lap. Cool down lap. Oh, thought it finished. It was race over for me. Like, you could do such mental slides with absolutely no effort. Well, I lost it then. But like, it's so slidey. And so sluggish, you don't really have to be that good on the wheel. So, do you know, if you're like drifting in AC, which is also really forgiving, you still have to be quite fast on the wheel to, you know, you can go over the limit, obviously, but like, exactly, Dave. But it feels, because it's so like slidey, it feels hard to be super precise, because the grip is so like, even when you're in the gripped in state, even with the downforce car, the car's like sliding around so much, and then you're driving on the, oh, I don't know, it's just so weird. No, I haven't got a PS5 VR headset. Like that corner in any other sim, the sensation would not be the back of the car like stepping out massively and I'm sliding off the track. The sensation would be the car's completely stuck to the road. It's so weird. It's so weird. It looks lime. The other thing, man, he looks fine. Well, that was interesting. Well done, W Package and John and Neverwinter. And you drive, if you drive the older cars in this that are even more slidey and slippy, it really magnifies that aspect. This is like, look at the size of the wing. This car should have like mega grip as well. It's not the car, it's everything in this. Everything in this just feels unprecise, sloppy, wish-washy, unprecise, sloppy, disconnected. It's not got input latency though, and the force feedback is quite detailed. Yeah, the cars feel flat as well. Like there's no like body roll. Out of the opinion zone. Do we do another car? I don't. Yeah, I just. Oh, let's try the Porsche Cup. That was all right last time. The sloppy bits on Discord. Imprecise. Is that a real? Am I making words up again? Mega grip, but it should let the car skid. Yeah. So what it should be is like AC, and even R-Factor in some ways. And when I've been in a real car with downforce, you feel like you've got insane grip, and then if you push it more, the grip gives out like a bit. Or like if you really push the rear can go and you can steer it quickly. But it's like it's got super bite, and then the grip like will give out in a progressive way. And if you really push it, it might snap out, or it might snap out and then come back quickly. It doesn't go. It doesn't drive like a sledge. It's not like a sledge. It's not a sledge. Let's try this. I know if I make a video on this, just the amount of comments of people that are just, and there's nothing you can say, is there? There's going to be absolutely nothing that would convince them. I kind of feel like the futility of doing YouTube like reviews or anything, like with all the sim racing equipment, it's like, what's the point of reviewing all these wheels and equipment when, first of all, most sim racers can't drive, which is fine, they're having fun, and then, I mean, I can't even drive very well. And then most of the sims don't have decent force feedback. So what's the point of spending £1,500 or even like £400 on like a cheap DD when the sims don't use it at all? Like, I mean, at least you can use the wheel with like multiple simulators. You might just enjoy driving games. That's fine. But it's like you're going past the point of general hobbyist expenditure on something. It's like, it feels disingenuous to review all this equipment when people like CSL Elite V2 pedals are good enough for a professional race driver. So what's the point? And iRacing, most people are playing iRacing. The Sims tyres do not work properly at the limit, so you can't brake properly. As a result, it doesn't matter what pedals you use, the physics don't support braking properly. So what is having the best driving sim pedals? What's the point? No, I don't hate every aspect of it. It's the not talking about stuff, and the software is the crux of it. You can't. Nobody talks about these things apart from me, generally speaking, which makes me look like some miserable, overly critical person, right? But they are the crux of the hobby, and why don't people mention them? Because as soon as they do, they get absolutely slaughtered. Like, if you say that iRacing has bad force feedback, bad tyres, well, that's it. There you go. You've lost one of the biggest audiences in sim racing. If you point out that Gran Turismo 7 literally has massive input delay and massive clipping in the force feedback and has no proper oversteer, and the cars do not drive like if you're honest about it in any relative scale of honesty, well, there you go. You've lost the GT audience, so you're never going to be a big streamer because you can't be honest. There's no benefit of being honest at all. It's ridiculous. If more people were honest, it makes it easier for more other people to be honest. If everyone is lies by omission, well, there you go. You're stuck. No bashing GT7. Yeah, no, the CSL DD is a good wheel. It's good to have a nice wheel, but it's like, it would be nice to actually have software that uses it, you know? Most people buying a CSL DD with a PlayStation. What's the best game on PlayStation? AC is pretty crap on PlayStation. Dirt Rally 1's got pretty good force feedback. I mean, F1.23's got terrible force feedback as well. Really, like in terms of just basic details. As controversial as sim racing isn't real, it's playing games and people learn to overcome the individual game's issues. How is that's a non sequitur? That's unrelated to anything we've said. You've not made a point there. It's exactly Electrical Mumma been cancelled. Oh no, I'm not frustrated with AMS2. It's fine. I didn't say it's bad. Like, I think AMS2 is better than GT7. It's just it's not even in the ballpark of being as good as AC and R Factor 2. Oh, now I'm getting the weird frame rate stutter issue. What is going on? Oh, I don't know if I can play. No, Pelucan. I've played GT7 for like 40-50 hours. You can't do stuff in GT7. Well, you might be able to, but you need to learn how to drive AC. GT7's literally got input delay, clipping force feedback. You can't move the camera. Well, what will you show me? Maybe you just like driving into understeer, which so the way you drive in GT is you drive understeer slow in, understeer out. It's mental how it's literally like a rental go-kart is how you drive it. Well, you might be good at it, but its physics are really, really limited, and it's fundamentally delayed because of V-Sync or whatever they're doing with it. And the wheel doesn't actually line up with the force feedback doesn't actually line up with what's going on in the game, which is weird as well. It's so messed up. It's like it's so messed up, and I seemingly am the only person to point this out. So I don't know what is wrong with people. I think there's no benefit in being critical. Thanks for subscribing, CM. What monitors? Well, for GT7, I specifically swapped over a monitor with a 120 Hz monitor and made sure the PlayStation was in favor frame rate and 120 Hz mode, because I thought, oh, maybe that will negate the amount of latency that the game has, but it doesn't. What? You're an understeery guy, but I need it to turn in and the tyres need to do their stuff. Which it doesn't. No, but Max Verstappen says AC is the best sim. You just can't drive. I'm sorry. Look, AC is the most really, like, it's absurd. You're just going into corners too quickly. And in Gran Turismo 7, you can plough through the fronts more. In AC, you actually balance the car. The whole point is that you balance the car in slip to get it turned in. Yeah, well, you've obviously messed up your AC. I can't help you. It's good that you don't know, because the moment you work out AC, you'll be like, oh shit, all these other sims are ruined for me. If you're reasonably good at AC and you play GT7, it'll give you an aneurysm. The rear doesn't turn in. What on earth are you on about? You just need you need to learn how to drive. There's nothing else I can say. If you open the diff on a car in AC and turn, the rear will come out. It's not as okay. The diff's not as open as it is in iRacing, for example, but I don't know what you're on about. Look, you're just wrong. I'm sorry. I don't mean it in a mean way. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, Max Verstappen specifically said, someone said, oh, what's the most realistic sim, or what's your favourite sim? And he specifically said, not ACC, but the original AC. It's really good for Formula cars, GT cars. So he couldn't have been more specific. It was hilarious. Like the fact that he even went to clarify it. Because he's obviously read the same bollocks of people going, oh, it's not good at Formula cars. And it's like, well... yeah, it's alright. People can enjoy whatever they want to enjoy. That's fine. He was complaining the car would not turn in. Yeah, but... not relative to GT7. Even the most understeery disaster of a car in AC is oversteery. And you can't, with GT7, you can't even, oh no, I'll tell you what's happened. You've learnt GT7's force feedback and you're now using that as a defined reference for where the fronts are at. The thing is with GT7, you really turn into the fronts overly aggressive before anything happens, and there's no detail for it unless you're really pushing into them crazily. And so what you're doing when you play AC, I would almost, I mean, it's just an educated guess, but I would imagine you're either going into a corner too fast, or you're probably turning the steering wheel too much too soon, and that's inducing understeer that doesn't come back because you've gone way over the fronts. Whereas what you should be doing is using the weight of the vehicle and rolling the car into the corner, that's how you... like, you're just driving badly. Like, it's the same in iRacing. If you try and go to a corner too fast, you'll just understeer and it won't come back at all in iRacing. We're just talking about Pelucan's mistaken and thinks that GT7's acceptable. I mean, you can't even move the camera in that game. You can't. This is unknown. This feature here. Look at this. Whoa! Woo! Oh my God! How did Reza program this? What? We can't put that in GT7. No, that'd be insane. Can you trust a developer that doesn't allow... This is how much you can move the camera in GT7. There you go. That's all you got. There we go. That's what you get in GT7. It's like, why even bother? It's actually an insult that the setting is there. It's like they were like, we'll put a setting there to shut people up, but doesn't do anything. I'm sorry, if a game's going to do that, yeah, because the body, yeah, well, only when they did the VR update did they make the steering wheel stay in line with the cockpit wheel. That's what that was about. Oh dear God. GT7 is designed around a gamepad. Yeah, but you can move it, so it doesn't matter. I think you can bind keys to move it in AC if you want to. But it is all about how the cars feel in the end. I don't drive GT3 cars, but track focus cars. What like? Well, like road cars, yeah. But again, they're like infinitely better in AC. Like, I don't know what wheel or well, I don't know what you've done, but like, I don't know. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I just can't help you. You've got used to it, but I can't. There's nothing I can say. No, don't remember that you're disagreeing with Max Verstappen as well. Just to be clear, you're taking. Look, if I made like £5,000 every time I made a video, I think I could enjoy a game. If I did, do you know what I mean? It kind of changes your perception of a game if every video you make on it you're getting £5,000+, you know. VR guy racing, yeah, but we're not talking about things feeling different. Why do people struggle with this? There is subjective differences, or what people like, but there are objective differences. GT7 has input lag in it. It doesn't have physics that allow you to roll the cars into corners properly. You can't. The force feedback's literally clipping. So, like, good starting point to get into racing sims. Oh, just don't do it. Save yourself the bother. Get into flight sims instead. Then you can buy planes for like £40 a pop. Yeah, look, Pelucan, you can't drive, so I'm sorry. Yeah, play CS. If you're going to start with Sims, it depends if you're on PC or console. You can play GT7, it's good with a gamepad, and then on PC, basically it's a choice between AC, iRacing, and ACC. Everything else is basically dead. Yeah, but Rancorsan, your daughter just likes drowning virtual people in swimming pools. VR racing guy. Well, yeah, but you're just saying. You're just saying. If someone enjoys it, they enjoy it. Okay, that's a given, isn't it? Like everyone. It's hardly like a nugget of wisdom, is it? Hello, it's Team VVV. Everybody, almost all people would say, "Oh, if you enjoy something, enjoy it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's shit or what the objective components are. Good for you for enjoying something." Nobody's nobody is having that conversation because it's a pointless conversation. So what? It's not. You're not making a point. It's a non sequitur. I'm not having a go at Pelucan for enjoying whatever arbitrary game he enjoys. The point was he was saying that the cars are understeering in AC. Well, they're not. It's just that if you drive into corners too quick and you don't understand the force feedback, they will be understeering. But that's what real cars do. So that, you know. Yes, because it's an update. People want to know what's happened in the update. People love an update. Well, but you can change the car setup, can't you? And you're still driving within the setup. It's not an inherent part of the simulator. No, I wouldn't buy Affialte 2 right now. I'd wait for Le Mans Ultimate to come out. Well, even the worst default setups in AC have more oversteer than anything in GT7. GT7 doesn't like you holding slides either, and because of the input delay and the timing, you basically can only really do power slides in it. You just do the drift missions. They're like totally broken. The drifting's totally messed up. Like what you do is you can lock the car into like a weird super wide angle slide in it. It's like a canned stability drift. It's just weird. It just lacks the depth that you find in AC. Because when Le Mans Ultimate comes out, it'll probably be a neater package, and there might be people playing it. If you're not good at driving in real one, it won't help you at road driving. It will help you understand race driving and being quicker at race driving. But to be honest, any racing game will. GT7, Forza, iRacing, AC. You can learn all the concepts of racing line, brake point, being smooth on the steering and accelerator. Like, pretty much all the sims have the capacity to make you a better driver on a racetrack or like go-karting or something. Oh dear. I broke when he broke and he missed the brake point. Oh, what an overtake. Off-road overtake. Did that on purpose. By the way, guys, check out Team BBV's YouTube channel if you haven't. He needs... he's been playing Gran Turismo 7, poor guy. He's been playing The Crew. Is it The Crew? Oh no, it's Test Drive low frame rate. Test Drive. Shit, we've booked a demo. We need to do the demo because of the shareholders need to see something. And we've got to do a demo. We need to make it look active and engaging for a younger audience. So we'll do it live with people on the stage. Marketing. I think Alan did a good job though. I think the influencers on that did pretty good. It was actually nicely filmed. Did they do it live? Was it? I saw a recording of it. Stuff like that's hilarious. It's really fun to be a part of things like that because it's actually mental. I like how... Did you have an earpiece in where they're saying, okay, now this person needs to go to explain this part, or we're doing this bit? Did you have an earpiece? I couldn't see it, but... Was it in a studio or on a stage? It looked like a stage. It was really weird. Must have been like a studio. The woman walking around in the background with a clipboard. That was weird. GT7's fun in VR. Right, okay, Donald James. Look. But it's not compared to AC, is it? This is what everyone does. This is what people do, is they've only played GT7 with a PSVR. So they're like, oh, wow, this is amazing. It's like, yeah, we had this 10 years ago with AC on the PC. It's like, so really it's not that amazing. I mean, it's nice and it's on a console platform. More people have games consoles. But the PlayStation still costs £400. The VR headset's still £300. So it's not exactly like it's affordable. So, and then your steering wheel's still £300. So it's not like... So it's just like... I know. I'm not having a go at you. It's just like the lack of context when you see all these things is mental. But it's people get away with it because most people don't have the contextual awareness of stuff, and people that do have the contextual awareness of stuff point it out, and then you get shouted down for people going because they don't know. So there's no point. Dear. It was all live. Oh, man. 60 frame rate, but was recorded at 25. That makes sense. Pure improvisation. Improvisation. Oh, dear. Dear. Why would they do that? Like, that's such a weird promotional thing that they did. It's like... I don't know how, like, it's like the Forza things we were watching recently where they're revealing like Forza features, and we were watching it and we're like, who is this for? Like, who is watching it? Like, so you have people watching it just because they want to see what it looks like. But then, like, they're not with the Forza one. They're like, don't show any of the features or like edit it. It's just like, I don't know. It's so weird. Yeah, I think the yeah, I mean, I think that the thing you did is better to have some influencers on a stage playing the game is better than having a developer just going, oh, there's the game. Here's what we're doing. Hello, King of the Hat. So I think it's that is better than that. Yeah, I don't know. Marketing companies just seem to come up with stuff. Quite like, I don't know what's going on with marketing companies a lot of the time. Right, I didn't think that was a very good car. Nobody important was. So with the new Forza, they're really keen to go that they've gone to a 5-point tire model. They've increased the speed at which suspension reacts. They're really keen to emphasise that it's got different physics. What's my verdict? It's drivable, but it's... oh, hang on. Let's try the sprint race. This was fun before. It's drivable. It's the cars seem a little bit more nimble than they were in the previous version, but everything's still really slidey. and it's not realistic like AC or R Factor 2. You come across as very negative. No, I'm just critical, and I'm talking about stuff in the framework of everything available. So it's only negative if you're willing to like ignore where we are with stuff. This is what I'm saying. It makes you come across as negative when you're not being negative. Like, look, Assetto Corsa is so good and so close to driving a real car. It's incredible. It's absolutely mind-bogglingly good. It's bloody amazing. Incredible. So as a result, when you have other games that aren't even vaguely in the ballpark of what you've got with AC, and as I say, like some cars in R Factor 2, some content in AMS 1 is also really good. When you have other stuff that's not even slightly close to that, and it's trying to be a simulator, it's not being negative, saying, oh, this just fails really miserably at doing what it's saying it does on the tin. It's just being honest. Yeah, I've just told you, AC, there's cars in R Factor 2 that are very close to real cars. And AC is very, very close. It's got some problems, curbing. There's yeah, they are flawed, but the cars drive like cars, which is why you're playing a driving simulator. So it's the most important part. If you want to play for single player and you know, unlocking stuff and things, play Forza, play F1.23. That's what makes those games great. The handling's not so good, but they actually have gameplay to them. Oh, we just go around in circles with arguments. Someone makes the argument, they go, oh, nothing's perfect, non sequitur. Someone says, but each game has different features. Yes, they do, but if it's a simulator, you're primarily playing it for how the cars drive. If the cars don't drive like cars, and also it doesn't have any other gameplay features, then that's largely irrelevant. It's like you just have the same 5 comments, and all that most people want is for you to literally sit down, play a driving game and go, wow guys, we're having a really good race, this is really fun, oh you've won the race, I've won the race, I've overtook you, you've overtook me, oh what a crash, that was funny, oh god, guys, do you know this car was a Le Mans winner in 1997? Oh guys, oh wow, such a fast corner, first gear, second gear, third gear, down to second gear, oh wow, that's how you drive that, that's the racing line for that, that's the break point. That's what people want. Like that, with a game that's also on console, that is what people want. So, you know. On the most average internet of them all. Yeah, commentary is so inane. This live stream, we're literally trying an update to see if what's changed. The shallow punditry's already happened. I need more tea. I've got to think of the title for the video of this. 5K iRacer plays the latest Automobilista 2 with the thumbnail saying not realistic. The internet, guys, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, honestly. You can make like really well thought out videos. Oh, I guess if you do that non-stop and a never... Oh dear. Disregarded. They are all wrong. Is it still terrible? Look. I'm on Daniel Morad's side when it comes to ACC. He's taken a lot of the burden off me now. It's a breather. I let him know that he made a huge mistake saying that ACC's sloppy, unresponsive, and lacking in detail in the force feedback. He didn't realise what he was getting into. I warned him. He didn't. He's not listened, and now look what's happened. Poor guy. He just wanted to be a GT3 driver with an opinion. For reason reading this time, AMS2 is drivable now with cars a bit more agile. Of course, not to the level of AC, but better than everyone. Yeah. Yeah, they've done it. Every AMS2 video I do should be called "It's a Game Changer." Wow, what a game changer with a mouth open thumbnail. Oh, it's still terrible, Matt. I'm just driving flat tracks with the lock to horizon setting on full. I thought the wet was drivable before. Wow, Morad does like the GT4 cars in iRacing, but he's never played AC1, so when he plays that, he'll change his mind. But he does agree that the tyres get stuck over the limit in iRacing, so... He's a shill for his own merch store. That's what he is, primarily. You might think he's a Mercedes Works driver, but no, he's actually a merch store manager. Yeah. You can't... Have you seen how nice his sim room is with LED lights and everything? And he has a nice house in Canada. You can't trust Canadians, they're always smiling. I just came back from Devon and I was in London, and there were some Canadians that were stuck on the tube, or they didn't know how to get to the station. Just a woman and with their two kids. And so I was like, I was going to the same train station, so I was like, just follow me. And it was really weird, right? How she was just letting her kids like proper. I mean, the kids were like 6. Well, no, maybe the younger. No, maybe like 8 or 9. The younger one, and the older one was probably like 10, 11 or something. But maybe young. I don't know. They look pretty young. She was just letting them walk all around the tube, like. Which is fine, like, it's more of like a European attitude of, well, let children walk around, do whatever, and, you know, let them explore. But, like, in London, in central London, just randomly in a tube, it was just a bit weird. But she was totally chill. It's good, I mean, it's good. It's how you want to be with children. But compare that to how an average English parent would be with children, it was quite striking. Farming random women. No, the tube's stupid. If you're in Paddington and you need to get to Victoria, like it's not clear how the line works, because you have to swap over station otherwise you go around the whole circle line. I don't get the Maradna's gloves. It'll only encourage him to make even more. Right, here we go. We've got 1 minute 13 here. Yeah, no, so it's much more normal for European parents to just let the children wander around all over the place. I'd say, I think American parents are probably more restrictive with them, and English parents are kind of in between. Just let AMS2 do its marketing hype with over-egging its updates. But it's getting better and better. Well, but it still drives like Project Cars 2. So, look, it's fine. It's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just not very realistic, I don't think. That's fine. It's fine. You can enjoy it. It's better than GT7. Please show his future racing gloves. He keeps trying to like hook me into selling his merch store. I've inadvertently advertised his merch store on this live stream. That's how he gets you. No, this update is game changing. Look, you can have fun with it. Right. Is it weird of me to struggle with a game that's a simulator, like it's marketed as a simulator, not as a video game? It's not marketed as, oh, we're playing through the single player, although the AI is actually not too bad in this, but it's not really, you're not playing this to play through a single player as a game, are you? This is, you're playing this as a sim. Like, if a game is a sim, i.e. AC1, ACC, R Factor 2, R Factor 1, AMS 1, then it's not unfair, or Microsoft Flight CMX plane, it's not unfair when there's been an update to go, oh, well, it's drivable, they've done some nice stuff to it, they've added content to it, it runs nice, you know, but then to be like, at the end of the day, it drives worse than R Factor 1 or AC and R Factor 2, which are all 10-year-old games plus, then it's not unfair to say that. It's, you know, it's not. And that's not unfair for that to also be something that makes it less fun to play, right? I mean, I was saying this about what's it called, Rensport. Like, I don't mind how it drives, and I quite like the online competition and stuff, but it doesn't drive better than AC, so or R Factor 2. So it's kind of, so part of me is like, well, what's the point? Like, if the online ranking stuff works, it's good because it'll be competition for iRacing. But I kind of feel like if you're developing a new simulator, and this is unfortunate because it's difficult, I kind of feel like you have to push, that stuff has to be better than the same or equally the same and different, or better. Otherwise, by definition, a simulator has failed. Like that's unfortunate. Like, I couldn't do a better simulator. I'm on the side of the developers. It's bloody hard work. They do really good work in what they do. But that's just the reality of a racing simulator. Like, who is going to buy AMS2, honestly, if you do real driving and you wanted to, like, test a car at a track to get some preemptive practice for your specific car, you would not use AMS2. Like, it would be ridiculous. You'd use iRacing or you'd use AC or R Factor 2. This would literally put you off. This would literally make you drive worse in real life. Oh, we go racing. I know if you're a fan of it, that's probably upsetting, and I know it's advanced in many ways, but... Oh dear. I'm not frustrated with... I've put some time today. I got up early. We put some time into this update, and then we're forming a view. I've just gone through a bunch of cars. And people keep asking, what do you think? And I tell them. So I'm not even soapboxing. People are literally asking. People are literally asking. And then they can ignore me, and then a year or two later, a real driver can say what I've said, or even 10 years later, they can say what I've said, and then people will go, oh, did you know that Max Verstappen, did you know that Maradnas, did you know that this esports driver that also drives in this real series, they can't believe they've said this. And I'll be like, yeah, it was said 15 years ago by some bold moron, but you all called me names for 10 years. But it's okay. Oh dear. Oh, we're going. Right. Yeah, no, all these intellectuals here that have supported us, this is what we're streaming for. Oh, the start lights aren't synchronised. Still, there's a bug where the start lights are not synchronised for everyone. It's a small bug. Oh, I don't mind people asking. I mind people complaining. Or no, I don't mind them complaining. It's when they're surprised that that's what this is. Oh, that's not the right way. I tell you. But no. So there's a difference between having an opinion and what I... So I think opinions are worthless. I think if someone has a reasonable argument and then that's fine. I don't think people shouldn't have opinions because there's literally no value in an opinion. I mean, they can keep their opinions to themselves. I mean, what... Really, there's no value in an opinion in and of itself. It's only valuable if someone says... I don't know, hypothetically. No, they've got an opinion, but a reason for the opinion. The opinion is not the important part. Hello! The reason for the opinion, or the basis of the opinion, is the interesting part. The actual opinion is worthless, depending on the reasoning. You haven't raced for a few months now. Oh dear, it's hard to read and drive. You want to race again? Yeah, no, we're in sort of like the dark ages of sim racing at the moment. AC2 might be quite interesting. Le Mans Ultimate, if people play it, could be quite interesting. Range Sport probably needs like a year or two of development before it's like a nice, proper solid game. Though it might end up being quite interesting, especially when they add cars that aren't just GT3 cars. New Forza could be quite interesting. I mean, for driving experience, there's really interesting mods for AC1, but unfortunately the AI is not very good, and it's a bit of a pain to join leagues and things. Yeah, but I do quite like Race Room, but it's a bit dead. So, and the physics are nowhere near as good as AC. I do wonder as well, like, maybe if people haven't got like 20 years of sim racing experience, maybe they're not as like... Maybe they don't notice the differences between sims so much as well. That's quite possible. I don't know. When I started sim racing, I struggled with R Factor 1. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. Richard Burns Rally was immediately intuitive to me. And then there were like the occasional good mod cars for R Factor 1 that, surprise, surprise, actually drive a lot. They were just realistic. Not that I'm a good driver, but I think real cars are just easy to drive. Pretty predictable. Yeah, it was Sim Race GT3's not helped. That's been a big problem because GT3 cars are, in Sims at least, in real life I think they're more active than they are in Sims. What games have proper triple support? AC, R Factor 2, Race Room. You can. There's a hacked proper triple support into Richard Burns Rally. Yeah, no, there's no rally games with proper triple support. Dirt Rally 2 is really fun. Oh yeah, iRacing does as well, yeah. The thing is, I forget that for a lot of people, just driving close to another car is really exciting. If you're not, you know, when you're new to sim racing, you find it hard to just drive somewhat consistently. Just being close to another vehicle is really exciting. Whereas if you've played a lot of iRacing and a lot of somewhat competitive racing, you kind of know. You just know the limitations of things, so it's not unpredictable. So you don't just inherently get excited by driving next to another car. Yeah, I think with iRacing, the moment they get the tyre model to be realistic and not overheat and not get stuck in slides, then I'll be really, really happy. Because then I think it'll make it so much more enjoyable to drive, especially for people with my driving style, where I like to overdrive on purpose a little bit and then dial it down. That's got to be another. We've got 7. It's fine. Mega lockup. The last WRC game was quite fun. I mean, the physics have always been a little bit weird in them, for a multitude of reasons. And they had some weird like characteristics, but they were still fun. Like you could still the environments were really nicely modelled, and you know you'd drive a car generally like a car in them. I think if you were to really take them super duper seriously, then you'd start getting annoyed by some aspects of like the throttle's a bit weird, and they do weird like some of the handbrake turn stuff was a bit weird, and some of the oversteers like weirdly snappy and not balanced, but they're fun still. Like got a single player to it, something to play through, nice amount of tracks, really nice locations, selection of vehicles. I quite enjoyed them. I think in my view, Dirt Rally and Richard Burns Rally were better. And we got everyone here. We got Niels, we got Alan Borston. This is why I don't stream on YouTube. But we have all the. I can't say something stupid without people, known people. Niels has got a notepad called Gamer Muscle is a fucking idiot, and then every time I say something stupid, he writes it down in the notepad, and and then in 3 years time, he'll have a video called Gamer Muscle, the biggest twat in sim racing. Here's why. That's egotistical of me to assume that someone would waste that much time. But it's a funny story, so we'll go with it. It's true. The most miserable bastard in sim racing. I'm not miserable. Right, hang on, we're getting this guy. Here we go. Bonk. We're done. We're done. We came third opinion zone. Good driving by myself. Niels, how dare you say that about iRacing? iRacing has the genius of tyres that turn off at the limit, which I think I was I was talking to Driver 61 about this because he was, unfortunately for him, he was trapped on a plane with me for 5 hours. That's a fate worse than death. But I was saying that I actually think iRacing is probably one of the best training tools ever made, because if you can learn how to drive iRacing well, you have to be able to know where the limit is to such an internalized degree, and have to be so precise on the brakes without locking up slightly, and so precise with preemptive driving that to get to a high level at doing that, you would have to be a good driver. And real life is only going to be easier. So my theory is that iRacing is actually the ultimate driver training tool. This is why all the esports, pro esports iRacers, when they get chances, assuming they're fit and not morbidly obese like most sim racers, they get a chance to like do real driving. They do really well because they're like, oh god, my car's not killing me straight away. Doesn't iRacing also have a pay model? iRacing's got the most regressive pay model in all of sim racing. You have to buy the subscription, and you have to buy the track, and you have to buy the cars, and you lose it if you don't continue your subscription. And they can ban you at any moment, and you can buy an additional Smurf account, which completely negates the online nature of ELO ranking. So totally separately, and then you have to buy cars and tracks again for that Smurf account. So if you're like an esports driver that's really good and you're like, oh, I want to play iRacing for fun, not just for my job, but I don't want to lose iRating because iRating actually doesn't work because it's across every single car and track, and obviously some cars only have lower rated drivers in them, but those are the more fun series. So they want to do the F4, for example, or Ford or Skipper, whatever's just fun. So they have to make another account so they're like an 8K driver using a 3 or 4K iRating account in those series, because they don't want to lose that iRating on their main account, which is for like GT3 or whatever the large races happen. They don't want to lose their rating because it places you in the top split for big events. Genius. iRacing genius. Oh no, Niels, don't be dishonest. Don't be saying negative stuff about AMS2. Oh no. But didn't you see the you surely read the physics post? Hang on, let's do a stock car. They have pictures of tyres, tyre flex video. They had a spreadsheet, an image of a spreadsheet. So I think it's got the best physics. Once someone showed me a wireframe of a tyre and a spreadsheet, and then something about detail and data, I'm sold. Yeah, I mean, once you see a sim dev show a spreadsheet or some wireframe views, maybe some shots of suspension arms, I'm sold. And that's what got me on Microsoft Flight Sim. I saw a wireframe aeroplane. Yeah, I saw wing flex, and then I was like, oh, that's it. Microsoft Flight Sim, best sim ever. That's how you know. Quantum physics time model. No, you don't know what's happening until you look at it, and then when you do look at it, then you know what's happening, but it could have been doing something else. Nuno Pinheiro, all this back and forth about what the best sim is, just drive what feels better to you. Again, non sequitur. We're going to need to work on this, chat. If you're going to type a comment, yes. If anyone can do what they... Right, I know this might be a weird concept to you, but this is a first impressions live stream of an update to the game. Therefore, we're going to talk about the aspects of the game's handling. It being a simulator, this will come up and we'll just, and also it's what I just waste my life talking about these things for. Why not? It's funny. Everybody can just do what they want to do and what they happen to like. That's the default position for everyone. That's how. Thanks, Milanesh. Thanks for subscribing. I've got the bong. That's exactly Niels. No, actually, Niels, you've proven yourself to be an idiot. What you need is the most mathematically complex model that simulates everything in a unified form, so that if you do get it right, you'll never have to do any physics programming ever again. You just plug the data in and the car will be perfect and everything will be perfect, the tire will be perfect, and it'll work off-road, dry, wet, wear, heat, everything. All works perfectly. So I just, that's what needs to be done. This idea of maybe going, oh, we probably won't be able to achieve that with the current limitations and knowledge we have of things, and well, we can strive to do that, but that should probably be something you just keep testing in the background as an experimental project that maybe might work at some point in time. But let's just work on a simple model and let's massage that into something that we can actually see the proof in the pudding, and something that we can actually change quite quickly and iterate on quickly to get the desired result out of it, especially within the quite limited confines of what you typically find most people playing racing simulators in, i.e. sprint races online with maybe some kind of ranking system. It's just absurd. I think make things as complicated as possible is the best way to do all projects. Keep, as the saying goes, keep it complicated, stupid. It's math. How can it feel so different from one sim to another? Well, it's different math in each sim for a start. Also, it's math on top of math. It's a math card of Tower of Cards. It's a math Tower of Cards. So, like, even with ACC, for example, which has a lot of the same math that's in AC1, Unreal Engine is for sure messing up the end result, like what the player gets at their wheel and what the player sees visually and how that operates. The nature of the Unreal Engine and how stuff goes through that engine for sure is affecting the output. So, Yeah, it's math on top of math. If the perfect physics model was produced, it would very quickly be criticised by people. I know this does happen all the time. Like for years, people have like, right, when AC first came out, it was a big meme that people are like, oh, it's too easy. Or like, oh, you shouldn't be able to drift like that, or all these things. I'm not saying AC's not perfect. It's got physics issues with it, like everything does. Yeah, there was this. It's moved away from it now, but there was a narrative in sim racing that basically everything had to drive in this insta-bin, overly twitchy insta-bin physics was like the established. Just because that's what people got used to with a lot of the content in R Factor 1 and some other sims. So anything that it's happened with iRacing actually, when they've made some cars less insta-binny, and then people have gone, it's Simcade now because you can slide it around. But you know, it's not that simple, is it? Like, yeah, it is. Drifting's easy in real life as well. If, you know, once you learn the ins and outs. Like the fact that me, as someone that doesn't drive at all, can go to a skid pan and hold like a slide left and right with a rando car with a lock diff within like under 3 minutes is, you know, what's hard with drifting is high speed drifts, tandem drifting, doing it really, really precisely, holding as much angle as possible through certain radius corners and doing it really elegantly. But a basic drift and catching a slide is not a difficult thing. Hang on. If physics were, no one would be able to drive. No, real cars are not hard to drive. I've literally I've spoken with multiple people that have driven Formula 1 cars. They're not hard to drive. They're hard to drive very quickly with small amounts of practice and faster than other people driving a similar car. Physical as well. Like if you know, it's hard to do. It's the thing with a Formula 1 car will be. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure Max Verstappen's car is like hard to drive, but like let's just say like a somewhat neutrally set up modernish Formula 1 car, what I think most people would struggle with would be doing more than 4 laps without dying from heat exhaustion, the G-forces affecting them, the noise, the vibrations. You guys are way too serious. Oh. I don't think so. This is like the least serious channel on the internet. I mean, if you were being sarcastic, you need to make that more clear, because we have people typing comments that are very interesting. It's hard to distinguish between sarcasm. Oh dear God, this car's a drifter as well. Oh, too much throttle. I think the new DLC's just come out for Mario Kart, actually. I need to get that. Yeah, go-karts. Even rental carts are brutal in real life. To be fair, I think a rental go-kart is actually worse than like a Radical SR3, because you're not strapped in, so it's the fact that you're having to support your body weight. Being absolutely strapped into a car with like a 5-point harness really helps make it more comfortable. I hate go-karts. I think rental go-karts would be so much nicer to drive if you strapped into them. Like they do those where they've got a roll cage and they strap the driver's arms in. Hello, Felipe. The dash on this car looks ridiculous. It looks like, you know those salt buckets they put next to roads for when it snows? The bonnet of this car is full of salt. How's the new update? Oh, it's game changing. My conclusion? Nobody wants my conclusion. Quite a nice looking car, this. Right, my conclusion was, what was it? Imprecise, sloppy, slidey. What was the other word we used? No, I didn't say bad. Bad's not a good word to use. It's lazy. It's better than GT7. GT7's more realistically grippy, but as soon as you slide in GT7, it's bloody weird. But the initial grip levels in GT, when the car's hooked up, are actually really quite realistic. That's the one thing that GT7 gets right, is that, assuming you're not understeering, which you probably are to some capacity, the bite on the road surface is actually fairly similar. Like the cars are not sliding around all over the place. I'd say this, well, it feels closer to AC1. I don't know. I'd like half as good as AC1. But look, if you've got a VR headset, you're going to race with AI. You're going to have a few friends jump on and do a game with you. You don't mind it being sloppy and slidey, and you know, maybe you like that. Then I don't know. Cave. I don't know. I can't believe I picked the wrong chicane layout. Oh, so if you're saying that, no, you've got to form your opinion off what YouTubers say. Don't ever come to your own conclusions, guys. What you need to do is you form your views off random YouTubers whilst also being active on forums, and then repeat what the developer says, and don't play the game much. That's what you want to be doing. No, it's good value for money, yeah. You got the best thing with AMS2, it's got cars in there that aren't in any other sim, but they're sloppy. But it's got stuff in there that's not in anything else. It's got tracks. The tracks are nice modelled tracks, and it's got like the new Spa. It's got locations that aren't in any other sim, and you can quickly set the time and weather and stuff. And the AI is not too bad, and it works all right in VR. So, personally, I can't get over the handling to the point where I would just be like, I'd be better off just doing the same thing in AC. But I can totally see how you might be intimidated by, especially initially, getting Content Manager. Even though AC is not that complicated, there's stuff you need to know. Mind you, it's a bit of a pain setting up your wheel and stuff for the first time in this. So if you're... But still, I can understand why someone would be off-put by the idea of the first Assetto Corsa. Yeah, exactly, tabs. I think that's a good feature that this has. But then there's good videos on how to... So the thing is... Guerrilla Gaming, yeah, I'll send you 5. The thing is, let's say it takes 4 hours to set up AC1, which is probably longer than it actually takes. Probably takes like 2 hours if you're not live streaming at the same time. Let's say it takes 4 hours, so it's a whole evening of setting it up. The reward for setting up AC1 is like any track, pretty much, any car, pretty much. Arguably the most realistic simulation, actual raw handling than you can get in anything. Arguably the most detailed force feedback that you can get from anything. So it's like, well, yeah, there is a time investment there, but the reward is incomparable to anything else. So it's like, well, I get why people wouldn't want to get into it. I understand if you've got a normal life and you have a real job, you're too tired. But if I had a real life, I wouldn't be playing driving simulators at all. I'd just play Rocket League and Counter-Strike. I don't know why people play driving sims. Maybe I would actually casually, because I do enjoy them, but I don't know. I have like chronic fatigue, so maybe most people aren't that tired when they do stuff. Like when I have to do like real work, I am so exhausted. And I don't even have children. It's called being lazy. Yeah. Oh, no. AC1 is by far the best race sim to date. Oh, no. Kunos would never ruin it. Doctor under the bridge. You don't have to be, like, infirm in a bed to have fatigue issues. Oh, Jesus Christ. Things are not binary. Look. People with morbid obesity have more energy than me. And that's with them not even eating biscuit. Ah, I got stuck. It did not want to come out of that. No, I don't need to do work because all these people. Oh, look at all these people. Look at all of them. All those people are supporting us. I'm leeching off all those people, off their monthly. They're all sending me monthly money each month. All of them. It's all their fault. That's like 80 or so people. All made bad financial choices. Yeah. It's not bad. It's a good deal. Why don't you have... Why's your name up the top? Is it up the top? Oh, that's because you donated last. There you go. That's what you get for donating. As I'm... if I had a real job, I would just I'd sit and watch Netflix or something. I don't know. No, I'd watch daytime TV, but in the afternoon. I'd record it on a VHS tape. It'd be like David Dickens' Real Deal, A Place in the Sun. People watch that. Oh God! Hello! Stop! Oh God! Hello! Sometimes you need all the RPMs. Oh shit! You were just in a good mood. Well, don't watch this channel when you're in a good mood. That's the lesson there. You just bought the final part of your rig. You thought you say, hang on. First of all, you said final part of the rig, as if there is a. Okay, what's going on there? As if there is a final part of a rig. I mean, really, that does not conceptually. That is not a thing. That's like saying. The last biscuit when there's still biscuits in the packet. Ah, I forgot to turn. God, I hate it when there's a corner and I forget to turn the wheel. It always happens to me. And I'm starving, guys. All I've got is salad and bread. Flat bread. It's not even real bread. I went to Lidl's on my way back from my epic train journey, and I was already carrying a backpack with all my stuff in it, and I was like, milk, salad, flatbread, cheese. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's all I'm allowed. Couldn't think of anything nice. Oh, bollocks me arse. I can't drive this simulator. That's why I don't like it. What is going on? The grass is still, it's grippier than iRacing grass. This car slides loads and then has a set angle where it just turns off. But it turns off before you even get. I don't even know. I don't even know. I hate this car. What? I think it's the throttle lighting up the rears and then they stay over the limit. I need to be gentler on the throttle. Do I need to change my steering ratio? Yeah, I've got Wipeout, a mega collection on the PS5. Well, I want to play that, but if I live stream it, nobody likes me. Like, people just want to watch me suffer. Every time I play a fun game that's nice and relaxing, I get told to play bloody driving sims. Although actually, Flight Sim goes down well. For some reason, I don't know why. Because that's like the most boring of games ever made. And Euro Truck Sim goes down well. I can't explain. Viewers of this channel, terrible people. Oh, the grass isn't that bad. Change tyre pressure. No, it's not. It's not tyre pressure. Oh God. This whole tyre pressure thing in Sims, it started with ACC. Before that, nobody gave two shits about tyre pressure. I mean, they did, like, obviously, setting the right tyre pressure was a good idea, whatever. But so it was a thing, but it wasn't like the thing. Since ACC, whenever, like, you spin or the car's sluggish or whatever, or you complain about something, it's like everyone just gets obsessed with tyre pressure. Oh, I'm playing Counter-Strike and I miss an AWP shot. Oh, did you change the tyre pressure of your trainers? Your Nike Airs? Oh, I'm sorry, your left foot's under pressurised. That's why you missed the AWP shot. Why have I not got CS beta as well? Christ almighty. CSGO beta. All I want to do is play CS2. That's all I want. The one game. The one game I want to play. Yeah, but random. That was with wheels that leaked. That was with like tyre pressure does make a big difference in real life. I'm just saying it became a meme in Sims since ACC. It never was that big of a. The bigger meme before was ride height was a big thing back with R Factor 1. Yeah, it was more ride height and suspension stuff rather than tyre pressure. Any chance of a quick overview? Oh, game changer, mate. It's a game changer. Change the change of the change. Hello, Lord Hee-Haw. Look at this. We've got 2 channel members in the chat. Lord Hee-Haw, you'll like this. You're on the list now. You've all been put on the list. Ah, no, but how would you know that, Shumi? Presumably someone would have to own a race car to be able to make that statement. It's probably, in real life, it's probably such that they design tyres so that there's a moderately wide operating range and that there's other variables that become more prominent rather than a single variable or a single thing. So it's probably the case that in reality a bunch of stuff actually innately balances itself out in some capacity. As I don't know why that happens actually. I don't know why. That's actually interesting. I don't know why that happens with things in real life, like physics wise. I guess as one thing gets more load on it, due to like everything trying to be the least like entropy or something. I don't know. Reality tends to smooth itself out in a weird way. Ah, what you? I wasn't expecting that. I was reading the chat room, not reading the car bonnet. Jesus Christ. Nice clean driving. God, that would have been a right airbag in the forehead. Yeah, because fuck, people drive radical SR3s around bloody oval tracks. Oval's not real driving anyway, so we can take that out. This is what I used to have respect for Tony Kanaan, but you know, once I found out he drives oval, I was like, oh, lost. You can't have respect for oval drivers. It's like having respect for cricket players. Like, you can have someone play baseball, you'd be like, oh, cool, sexy, amazing, and then they say, oh, I play cricket, you'd be like, nah, no respect anymore. It's like when a sim racer says they play Gran Turismo 7. If they were like an esports pro or something, and then they're like, oh, I play Gran Turismo, you'd be like, ah. I actually quite like oval sim racing. I find it funny. It's one of the most entertaining things on iRacing because they're really not all of it. Most people on it are really friendly actually, and really nice. But there's people at the right time zone that are like by default racist to you for being British and having a British accent, and it's hilarious. And to be fair, I do have "Make America Great Britain Again" on my car. And ban all guns. And Richard Dawkins' face on the bonnet, thanks to Thomas Schmidt for making that beautiful car livery. So it's not like we don't deserve. We might be riling them up a little bit, but you know, tactical. It is a game changer. I don't know why you would say I'm never sarcastic. Game changer. Fatty Ayanugulu. Can you write your name out phonetically? Unless you never come back here again, so I don't need to bother learning how to pronounce it. Fatai. Yeah, it's a game changer. Fatty. No, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. I need a shirt that says game changer. Ah, that's a well good YouTube channel name. Game changer. That's my new character, the game changer. New wrestling. New wrestle character. The game changer. AMR, game changing. Game changing, mate. I think when Labour take over from the Conservatives, it'll be a game changer. Pretty sure. Hello, Lily Panda. IndyCar is more entertaining than F1. Yeah, IndyCar is better than F1. Am I allowed to say that? I have to say, Formula E is really good. And you guys need to... I'll be doing the influencer thing with Mitchie Hoyo. With Mitchie Hoyer. This weekend, I'm going to be in London for the Accelerate Amped Formula E. I'm driving on a stage with Mitchie Hoyer and 11 other influencers in EDXL Centre. And did you know, guys, you can get tickets to see Formula E for under £20. And did you know that Formula E? Did you know that the cars are 350 kilowatts? The Gen 3 Formula E cars. And you can watch 350 kilowatt cars drive around a track, indoors and outdoors. Mitchie Hoyer, the guy you mentioned, yeah, he's a legend. He's like, I like Mitchie. He's fighting away, playing R Factor 2, doing what he believes in. Go and subscribe to him. He deserves more viewers because he doesn't just go and play console games. He doesn't play iRacing. He plays R Factor 2. He sticks to his guns. He's got I don't know what you call it, morals. I don't know. 350 kilowatt DD wheel. Yeah, but follow the Formula E Twitch channel, and then when they do the live show, then you'll get notified. I think that it's on Saturday and Sunday. They're doing a thing. But I am being sponsored by Formula E. So to be clear, that was an advert, guys. Oh no! Do I need to put this stream as sponsored now? Ah, now look what I've done. Don't get me! ASA's coming after me! Oh, God, guys. I've tricked you. Alright, advertisement, trickery. Sorry, there's only 5 people watching. Technically, all sim racers are... If you're driving a simulated Formula car, you are doing Formula E, right? Technically. Oh yeah, well there were some good crashes in Rome actually, because it was like a really hard track to overtake on, so there's not really much the drivers can do. And then oh, it was really funny actually. On the straight before there's like an overtaking corner. Well, there's multiple straights, but there's basically one of the biggest overtaking opportunity zones in Rome. There's a huge bump in the road right on the braking zone, and. So, but the track, because we were watching it, and the track, it literally looked like an R Factor 1 track, like a low poly R Factor 1 track. Yeah, it was good. It was entertaining crash, and no one got hurt, so I think it's really good. I think that crashes like that are really good promotion for, it makes it exciting. It's a spectacle. Yeah, the cars broke up quite a bit, didn't they? Like, it was on quite that. There was a few crashes. Right, I might jump into AC quickly and do a little experiment here. Like, we're doing a bit of side by side. This is what we do. Got to refresh my brain here. We need to restart the Go XLR because that's broken. I need my echo. Oh, hello. Whoa. There you go. That was worth it. Production values have just gone up a notch. No, I am not touching GT. Look, I bought a PlayStation 5 and we played GT7. Look, if I could play GT7 without having an aneurysm, or if I could just turn my brain off, maybe we could play it with the gamepad. If I can play it and forget about AC and others or anything on PC, it could be vaguely enjoyable. The problem is, I've learned how to drive. I've learned how to drive, and then when then you're playing something that's ostensibly trying to be realistic, but doesn't allow you to drive. It's like if you could play the piano or something, and then you have had to use like a piano that had really wonky keys that didn't work or something. Well, actually, so I've got a nice piano, and I've also got like one of those AKG mini keyboards. And those mini keyboards are so bad, it feels so bad. You'd not voluntarily use it. You only use it because it's small and you put it on your desk, but it is not nice to use. It's horrible. Yeah, it's like playing a piano with oven gloves. See, Dave Cam's on my side. The only reason people accept Gran Turismo is because they don't have a reference for anything else. Why is Dave Cam here? Everyone's here. Everyone's bloody here. We've had Alan Boston, Random Call Sign, the magical Niels Helsingveld. Now we've got Dave Cam. Everyone's come in just to... I don't know what they've come in for. You don't have a live. Are you not doing anything this weekend, Dave Cam? There's 3 events taking place this weekend. There's like an ACC esports thing at the Nordschleife. Oh no, that's not this weekend. That is this weekend. There's an ACC thing at the Nordschleife or the Nürburgring. There's were you going to go to the Nürburgring? There's Gamers 8 in Dubai, or is it in Saudi in Dubai? I think it's in Dubai with Ren Sport. There's and then there's Formula E, the esports Formula E stuff. Oh, were you going to go? You're not going anymore, Random, or are you going? I would have liked to. Any excuse to go to Germany. I'd have gone to that. Hang on, let's put this. Why not? I'd have gone. If I didn't have anything else on, I'd have gone. I mean, Nürburgring's in the middle of nowhere, but I like just... If someone says Germany, I would basically just say yes. I don't even check. I don't even check what it is. It's like, Germany? Yes! I'm off to Germany! Look, Germany's so nice. Yeah, German women are attractive. The cities are nice. The kebabs are like some of the best. I love Germany. Germany's what England should be like. I mean, imagine if there was just beautiful German women around England everywhere. I go out in the UK and it's just depressing. It's just depressing. I wouldn't talk about... Don't type contractual stuff online, Random. Just in case. Just in case, like, yeah, done. I'm saying this for yourself. I'm not saying it for me. I'm just saying in general. Yeah, you do get that with some companies that are a bit last minute, and then they want. I think it's just as long as everything's communicated early, I think that's fine. You know, it's business, but it is frustrating if stuff is last minute. Which most things are last minute, but you know, it's just how it is. Yeah, but I think random. The problem is, I mean, this is probably the same for Dave Cam. We've been spoiled. I definitely have. Where with the sim industry, because we're like old bastards and we know the companies and things, and the sim industry is quite small. You have like general relationships with people, and so like for me personally, like with Fanatec, they've always been like super chill with everything. They've never said, "I'll do this," or "We'd like that," or "This is a contractual thing," you know. So, and pretty much every company I've ever done such stuff with has been like so chill. And then you have some companies you that are like maybe more traditional or doing stuff in the normal gaming stuff, and it's like, why are we want all this? And then we need to check all this. We want to check all this. Oh, you can't say this. You're like, okay, it's a bit extreme. Right, let's get AC up. Oh well. I was already doing something else this weekend, so I couldn't do it. But I was otherwise I would have probably looked at doing it. But isn't that ACO? Isn't that is it the same? It's the or is it different organisers? It's the same company that does the 24-hour spa. Is it ACO? Is that it? Oh, different organisers. But they had the same sim rigs. They had the Rensport rigs in their promotional images I saw, and the Alienware monitors. So maybe different organisers, but they're using the same hardware providers. Or maybe they just used a random photograph. Oh, dear. Oh, it's weird. Oh, we're alienating the whole of chat. Guys. Another company. Oh, that's always good as well. I think it's best. I always think when organising anything, it's best to have a company under a company under a company. As many companies as possible is the best. That's how you get the good results, I find, with anything in business. Dave Cam actually has 15 parent companies. It's Dave Cam, then it's Cam Dave, then it's Cam Cam, then it's Dave Dave, then it's Dave Cam Dave, and it keeps going. You never know. This is how he does his tax. It's very complicated. Yeah, he had to hide it though because he doesn't want people to know about his political ways. Right. What can we drive in ACC, which is an interesting comparison. What can we drive in AC1? Oh yeah, Dave Cam's proper right wing. Yeah, you find that with a lot of sim races. Let's just. I'm just gonna create a radical server. Does anyone want to jump in with AC? I'm just gonna start a radical server and see, and as a refresher, because I've not played a driving sim apart from R-Factor 2 for like 2 weeks. I think so. Yeah, most people without hair are pretty radical. Can you blame them though? Right, here we go. This should work. It's been a while since I've done this, so. Right, there should be a server up called. If this is for AC, because we're doing a little bit of a comparison here. There should be a server called Gamer Muscle Live. Gamer Muscle Live Radical. And their password is T in capital letters. Let's see if it works. Do you guys like this screen? Do you guys like this new screen that we made? I need to line up a stream sponsor. There's like an official stream sponsor. And then if you become a channel member, you go on the channel members list. And then we've got Patreon as well. I still need to work out something better with Patreon. So it's worth so because it'd be nice to like notify when we go live through Patreon, so I need to work something out with that. Why is this not working? Oh, should just do Game of Muscle without a space. Okay, that's not working. Oh, you see? Okay, it's my computer being stupid. I just had to reset it. Oh, there you go, it's working now. AMS2's immersion is its selling point. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about a lot of sims, though, couldn't you? No, I find it, for me, I find iRacing quite immersive. Even though it doesn't look amazing, I quite like it. Right, here we go. Let's instant comparison here, guys. Slide simulator, not flight sim. It's rear end slide simulator. Yeah, you know what it is that the tyres are more peaky, and this is probably the biggest thing. Compared to AMS2, like the cars are more pokey in AC1. It's still obviously it's still sliding. It's just happening in a much tighter envelope. So it means as a driver, you have to be sort of faster on your pedal inputs and brake inputs, more precise. Yeah, it's not that dissimilar. It's just that AMS2 is just like it's slower, and the slides are more drawn out. And then there's also some like weird stuff in terms of it feels like it's rotating from the center and things, but. Yeah, no, I don't like the SR10. It's really messed up. Yeah, AC is just way more snappy. Oh, it is a game-changing update. Don't be silly. The game has been changed in the form of an update. Right, so you see the thing in AC1 here, like you see breaking into that corner, you're having to like balance the steering much tighter whilst trail braking, whereas in AMS 2 it would just be like a single. It'd be like a single slide. It wouldn't be like you wouldn't be trying to balance the back quickly in multiple times before the corner. Oh, gee, okay. That's a bigger bump than I was expecting. Which one's cops? I can't remember. Is that the first right-hander? AC's too snappy. No, AC's less snappy than real cars, folk. Real cars are even more snappy than AC in many ways. But then they're also more catchable. I think if are you playing with a DD wheel, maybe you like, so a lot of the snappiness, the wheel automatically corrects it. If you're on a lower end wheel, it can make it really hard. I don't know. I can see how you could see things in different ways with that. I mean, there's times with real cars where they're more or less snappy in it. Yeah, but nobody important with AC. You can feel it through the wheel. You can feel it load up through the wheel, so even though it's more obvious in real life from G-forces, you can literally feel that loading in AC. Not in most sims though, but again, most sim racers don't know that, and most will argue me to the death on that. Even though it's like the crux. No, you do feel the end through the wheel, because if the rear of the car is stepping out or loading up more, that is causing more load on the front of the car. So you end up being able to feel the rear of the car. If you think about it like that, if the back of the car is coming out, then that's putting a load on the front tyres. I don't know about too much traction. I don't know. The problem is, there's so many variables in a driving sim. It's hard to know what specific thing causes what output, or it's not even necessarily a single thing, is it? There can be a whole collection of things that go together to produce what's a good or bad output. But yeah, in a real car, you definitely do get a lot more. So that the rear, when it starts to slide out, even if it's in a completely balanced way, you do feel there's just like 1,000 times more information in a real car than even with AC or whatever with a good wheel. But the AC does give you enough to balance the car though, which is that's all you need. I mean, I think it could be better, but it gives you what you need. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the subtleties of like drivetrains and. Yeah, tactile transducers can help for that. Yeah, for letting you know if you're putting a lot of load on the car. They're good fun. You see, when you're on the braking in AC, right? Like, see how I went into that corner and how, in a sense, it's too simple in AC. Like, it's overly predictable in a sense. But that's kind of what slick tyres are like on a real car. If you're braking actually at the limit of the tyres and there's little corrections that you're then holding the car, that is just not in any other sim to that degree. Yeah, but it's a bit of squirming that you can. So you can choose if you're going to counter steer more whilst maintaining the same amount of brake, or if you're going to use less brake and not have to counter steer. And then you can work between. It's exactly the same as when you get on the throttle and you can't steer the throttle, you can't steer in the braking. Oh, this is not flat out in this car, by the way. Maybe if I took a different line. Let's go next session here. Lily Panda, if you want to, well, yeah, unless you organise something with a group of people. This keyboard is terrible. Oh, we're currently third at Silverstone on RSR live timing. You guys need to get some RSR live timing installed. AMS2 nicer for VR? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't played in VR for quite a while with driving sims. I always found, not in terms of performance or like looking really fancy graphics, but iRacing worked nicely in VR when I used it in the past. Like the way the sound works and the view filtering and everything. Here we go. Only there's a it's the default opinion zone. This one. It's default. I need a sandwich zone. Here we go. Yeah, iRacing's only really worth it if you're just really competitive. You can't find iRacing's just got the competition. So if you're a fast sim racer, iRacing's the only platform where you'll find other fast sim racers. Granted, only really in the GT3 and F4, but at least it's something. It doesn't have stewards, it's just got an automated system. It should have stewards, but it doesn't. Also, that you can... oh yeah, an oval. You can wreck people in iRacing by taking like you can exploit the netcode to take people out. I was thinking of making a video on it. No, it just has, you can report people. It's expensive because it can be. So welcome to business. Things are expensive because people are willing to pay a price, not because they are objectively better. Or there's a lack of competition for people for online ranked services. So. Yeah, I quite like how iRacing looks. Oh, we've got the third best time on here so far in the world. Yeah. I mean, I would never get drawn into that. The yellow look of iRacing. It never really bothered me, that colour. I've noticed some people get really obsessive over the colour tone of various games. And that sort of thing, it never really fusses me, because I kind of like... It's what you're currently looking at and you just sort of... That's how it is. Hello, Jamal. AMS2 is alright, it's game changing. Yeah, well, you know, Microsoft Flight Sim is overly oversaturated and weirdly green. And it actually makes it look way more realistic when it's toned down. I don't know why developers do that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not like professional colour graders. Yeah. Super vibrant, over the top. All like macro shots. Wow, it's so sharp, this TV. It's like, yeah, that's because you're doing like a really weird macro shot that's like hyper real. So even on like a 1080p TV, it will look sharp because it's all relative. Yeah, it's Control Shift F11, isn't it? That is quite a nice feature. Quite nice how you can just do it in real time. That's what we do for Flight Sim. It only works with DirectX 11 and up games. Yeah, we got Pure and Soul. It depends what time of day you set the server and what weather you put on the server. This is just midday light cloud. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of it is color calibrated monitors though. If it's weird contrast for literally everyone, or you know, weird saturation for everyone, I think the start point is a bit weird. Oh dear, I don't know if I've got enough fuel here. So what I noticed is that the slidiness of the cars in AMS2 make the tracks feel wider, or like the cars feel more clunky. I don't know, it's like the scale of the physics are wrong. Oh, what I'm playing now is a game-changing update. Yeah, well, if you've got OLED screens, do such a good job with colours anyway. I've done it again. I must have been... Just park right on the apex. I must have... it must be iRacing where that's flat. I don't know why I keep doing that in this. It's just the car's bottoming out. There's like a big sausage. No, I'm cutting it on purpose, but I'm forgetting that you can't cut that. Well, this is AC1 that we're playing, which is, yeah, it's a lot better than ACC and iRacing. iRacing's curbing is done well though, or like you can drive on it properly. You have to be ridiculously careful driving on curbs in AC. Alright, see ya. Team VVV. Hello viewers, Alan Boston. Have a good time. Take it easy. We've got to beat J. Paul. But yeah, I'll definitely do some more AC. We'll do some more AC streams in the evening. I need to do a video summarising the AMS2 thoughts. That'll go down well as usual. Don't know what the time. The video will be 5K iRacer plays AMS2 new update 1.5. Thumbnail will be it's not realistic. That's that thumbnail and that title 60k views. If the title was AMS2, it's okay but not as good as AC. And the thumbnail was just a picture of the update. 5,000 views. If the thumbnail is mouth open, triple screen, AMS2's game-changing update. Title of the video: Can Reza ever fix Project Cars 2? It's still Project Cars 2! Oh no, that's not going to go down well. Why are the race department guys mad at me? What did I do to them? Well, hang on, what did I do to the race department guys? I don't know about this. Everyone's mad at me. Oh dear. No, they're not, because race department's owned by Overtake GG, and I get on with them all right, so sorted. We're fine. And you're reading what? Hang on. What's going on? There's drama. Where's this drama coming from? Oh, what is this? What is this? People on race department with AMS2? Oh no! Who started it? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I've got to read through this now. Why do people care what I think? Nobody cares what I think. I'm not an esports driver or a real race driver. Oh, this is well good. Oh, I can do a video on this. Oh, goodbye. Ah. But the thing is, I'm right. I'm right, so I don't care. Like, if it was something that I was like, actually, you know, like, let's say I was just totally mistaken about it and someone pointed it out, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. You know, thanks for letting me know. I want to read it now, right? That was good racing. Ah, he's lost all relevance. Did I have any relevance? I don't think I had any relevance at all. It was just that I was less critical in the past because there was new games coming out. Incoming beef. Let's have a look on race department. Ah, I see. Hang on. I can't wait to read this. Where is this? So link it, race department. I want to see this beast. Good racing, guys. I'm like Assetto Corsa. It's lost all relevance. The church is relevant. Yeah, all that matters are these glorious channel members and subs. Oh, where's this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Right. Bloody hell. Where's this post? I know. Morad got absolutely slaughtered as well. Hang on. What? Oh, bloody hell. The thing in race department where you have to keep clicking the... Right, here we go. Race department. Behind... Is it in the comments? What's going on here? I don't think it will happen because rating the first place require. What's this? What's the conversation about? Where's the comment? I'm confused. What am I meant to be getting angry at? God, guys, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be upset about. Oh, well, this is page 4. Oh, what's going on? He didn't bash it. Murad just literally said all the stuff that's patently obvious about ACC if you play other Sims and they've maybe driven real cars. Scroll down. Okay. Well, there's not that many comments. No, it's just someone that doesn't like me. Where is it? Hang on, we will say one of the best. First, I would put Kunos for Assetto Corsa, not for ACC. I know. See, these guys all agree that AC is amazing. Are we on page 1? This went to page 4. Do I need to go to page 1? Is this what's happening? See, people are just coming to the conclusion. Where in page 4? Search for muscle. It's just one comment. That's not people really being upset. Search for muscle. I'm trying to find the hate. Where's this? Oh, hang on. No. Wait. I'm not seeing the hate. One guy. There's hardly anybody slagging me off. Oh, here we go. Interested to see Gamer Muscle absolutely slating the update, and AMS2 is completely at odds to what I and others think, which is interesting. Well, that's probably because he's a fan of AMS2. It's not interesting that what I say is at odds to what other people think. That's like I have been at odds to what the majority of sim racers think for like 20 years. Ah, man, anyone still taking you seriously? Lol. No, he's got me. Got him. Well, that was it. That was just. Oh, here we go. I was thinking the same thing. This guy's lost his relevance years ago. I guess he's going for AMS2 haters as his target demographic. Right, that's... like, whenever you say something bad about one sim... whenever you say something bad about one sim, people, instead of someone going, oh, what they've said is right or wrong, they go, oh, that YouTuber is only doing that. Like, why would you be saying bad things to get views? Like, on YouTube, it doesn't work. Like, if you got, right, but, like, look at, like, I like Jardier, a good friend with Jardier, right? He's always positive in his YouTube. That's what he wants to do. Like, it's fine. That's what he does, right? Look at how much more success. He's also very good at what he does and everything. But, like, in general, in anything, if you are always focusing on the positives, you will never upset or ostracize people. So look at like newsreaders or actors or anything where if you want to be as popular as possible, you have to be, you'd be positive, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be negative. Who would be critical if your goal was to be popular? It wouldn't make any sense in anything. But I have lost relevance because I only play AC, so I don't disagree with it. Now there's not many comments. It's just oh, hang on, here we go. It's pretty much the plot of what has become a comedy by now. Clickbait title: AMS2 users taking the bait and finally trashes the sim so as to accuse the max drama in the stream and unleash the mob of AC toxic fans. Yes, the AC toxic fans, there aren't any. They're all cruisers. All the AC people are cruising around. They just cruise. They're the least toxic people on the internet because they're just cruising. They're driving around motorways. AC does not have many people using it for racing, ironically. Like, honestly, AC1 has got to have like the least toxic user base. Mostly because it's not competitive racers. Like, it's not because they wouldn't be toxic. It's because they're not competitive. They don't care. They're doing cruising or drifting. Yeah, it's because nobody gives a shit about them. Like, they don't give a shit. They don't... what did Morad say? That ACC was dull and felt delayed, and they couldn't feel the car mid corner. He basically just said everything that I've been saying about ACC, and then people were saying, "What's your force feedback settings? Did you have the car set up correctly?" Oh dear. Oh, hang on. He's not doing it for any other reason than to generate traffic. Stopped watching anything from him some time ago. Well, no, right. I do AMS2 because there's an update. And so when a game's updated, you can do a video on it. And you can load up AMS2 quickly to see if it's updated. And also, I was one of the first channels covering AMS2. So, you know, it's... I don't think AMS2 generates much traffic because not many people play it. Like, I think if I was setting out to, like, generate views specifically, I would do I'd make joke videos about Gran Turismo 7. That would be the most, that'd be how you get views. or like highly factual videos about specific cars, I wouldn't be critical at all. Oh yeah, or F1.23 career drive-throughs, but really early on, I'd have signed. So I did. You can become like an EA partner, which I could have done, and then I could have got the game early, and then I could just pumped out F1.23 stuff. If I was just going for views, like, of all channels to accuse of going for views, I would. Why would I be playing iRacing or for like on Twitch if the goal was just views for the YouTube channel? It won't make any sense. Oh, that's it. That's a czar. That's fair enough. Oh dear. Well, it's nice that if I've lost relevance, why are they still talking about me in the comment section unprompted? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've lost relevance, but you guys are in the comment section saying that I've lost relevance, therefore meaning that I actually have relevance still, because even though I've lost relevance, I'm relevant enough for you to complain that I've lost relevance, compared to someone that doesn't have any relevance, who you wouldn't even complain about. That is more relevant. So I'm sorry, may have lost relevance, but I'm relevant enough for you to complain about my loss of relevance. I win. When's when this thread's updated? Yeah, we should turn it into like a threadception. Oh dear. The internet, guys. I think I've lost relevance. I need to do more hardware reviews. To be relevant as a sim racer, you have to play console games, or you have to do loads of hardware reviews. And by review, I mean advert of equipment. But look, Cote de Jour is saying, someone's put, ACC feels too different for me compared. I don't hate the force feedback in it, but it drives so differently, I have to exclude it. And then someone's put, thanks for the honest comment. This thread is about a new development in AMS2. New development, which again brings new and improved force feedback and physics to this title. Kind of not much, but okay. I have been, and still am, puzzled when reading, since the inception of AMS2, that anyone feel that AMS2 force feedback is excellent, because to me it's average. I don't know what's going on. Someone's put, he doesn't even have hair! You guys, you should just keep writing comments that are like, someone write a comment like, Game of Muscle, I watched Game of Muscle once, and now I'm depressed. Someone write a comment like, I use Game of Muscle's force feedback settings, and now my wheel's inverted. Or like, I use just write stupid stuff. Oh dear. Oh dear. The internet. Ah, dear. Right, the other thing with online comments, I think, so, you know, if you're like new to Sims and stuff, it can be quite interesting. You'll be like, oh, I think this is like this is like that, and you write in your comment, you're like, oh, I think this is quite slidey, or the diff works in this way, or I found this, I found that. I understand those types of comments, because someone can reply to it and go, oh yeah, well, like someone did in our chat, they were like, oh, try this custom force feedback file, and it was a better force feedback file than the default plus. So if you write a comment like that, it makes sense. I don't get why people write comments that effectively contain no content in them at all. So it's not like no one could, they're not saying anything of use to someone reading it, and no one can reply to them with anything of use. And if you're going to write comments like that, do a YouTube video at least. So then you're getting like building up a following or something, even if it's a really low effort video, or just play the game. Let it go. No, I'm just saying with online comments in general, like, because I've read loads of online comments and had conversations with people online, more so before I did YouTube and stuff. And you would always get people that didn't add anything to a conversation. They're just wasting their time. Was that new? It just turned into new comment watching. It's game changer. Hang on, someone wrote a stupid comment. I've got to refresh. I need a chicken sandwich. Oh, Jesus Christ, this website. It doesn't even play Rage. Thanks, Raging Beard. Chicken my sandwich. Do you agree that the cars, when they brake, feel like they slide in them? And they feel like they slide all the time in like a really sloppy way, but it's fine. It's just how it is. I think at the end of the day, people that enjoy it will enjoy it, won't they? Whatever they do, people will enjoy it. Like people that have got used to how it is, that will be their framework for that. Like, and at the same time, people will like different games. So like in some people prefer how Super Meat Boy works as a platformer. Some people prefer how Rayman works as a platformer. You know. Just arbitrarily, like different physics might appeal to different people. So if you happen to really like slidey cars, I actually think with MS2, if you're playing on a lower end wheel as well, it's probably a lot easier to drive than some of the other simulators. So like a G25 or something, or T300, the really progressive slide of it would make it a lot more approachable with those wheels. Whereas if you play it on like if you use lower end wheels with like AC or iRacing and things, or you know snappy stuff, R Factor 2, it's those sims are way harder than they should be. So you have that as well. I'm not sure what to do now. I think I might have a sandwich. We've been streaming for 7 hours. It was a good use of time. You wish ACC ran as well as MS2 in VR? Too much force feedback makes it harder. Well, yeah, but if your force feedback set up well, then it doesn't make it harder. It like self-aligns it. But yeah, no, if you have it really strong, then yeah. But then that's like rental carts are really strong and stiff and hard to use, aren't they? So it's a balance for sure. Yeah. No, but people say ACC runs fine in VR because they've got it to work okay on their computers. and then you can only imagine the graphic quality that they have it on. And it's like we stutter and they're like, oh, it's fine, it's totally fine. You're like, but again, you might be happy with it, but relative to every driving simulator, no. This has got to be like, that's the conversational approach, isn't it? When when I'm talking about sims, I'm talking relative to every driving simulator pretty much on the market, right? When I think a lot of people, when you say for example, ACC's VR doesn't work well, someone that mostly plays ACC or really likes it, that's got it to work in VR to a level they're happy with, will then be like, oh no, it works perfectly fine, and then they will argue for ages about that. Whereas, because they're not thinking of it from the perspective of someone that's talking about VR in general. Yeah, I found the T300 was okay with AC1 myself. I did a G25, a G27, a T300, a TSPC Racer, then a DD and a CSL Elite. I do need to try AMS2 with a VR headset again. It's a bit of a pain plugging VR headsets into my PC because I'm already using all the video ports. It's going to be interesting, I think, for the next year or so. It's going to be really interesting to see what VR headsets come out. Because that's another thing. The new Valve, they announced it yet? I think next year Valve are doing a new headset. And it would make sense. So what would really make sense for Valve is a new VR headset that's like an upgrade to the Index but lighter, but also their next Steam Deck can also be plugged into a Valve VR headset. That would make sense. Do I have insider information on Rensport release? Well, not really. I mean, they're rolling out beta keys, so eventually you'll get one. They've been giving more and more beta keys out as we go. Like every like week or so, they add more people to the beta. Ickle might, yeah. Well, I don't think so. No one's. There's no confirmed information on it. Maybe the new Valve headset exists only in my head. No, they definitely are doing another headset, but there's no like confirmed details. Yeah, 60 FPS isn't enough for VR. That's the problem. Like realistically, 120 FPS is like the minimum for presence, like good VR. 90 FPS, an absolutely solid 90 FPS is like what should be considered the lowest bar. Because even once you get to like 75 and stuff, even with like interpolation and things, it really is noticeable. Yeah, but like if you're used to doing 120 and that's what you've got used to, you really do notice lower FPS. Like you can get used to it. Like the Quest 2 is like 75 and the Rift S is, yeah, they released it at like 70 and then updated it. So you can get used to it, but when you literally put a headset on regularly, like go side by side, it's like it's like if you use an LCD, like a 90 hertz LCD gaming screen, right? So you use that and you're like, oh, it's fine, I can drive fine, it looks nice, whatever, I can play Counter-Strike and stuff, it's great. But then when you go and play on an OLED, 120 hertz OLED, you're like, oh, it's night and day. Like, you can get used to either. Both are perfectly workable. Both are a lot better than what we had in the past. So the Pimax headsets have more field of view than the original Vive, but you have over 10,000 hours in AMS2. 10,000 hours? Or what? No, 1,000. I can't remember. That's very small. Hang on. 1,000 hours? 1,000? I have like 10 hours in AMS2. I have 300 hours in AMS2. That's all. Most of it is me complaining. AC's not tracked it. It says I have 2,275 hours in AC. But I've got more than that. AMS1, 10 hours. I've definitely got more than 10 hours in AMS1 because I had it before I had it on Steam. CSGO, 2,100 hours. Oh, I've got more time in AC on Steam than CS. That's crazy. Because I spent a lot of time playing CS. Top 3 AC mod cars. I wouldn't know. There's loads of cars. The F2004 is really good. That's not even a mod car. $5,000 hours in CS. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good. Oh, that's a good point. I've got I bought an SSD, a new SSD. I need to ghost my C drive and then install the new SSD, which is like I bought a 5 terabit SSD for my Windows drive. Yeah. No, if it wasn't for live streaming and if it wasn't me doing more than like 4 or 5 hours of sim driving. Did I type your name wrong? Thomas Schmidt. Oh, how's it spelled? I can't even fix it because it's part of an image. SCHMIDT. I mean, who spells it like that? I need to automate that. Most of this is just a PNG. It's not dynamic. So I need to delete these and then we can type it all manually. Dirt Rally 2.0. 40 hours of that. That's not very good. 80 hours of Dirt Rally 1. Yeah, I mean, hang on. If we organise my Steam by most, where's the button to sort by recent activity? How do you sort by most played? Can you arrange by most played? I don't think you can. Well, we'll see, Thomas. Maybe it'll be amazing. I'm sure Codemasters know what they're doing. Oh, look, I've got 745 hours in Race Room. 146 hours in Hell Let Loose. Oh, apparently that's been updated again. Or it's meant to be. It's still got the bloody stutter in it. That'd be nice if they fixed that. Oh, it's filtered by driving games here. Right, here we go. Yeah. I've only got 6 hours in BeamNG. Ah, random call sign, you loser. You're such a nerd. How can you have that much time in those games? Oh, I see Rocket League. Here we go. Rocket League. 600 hours. 600 hours of Rocket League. That's how you know what the best game is. Whatever you've played the most is the best. I don't think Steam didn't always track playtime, because Dodge Source for me, I played that more than Counter-Strike, and it only says 200 hours. But I played Dodge Source religiously for like 5 years. So we're missing data. No, I don't think Content Manager's counted. So it's only when the EXE is running. Oh, I've got a bunch of the Wolfenstein games. I didn't even... I'm just browsing through my Steam library and you're like, oh, I bought that. I bought that. I bought this. That is pretty true, Shumi, yeah. I am probably a focal point for all hate. I think that's it. I think that's what we should aim for. Project Cars 1. We should install Project Cars 1 and compare it to AMS 2. That is going to go down well. Project Cars 1 versus AMS 2. Oh my god. The bait. It's 50 gig. No, it's 21 gig. Hang on, I can install it. Okay, let's install it. Such a knob. Is AMS 2 better than Project Cars 1? Okay, I can install it on my D drive. It's installing. Right, we're downloading. We can do that now. Imagine, right, now it'll be interesting, right, if AMS 2 actually drives worse than Project Cars 1. Oh my god. I mean, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Like, you know, the time models. They did change the time model quite significantly from Project Cars 1 to 2. Well, not all the cars. They had an experimental time model, but then they went back onto another one because it was just more developed. We've gone full circle. Project Cars. What a silly name for a game, but actually quite a good name. Project Cars. It's a good name. It's better than bloody Assetto Corsa or Automobilista or God knows what, like Race Room. Project Cars is actually a good... It's actually not a bad idea. I don't know what it is with sim developers. I know it's hard to find like licensing. Wreckfest was quite a good name, but they call that Next Car Game for ages, which is like stupid. I mean, next car game because it's the next car game that they're working on. That's some like Danish humour there. Oh, what do we call the next product? The next car game. Okay. Steve said it should be Forza Cars and Project Motorsport. Yeah. Oh, I need to play Toka Race Driver with a wheel as well. We're downloading, guys. 1.6 gig of 19 gig. Yeah, Wreckfest is still... They released on console. It sold okay. It's just they didn't add much to it. But it's still there. Yeah. Still, let's see. It was hard to create servers in it. That was the problem. It was really hard to get servers going. How slow is my internet? I've got quite fast internet. It's like 300 megabit or something. It'll download it pretty quick. We've already done 2 gig. You've resubbed on Twitch. Oh, thank you. But you do know that it's better to sub on YouTube. Like, you're giving your money to Bezos. I appreciate it, though. Either way, I appreciate the support, guys. I'm only doing YouTube for you guys now that are subscribers. I've given up hope on the sim racing scene. So this is now just the cult of muscle. I've just given up. There's no point anymore. I have no responsibility to. I've given up trying to explain stuff to people that won't accept it. So I have no responsibility now to you know. Yeah, I see. I've got exactly. Now I've got no relevance. It's fine. Yeah. Like everyone here knows that AC1 is like the grail, and I don't need to explain that. Project Cars 1 was all right though. People got paid back from that. I got so I did like the backer thing for like £50 or something, and I got like like 250 or something, £300 from it. I got more than double what I paid for it, so they were good with that. To be fair, like the thing, Matt, SMS from a business perspective of like making sure the product paid back to investors, they're really good. I think financially, for investors at least, SMS have always been fine. I've not really heard any major staffing issues from that company. So, the games industry is normally a lot worse. Can you adopt me? Adopt? I don't want to live in America anymore. I can't. Oh, first of all, if you're American, why are you king of the hatch? But I can't adopt you. It don't work like that. You don't get a passport from being adopted. Why not move to Canada? They've got Montreal. The woman I was talking to on the train with her kids, she said they've got healthcare. Go to Montreal. Do people still play Project Cars 1, or do they just not bother at all? Canada's just a more civilized USA. Fair enough. Euthanasia for the poor. Well, you know, I mean, euthanasia should be available to anyone, to be honest. I find when I play ACC, the force feedback euthanizes my hands because I can't feel them anymore. So it's not. No, Project Cars 2 got taken off, didn't it? Is the game funny? Hello, Jacob Colombo. Yeah, no, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. Absolute game changer. Hang on, what's this video of this car? Mercedes C11 Donington. Hang on, let me paste this in chat so you guys can see it. Oh, this looks like a fun car to drive. Mercedes C11. Is this in AC, this car? Oh man, this looks fun. Oh, it looks absolutely planted. And he's pushing. Ah, man, it looks so good. Is it? Oh, it's a manual sequential. Link in the chat. I don't want to play it for. I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube for copyright. Twitch is more chilled out. This is from like a Donington. Right. Anyway, we're downloading Project Cars 1 here. I'm just going to make a sandwich quickly and I'll be back. I think we can sit and chat for a bit. Right, yeah, I'm just gonna make a. I'm gonna make a roll. It's almost halfway through the download, so back in a bit. It's tea time. Everyone make a cup of tea. Tea life. Hello. Hello. Oh, what's this, Rich Abe? Game of Muscle may colour it negatively. Surely you can't colour something negatively. That'd be erasing. I'm not colouring it negatively. Hang on. Don't misconstrue. Don't do that, Rich. You can't just say someone's colouring something negatively. How does that work? No, I've got another roll, a sandwich roll. Pointing out something, like being critical, it's not colouring negatively. I don't go into playing AMS2 with like a negative attitude. It's no, it is a game-changing update. It's a game-changing update. Hang on. Oh, I'm not cool like that. No, I wasn't. I've only just been at my computer since today. But thank you for your concern. I was away. I've been on trains and stuff. Been travelling. Been in the Devons. I went. I was in Rome last weekend before last. Then I got back, and then I went to Devon. Then I was back for like a day. Then I went to Devon, and then I just got back from that. Swam in the sea, actually. It was nice. Could have been attacked by a shark. Who in chat has swam in the sea in the UK? What is a Devon? It's where it's land of ice cream and pies. You can't watch it sit here. It watches. It's a roll, not a sandwich. It's a roll. And what if I mute it? Hang on. Silent sandwich. There you go. Every time I bite, I can mute. Look at that. That's streamer dedication. The Atchi, is it worth downloading the MS2 game? It's a game changer. Someone done another post. He's 5 seconds off the pace in the race car, and therefore his opinion doesn't matter. I just find, oh, it's well good. My opinion doesn't matter either way. People struggle with this. You can't just outright dismiss someone. It's like, what point have they made? Do you disagree with it? That I don't know why this is a struggle for people. So if I say, I've said MS2 sloppy, very slidey, and it feels like the clutch is always on and the accelerator doesn't engage the rear, and it's not as tight as AC, which I think is more realistic. So someone could just type in the comment. They could just say, oh, Game of Muscle prefers tighter cars, but I prefer how AMS2 is quite slidey or not as tight as AC, which I think is too tight or too bitey. I prefer the slower progressive slides of AMS2, or I really like the AMS2 graphics and the AI. Some people in chat here have made those points. They're totally fine. That's totally like. Do you know what I mean? Some people have literally in our chat have said, "Oh no, but the AI, you know, correct." I don't know why people can't. Why people struggle with that. Oh, sorry. I'll mute my sandwich. Hello, Hell Knight. Welcome back. Welcome to our new Legends of Muscle screen. This is now the Wall of Muscle. You should be on there somewhere. But Thomas has already pointed out that his name's spelled incorrectly. That's what Thomas gets for for supporting the channel relentlessly for years. He gets his name spelled incorrectly. I've got to mute every time I eat my sandwich. I'm downloading Project Cars 1 so we can compare it to AMS2. It's still slidey to be fast, yeah, like, but it's a little bit better. Yeah, it's not. They've added a lot of rallycross tracks, which is nice. I think the DLC's, you know, if you're a fan of the game, it's quite a bit of track content and stuff, and a few cars and things. So. Game changer, Hell Knight. Game changer. Game changer. Has AMS2 killed Assetto Corsa? Oh god, YouTube titles. Did AMS2 just kill Assetto Corsa? Got random call sign, there's a title for you. No, I've done your title. Did AMS2 kill Assetto Corsa? I've done it. I've done a new title for you. AMS2 just killed Assetto. Kunos embarrassed. Hang on, those guys complaining about me having a go at AMS2. Did they not see the amount I complained about ACC? Like, I'm pretty fair and balanced in my complaining. Like, Marco literally, one of the developers for ACC, literally kicked me. How many people have been kicked by a sim developer? You know, I'm sorry. That's when you know you're being critical and doing your job. Not, you shouldn't be getting a little handy in the corner. You should be getting assaulted. It's only a matter of time until the Rensport CEO throws me out of a window. Reza Revolution. Sim racing will never be the same. Oh, God. Every sim video on YouTube. It's not real. I've just realised I've run out of food because I've eaten all my sandwiches. What a disaster. Should make a podcast. I don't get sim racing podcasts either. Like, who cares? There's 5 people playing driving sims. I think it's good that... So it's good when they interview developers, but like I just feel bad. Like, people want to do podcasts with me, which is fine. I do appreciate them want to spend time on it. It's nice in a sense, but then I'm so boring. Like, what am I going to say? What, like, honestly, like, I think like a really technical podcast would be really interesting. But the problem is, you might get good interviews with mod teams, but the thing that sim racers really want to hear is really like technical stuff. Like, I'd really like to sit down with Stefano and actually have him go through the source code for the tire modeling AC, and the same with like the R Factor 2, or you know, or even with Madness Engine. It'd be really interesting to sit down with a physics programmer and actually go through the source code and specifically how the math operates and the intricacies of it, which would not be an hour-long podcast. It would probably be like a day-long thing, and you'd have to edit it. That would actually be really interesting. You still wouldn't know exactly what's going on unless you're a programmer. Skyworld, no, I know this. Why are you saying that blows my mind? This is what you always do. You straw man what I say. Like, tyres are always in slip when being driven, and then the fastest way to drive is normally, I think it's between 3 and 7 degrees of slip depending on the tyre and the car. That's not like secret knowledge. What do I make of the new update? It's game changing. It's game changing. Game changer. Oh, here we go. Project Cars 2's Project Cars is downloaded. Right, let's get this going. Let's see. I'm really interested to see if Project Cars 1, how it compares to Automobilista 2. I've now just changed the game. Hang on, will it latch onto it thinking that it's AMS 2? I'll probably have to do a new capture with it. Ah. No. Do a new capture. Where is game capture? Oh, okay.
Select from the race spectrum.
Please hold, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
From below, a style that best describes your experience and skill level. Note that you can change and go deeper into any of these options at a later time by accessing options and help.
This is already better than a lot of sims, the fact that you have this at the start.
Thank you. Project Cars has now been tailored just for you. Now choose where you want to begin. You can access common areas.
Right. Hey. Right, we need to change audio. Right. Controls. We'll do custom. Custom wheel. Oh, Fanatec put that wheel's horrible. Oh, CSL Elite. These are terrible, these wheels. This has so much damping in it. And this was alright, but still a bit bad for damper. The CSR Elite was alright, I think. And then the CSL. And the CSW was good. And the CSL Elite was good. Oh no! Microsoft Force Sidewinder. That's legendary. This is custom wheel. There we go. Oh, steer left, steer right. Here we go. Throttle. Hang on, this is actually better because you've got all this stuff on one screen. Games have actually regressed. This has got it all in one. This is really good. I guess there's more options now, but so let's just go. Oh, seat forward, seat backward, seat up, seat down. What that'll do. Hang on. Shit. Does that save it? Yeah. Yeah, right. Can we drive? We're ready. Oh no, what there's going to be like motion blur on by default, isn't there? Visuals. Oh shit. Okay, the fade in between screens is bad. Gameplay. No. Driving, yes. My screen's in the way. Rear wheel, yes. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Motion blur's on. Turn that off. Oh, it's picked up the resolution of the screen and everything. Don't know what jitter tweak is. Is that? Oh, that's like pre-rendered frames, I think. Oh, I'm going to restart the game. Okay. Yeah, it's true. No, but I'm doing some leisurely driving, so I think we'll be all right without it. When you're a leisurely driver, leisurely driving around like me, leisurely driver. Do you know, I would quite, if I was actually good and rich and not useless at life, it would be funny to be a professional driver, just so you could wear a shirt that said leisurely driver on it. Right, solo.
In Quick Race Weekend, you can create.
Oh, look at the car selection in this. I mean, already okay. GT3 Mercedes-Benz, Mitsubishi Lancer, Orica, Pagani Huayra, Pagani Zonda R, Palmer Jaguar JP. Like, these are really good cars. Radical XR. It's not the GT3 Radical. SR3. Oh my god. We've even got the, what's that? The SR8. Yeah. Clio Cup. I mean, it's like the car selection in this is like. Is that all the cars? It's not a huge number of cars. I know it is still. Yeah, there we go. It was the bottom. Alpine A450, Aerial Atom, the slow one and this fast one. I mean, The car selection's so good. And bloody back monitor. If you see one of these in real life, they're mental. They look way better in real life than they do in Sims. They look like a toy, basically, as well. Like the cockpit looks really toyish, but in a nice way. I mean, the actual licensing that they got in this was great. The selection of cars is fantastic. These are all ended up in Project Cars 2. Formula A, Formula B, Formula C, Formula Golf, Formula Rookie. Right, what? Oh, we've even got some vintage Formula cars as well. That. Right, what do we start with? The Radical. We got to do the Radical SR3. I mean, really, why am I even asking? Right. Got to do Brands Hatch, haven't we? Brands. I mean, there's no real other choice. 2 laps. What are we going to do? 2 laps. No. 4 laps. Opponents. This is actually easier to adjust in terms of user interface. This is quicker and easier to set. Well, how have things got worse? How have things got worse? Because I didn't really play Project Cars 1. I played Project Cars 2 a lot. These camera shots are great. Oh, the wheel rotation's off. Need to fix the wheel rotation. I'll just line it up. It might be OBS. This is better than AMS2. the grip levels. It's a little bit abruptly slidey on the brakes. But the initial grip, it's not as stupid sliding. Like the force feedback is worse. Yeah, but this is what real cars are more grippy.
Nice overtaking, great work.
The lighting looks better than AMS2. Well, the textures look better as well. I've just jumped in Like, the cars look better. The car models, I mean, it's the Radical SR3. The car contacts are exactly the same as AMS2, like the collisions and stuff. This graphically looks better. And the cars are handling in a more satisfying way. Like, it's just more grip. It's just not, like, so weirdly slidey. It's a bit abrupt at the limit, but... still very controllable. AI seems pretty much the same. I'm driving leisurely. Hello, Gregor.
That's your fastest lap in the race so far.
Hello. I'm here, matey.
Come on, this guy's just in our way. Big push now, let's fight our way past.
It does get stuck in slides a bit. It does lack the depth in the sense that you have in AMS2, but the initial grip you have in this is way more in line with what you experience in a real car and AC.
It looks like your best opportunity to overtake is braking for the slow corner. Try and keep it clean and tidy.
It's still a little bit sloppy. I think maybe what it is in AMS2 is that they've just totally got the grip values totally wrong. Like, as I say, it's like AMS2 is like driving in snow. It's a shame. I wonder if you could mod AMS2, like the track grip, if you could set it to like 4x what it is now, and just see what the result of that would be. It sounds like simple. I'm sure it's not that is the issue, but this is honestly more fun to drive than AMS2. Looks better as well, weirdly. Well, I don't know what to say, guys. Like, honestly, it's... Let's try Silverstone. Like, the force feedback has more depth. The cars are more slidey, and there's more movement in AMS2. Like, this is rather abrupt. But the general grip, the pokiness of the car, this is really nice, these screenshots of the tracks. So you can actually see the actual track clearly that you're selecting here. Is a really nice image of it, so not just a layout and you're like, oh. The user interface is easier to use than tabs. Yeah, it will be. I'm just trying to ignore it as much as possible. I don't know if this has lock to horizon on it though. We've not turned it on. It might. Maybe it does have lock to horizon. I seem to remember with Project Cars 2 I used to get a bit motion sick. Let's try the Atom. I never really liked Project Cars 1 though, because at the time I had a G25 when this came out and it was very hard to drive with a G25, but with a DD wheel, maybe I'm a lot better at sim racing in general now as well. I don't know. This came out about the same time as AC, right? 2012. So it was only with Assetto Corsa that I bothered getting okay-ish at sim racing. Yes, this was like a year after AC, I think. Yeah. It took me... Yeah, it was with AC1. I mean, I was always all right at Richard Burns Rally, but in terms of track driving, it was doing stuff in AC1 that got me okay, like understanding trail braking and things. And catching cars better and all that stuff. Yeah, I was definitely a lot worse than I am now. Right, let's try this. I mean, I've driven one of these in real life, but the one I drove was shit, so so I wouldn't use it as a reference for to expect what the real car would be like, or a good version of it. These shots before the race starts are really nice. I think Forza came up.
Let's try and make up some ground here off the lights. Keep it clean and keep your wits about you.
Ah, why are you braking there, matey? Yeah, I seem to remember the issue with this was low speed handling. Like, this absolutely destroys like GT7 handling wise and Forza. This is such a fun car as well. I've been ripped driving into my arse. Stream should be alright. Not dropping any frames. It has the same brake lockup issue where it gets stuck in like a lockup. That's still in AMS2. Guys, this is so much more fun to drive than AMS2 though. it's just more hooked up. The car's way more responsive.
Trying to get a good run from the last corner. Slipstream past him on the straight.
It's like a slightly less responsive, more slidey Assetto Corsa. The lighting looks really good though, like the shadows and the tone of the road. Oh, the fuck! Oh no! Oh, I got stuck on his roof. Killed someone. I think the sound's better than AMS2 as well. I think the cars do tend to get locked in slides a bit. It's not as it's overreactive. It's a bit too overreactive. Like if you play R Factor 2 and
This is the final lap of the race. See if you can take that guy in front of you.
R Factor 2 AC race room and stuff. Like, and I've driven this car in real life. It's not this. It's not this like overactive. Like it will rotate easily, but it's not. It's not. It's not as twitchy as this. But to be fair, the twitchiness actually makes it fun in some ways. Yeah, I don't think the force feedback settings help, but I'm not running particularly high force feedback anyway. Yeah, I mean, what are the cars? Let's try like a road car. Or like about an old. Let's do an older. Just do an older car. Oh, the E30. That's good. This is a good car. So, is Dono in here? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. I mean, it's got Donington. What more do you need?
Okay, focus on the light. Let's try and make up to ground off the line. Keep it clean.
Why does it not grip? There. my way, Mitch. Yeah, it's a weird one. So, because it has the same braking thing that AMS2 has and Project Cars 2 has, where it just feels like the cars aren't slowing down, and you have to brake. You have to brake earlier than what you intuitively think you should do compared to other simulators, or compared to like with the speed you're going at in the sim. The cars still feel like flat in this as well, which is what you get in AMS2. It has that kind of like. It doesn't have that like the sensation that you're really rolling into the corners. It has that same kind of flat character where you're like you're driving a single rubber plank that you know it has that same. It's like it's a bit. This is really does. It's like AMS2 but with some different grip. And then this force feedback's not as detailed. Single rubber plank drive, yeah. How do I quit this? I mean, it's pretty depressing in a sense, isn't it? Like that. This is like. I mean, it's the same with AC. We're still on like AC1 is still like. I mean, many aspects of this are better than newer games. Look at the setup. Yeah, hang on. What's that? Controls. Where's the force feedback? Here. Is there an advanced force feedback setting? I mean, I don't know, Josh. I wouldn't know. In the car setup, in game. Hang on, where's that? Do I need to go into a track or something? Is that what you're on about? Yeah, this has still got some G motor. Or is it P motor? I don't know what it's called. The physics. G motor was the graphics engine for R Factor 1. And I think P motor is the physics engine. Where's this? Oh. You can't go to the settings. Where did you think it was? Oh, that's weird. Let's do a hot lap mode. Where is it? Free practice. Okay. Oh, okay, see ya. Oh, that's weird, isn't it? Bloody hell. They put all the force feedback settings in the individual car setup. I didn't remember that. This is like... But right, think about it. How far ahead of other games is that in the... If you drive different cars and you've got different wheels, then you might, you know, to get the most out of your wheel, you might want to adjust the force feedback. I mean, I think it's a bit overkill because with AC, obviously, you don't need to do that to get really good force feedback. But like, if you were going to put force feedback settings anywhere, having car settings. What do you mean tab across? We've got spindle, body scale. Hang on. What's all this? Master scale, seat of the pants. I mean, how have we gone backwards with Sims? How have we gone so far backwards? Body scale. Lateral G's, yeah. This is, you know, you can adjust this. Aris was like, no, this is far too. This is giving users of the simulator they've bought far too many options. They might, God forbid, someone might actually come up with something that they like. Yeah, but they don't. You don't have to do this. This is the thing, right? Well, with AC, you don't. Look, the fact is, with AC1, it works perfectly fine. You don't need to expose it. I personally do think, though, that you should have it available in a text file. So, if you want to, you can download custom force feedback files. Why not? Like, it's not the default in the game. Someone has to go out of the way to look for it. You have a specific default force feedback. So the developer knows for testing that they're all on the same thing. Why? Oh dear. Anyway, let's drive this. I mean, this looks nice, doesn't it? Visually, this is fine. The trees actually look nice because this has the old trees before, so they did all the seasons and stuff in Project Cars 2, but then that made the trees all have huge leaves because the trees were like dynamic. I mean, this car drives more like an AMS2 car. It just lacks that bite. You know. I mean, really, it's not that different from AMS2. It's the same general approach. Like, it might as well be the same game. The difference, like, there are subtle differences, but although actually, this drives better than this type of car that's in AMS2. Been a bit floaty, but no, this is Project Cars 1. People loading in going, oh, this looks better. They're like, oh wow, a game-changing update, guys. No, we've just gone back to 20. We've gone back to 2000, and we're actually this is Stunt Car 3D. Oh dear. Oh, there's that remake of Sega Rally I need to try. That looked really good. Like, this is perfectly drivable. I mean, the end resulting essence of this is basically the same as AMS2. Like, the general approach to driving. You know, let's try a Formula car. I wasn't expecting this to hold. I thought this was actually going to be not very good at all. So I didn't really play Project Cars 1 that much. I remember the Formula cars being super messed up, so let's give it a go. The encoder's overloading when I do recording. Oh, not much I can do. It's alright, let's just go. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Go, 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 go! Oh. Bloody hell! Hello, hello. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't turn in on the brakes very well. Man, understeer city, bloody hell. Hello. What is going on there? It's already quite far back. Let's see what's going on. Seems like that's probably too much. Oh well. I don't know. It's just like a few people complaining. Don't listen to them. Or do. Right. Holy shit. Okay. Thanks AI control. I mean, not quite sure what's going on with this car. Nothing grows on salt. Actually, the whole of iRacing online. Okay, yeah, this this car's broken, absolutely broken. That's a pretty funny comment. Okay, this car's messed up. No, it wouldn't oversteer at all before. But it's not really the oversteer or understeer, it's just it's binary. Oh, you it has like monster grip and then just then nothing. This was one of the big Project Cars 1 issues. This drives like GT7. Maybe they took the physics from GT7, took it from this. Oh my god, the curbs! The curbs as well. They've got AC curbing in this. Congratulations, SMS. That was 100% AC curbing slide. Ah, the brakes don't work at all. Oh man. Okay, some things have improved in Project Cars 2 to 1. Oh, the old Project Cars 2 braking lockup. Project Cars 1. I haven't bound a button for that. Oh! Yeah, this car's bollocks. This car's absolutely knackered. Yeah, what do you mean you have to admit? I think everyone would agree. Like, when Project Cars 1 came out, everyone was like, oh, this looks really nice. Okay, so the Formula car's completely bollocks. Oh my god, what track grip setting did we have though? Oh, you can't change it in this, can you? It doesn't have dynamic. That wasn't an option. That was Project Cars 2 option. But still. Ah, dear. Right, what other car can we try whilst we're... Let's try a GT3. Hang on.
Welcome to your garage.
No, I'm not gonna... No. Oh, God. Wait. How do you organise my class? Maybe you can't. No. Oh, we'll just do this. Oh, hang on, is that a DTM car? Oh, it is, yeah. Awesome. There we go, do this one. You've been watching for an hour? Now this is AMS2. This is a game-changing... game-changing. Game-changing, mate. He's baiting. No, not baiting. No, we just spent... We did 6 hours of playing AMS2 update. And then we thought, oh, it'd be interesting to compare it with Project Cars 1 to see how different it is. Thanks for subscribing, Snorder Racing. Hello, Todd. Masturbate. Yeah, the master of baiting. How dare we compare a game to the earliest game with the same game engine to see what the difference is? Oh, ASIC! How on earth does this have the same problem as this Assetto Corsa? I never noticed that before. Fisher muscle. No, Fisherman Friends takes really weird though, don't they? I don't know why they put a animated hand wobble into this. They did that in loads of games. This was loads of games that also came out on console. When you're playing with a gamepad, they wanted to make it look like the steering's active, so they put this like it's like I've got a health condition. Low blood sugar or high blood sugar, I don't know. I don't know where they got it from, because a real car wheel doesn't do that. Yeah. Real car wheels are pretty steady. Even like in fast cars, they're not like wobbling around all over the place. Unless it was broken. Yeah, so this has the same innate slidey quality that AMS2 still has. Where it's more or less prevalent in different cars, but you're basically, as you're going through a corner, it's like the car's doing a massive slide rather than just biting through the corner. It doesn't feel like it's bit into the road surface. Oh yeah, shift 1 would be the first. That would be the first madness. Oh, I don't have that. We need to go back to the source. The source of the madness engine. Shift 1. You can't even buy that anymore. That's where the sliding began. Test drive Ferrari Racing Legends. Was that by SMS? Which game did you Technics make that was with Ferraris? No, well, racing sims have like a few core developers, but their teams are still like SMS is still 50 plus staff. Hang on, this has the tyre smoke bug that Project Cars 2 has, where the one tyre in the rearview mirror after you come out of a corner keeps smoking, like makes puffs of smoke. Oh! I keep forgetting. Jeez. God. You technically did the Ferrari, yeah. You technically could shake the controller and the character would go, oh, complaining. P1. That's so funny, that clip where is it Murray Walker? And he's like, oh, he says he's in P1. He's giving the other driver the finger. Ah, dear. Yeah, well. Right, well, that's that. That is it. Debate closed. No. It's over. It's over, guys. Oh, supercar. There we go. It's over. It's all over. I'm going for first. I'm going for first. Oh, they're so funny. I'm going for first. Oh, so stupid. Right. Oh, hello. Animated crew in the house. Oh my god, this car. Just listen to the sound it's making as it goes over the road. It has the same stubborn turning that AMS2 has. Like, as soon as you get on the brake and turn, the car, it doesn't roll into the corner. It's like the car just stiffens up. Spin that wheel. The tyres sound fine. Nothing wrong with these tyres. Oh my god. Force feedback just went mental then. No, it wasn't, Jas. Need for Speed Shift looked nice, but the handling was awful compared to AMS 1, Netcar Pro, Live for Speed, GTR Evolution. Don't make up fake history. Fake history maker. Imagine driving a shifter cart around the Nordschleife in real life. I don't know. The way this handles on the brakes when downshifting. Ah! Nailed it. Holy shit. It's lifting off the ground and going crazy. This is a fairly reasonable accuracy version of the track. Oh my god! Why? Wow! Oh dear. Okay. Oh my god, look at it biting. Jesus Christ. Right, we'll go with AMS2 after this. We're gonna go direct compare the market. There we go. Oh dear. Right. Let's try AMS2 again. Oh dear. Cause you've seen it. Yeah, we were playing Project Cars 1. I don't think there is a shifter cart in AMS. Yeah, look at the stream. Look what game we were playing. Couldn't you tell it was a different video game from 2012? Oh, no you couldn't, could you? Well, look who's embarrassed now. Self-owned. Ah, look at the changelog. Look at the game we're playing. You know it's bad when someone comes in the stream to complain about you driving a car that's not an updated car, but they fail to notice that you're playing a game from 10 over a decade old and they haven't noticed. I mean, you know, just saying, it kind of highlights the absurdity of comments you get. Well, no, look, Tabs, I was having a go at him. I'm not going to fight. No, don't give him an excuse. I'm attacking him. Jesus. Now you've given him a way out. Now you've given him an excuse now. Oh, you ruined the joke. Typical Tabs. Right. I want to try like the Radically car because this is like a Radical SR3. Hang on. I thought Radical was like 700 horsepower. Oh no, hang on, here we go. No. How many horsepower is a Radical SR3? How many horsepower is a Radical SR3?
According to Wikipedia, the SR3
Oh, 250. Where was I getting 700? That's like a Formula 1 car. Just ignore me. There we go. This is Radical speed. Radical horsepower. I'm just, in my mind, a Radical SR3 is a Formula 1 car. Don't worry about that. Just ignore me. I've not had enough tea today. Right, here we go. Yeah, but look, no, okay, here we go. Okay. Well, you know, we're not going to compare with a bloody go-kart, are we? Jesus Christ. Hello, Daniel. Look, now you've ruined it. Now you've made me look bad. I take the bell away. There you go. You've been debelled. What's the opinion of Project Cars 2 versus Project Cars versus MS2? That they're shockingly quite similar in many ways. A lot of the characteristics that I would describe as undesirable are still in both. The grip levels of certain cars in Project Cars 1 are make it more satisfying. So like the Aerial Atom and the Radical in Project Cars 1 purchase the road in a much more bitey, grippier way, even if they're less dynamic, which is much more like real life from my personal experience of being in a Radical, and much more like R Factor 2 and AC. So let's see what this car's like though, because this is closer to a... Oh jeez. Yeah, the camera is on there. The camera is like worse than Project Cars 2 has a bumpy camera, but it's not this bad. Whatever you do in this, there's something just like arbitrary with the camera movement that makes me feel motion sick. I mean, this is more progressive, and we've got that custom force feedback, but it's so slidey. It's ridiculous. Like, what are these slides around? Like, what? It's actually absurd. Oh dear God, this camera. Oh, it's literal. It's like they sat out to make this pure motion sickness. Oh dear God. Yeah, somehow they've made the camera worse in this than it is in Project Cars 2. It's at low... It's like it should have twice as much grip as it has. Hello, Crystal Star. Like, the mechanical grip should be twice as much as it is. And then it'd be way more... I mean, it seems like that. It might not be that. But that would make it, I think, if the road had twice as much grip than it has, then it would be much more, I think that would make it much more in line with the other sims in my experience of real life driving. Like, look at this sliding out of this. It's controllable and the car's balanced. It's not like the physics are wrong. It's just like, it's just like Project Cars 1, but more sliding. That does make it easier to drive, though. I just don't expect it to understeer out that corner like that. Is there no way to mod artificially like double track grip so you can at least see what it's like? I honestly think that could actually massively improve things, because that's the cars that are better in Project Cars 1. It's just that they're more grippy. They just have way, maybe it's fake, maybe it's artificial, but it actually makes them drive more like real cars. This is fully rubbered in. It doesn't matter. We tested a whole bunch of settings. It's always been like this. It's getting to the point where some Russian guy needs to take over Assetto Corsa and then do their own like graphic updates, and then loads of people can outsource and make mods and stuff and cars and tracks. It's getting to the point where that's probably the best way to do a driving sim. Hi YouTube. By the way, Crystal Star, you're on the wall of despair that we created this. We've got a new screen for all the members to be patted on the back for being members. Everyone that's wasted money supporting us on Twitch and YouTube, and yeah, it's just a screen of despair. Those are all the people that make it possible. That's it. So they're all bots. I think we're doing all right. As a hang on, what were we called by that other on the race department forum? A has-been. As a hang on, what do they call us? I forgot what it was. I can't even remember the insults. How does one become a super mega ultra mega despair member? It's people that have just donated too much over time. There's probably some that I've missed. I mean, you might even be one. I just need to go through the data more, and then I'll add them. I have to add them manually. They're just people that have supported the channel too much. That guy's getting paid way too much to do nothing. I thought you were talking about me then. Has been, that's it. I want a t-shirt that says the biggest sim racing has been. Hang on, we can refresh the forum and we can have a read. Okay, this car was alright to drive. It's not weirdly snappy. It's just very slidey. It's just very slidey. It's $70 to make the USB disconnect sound. I mean, probably. I'll have to check. You probably are. You probably are eligible for the misery supporter. Oh god, I'm dizzy from it. Like Project Cars 1 didn't make me dizzy. So the camera settings in this game, there's God knows what they've done with it. It's so arbitrary how it moves the camera around. Oh dear. Yeah. Bloody hell. Right, let's check the forum for more complaints, and then you lost your life in Project Cars. Yeah, see, that's the most fun feature. I don't know why they took that out. Where? Hang on. What was the forum post? I've lost it. Oh, here we go. Oh shit! I just closed it by accident. Guys, can someone relink the forum post? Can someone relink the race department? Ah, mod you. But like you gotta be careful, you're out of control. Right. There you go. Give us the link so we can check through it again. Ready. I'm ready for more despair. Right, here we go. What page are we on? Page 5. Oh, every time you load it, you have to go, yeah, don't pay for adverts. Right, page 5. Gamer Muscle drove a track car once, so he obviously knows what he's talking about. At least your sim has realistic curbs. It doesn't have any air, nothing grows on salt. Oh, hang on. Dercia. The thing is, he drove it 4 to 5 seconds off the pace. Incidentally, that's also sometimes the number he gives when his opinions become relevant. He did not drive a real car close to the limit. Well, no, I have understeered a car, so like there's literally a video of me understeering and missing a corner. So I think that's going over the limit. He describes it using hyperboles excessively. No, I bloody well don't. That's an extreme, absolutely rocket launch of an exaggeration. It just doesn't add up with what I'm seeing on boards. I'm feeling myself when driving. There's nothing so obviously off with 1.5, notwithstanding you might simply not like how it feels. Well, there's nothing off apart from the cars sliding all over the bloody place. I mean, it might not quite be correct, but completely off, to me, what some cars in 1.4 were like. Yeah, but they're still pretty bad like the cars in 1.4. I mean, just because it's improved off the previous one doesn't mean it's improved relative to ACR Factor 2, does it? Alright, Simon B. Have a good one, man. Thanks for watching. The game doesn't reward wrong driving techniques anymore. Well, it does. It rewards you like massively overdriving in these massive slides. So that is rewarding wrong driving techniques. To be fair, all sims reward wrong driving techniques to some extent. It's pretty solid all in all, and it's more an interpretational thing. All sims are flawed in one way or another, but some are more flawed than others. So you can't just say, why do people keep making this statement? It's not an argument in an... It's not... Nothing's perfect. It's like, yeah, but some things are less perfect than other things. So you can't just say everything's flawed in one way or another, therefore everything's equally flawed. It's like me going, all politicians are corrupt and annoying and I don't trust them, therefore they're all the same. It's like, well, no, they're not. Clearly, they can all be rubbish, but some are better and worse than others. Why is that so hard for someone to understand? Oh dear. Metal. It's a shame that Gamer Muscle leaned so hard into his entertaining moron stick that he forgot to the entertaining bit. He might have gone a bit mental. He might a little bit mental. Hang on. If you lean into if you lean into entertaining moron, then how can you then forget the entertaining bit? Like, if you're leaning into entertaining moron, surely what he means is he lent so much into being a moron. He's not thought that through. Oh dear. I have to agree, sadly. I used to like watch this content, but no more. After the 10 minutes I saw of his stream today, he definitely has an agenda against AMS2. It is. I have an agenda against AMS2. The agenda is, honestly, the agenda is being consistently critically honest with everything. It's a very annoying agenda. Hello, Novotny. We're just reading through complaints, forum posts. Modern times. I think he suffers from mobile heterosis, a severe but not life-threatening affliction caused by the illusion to be reincarnation of the god of physics. Said patients are in consistent state of delirium where they can't differentiate left from right anymore. That's just called dyslexia, mate. Or in the case of feet up and down. Because of their illusion of grandeur, it is very much possible they will try to convince you that they're real pilots with real racing experience, that they've sailed the 7 seas of physics, and therefore can tune a car with their tiny toe. But it's best to heed such claims with a healthy dose of criticism. What could the claim that he's just made up? He just made that up. Of course, if you've just made a claim up. Furthermore, it's best to keep a safe word when you start to hear buzzwords like floaty, madness, and AC. Floaty's not a buzzword. In a conversation, because that is where the delirium is at its highest. The floaty buzzword. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wow, I just tried the 1.5 update and it's awesome. What a feeling. Just kidding, I'm not affected to ACC. Funny Rally X content. I hope we will have the Project Cars 2 RX tracks. Just kidding. Oh dear. No. Oh dear. Oh, that's so good. Just kidding. Hang on, it doesn't have any hair, but that's how you know he's good. He tried so fast he blew it all off. Oh dear. Oh yeah, Lloyd Johnson. Oh dear. Oh Christ. Right, well that's good fun. I mean, the fact is, it's very slidey. Like, you can load up R-Factor, you can load up Project Cars 1 and just see like, oh, it's got the same characteristics. It's probably the same tyre model, so it's not really a surprise. Random call sound. What's funny is if you thought the user base of sim racing, yeah, that's what's weird as well, right? So the vast majority of sim racers are playing F1.23, GTR, what's it called? Gran Turismo 7, and ACC and Assetto Corsa 1. Like, nobody is playing AMS2. Like, people load it up, do a few laps, do a race, but nobody's actually playing it, really. It's the same with R Factor 2. I mean, I do like R Factor 2 and stuff, but, like, the weird thing is, the less that a sim is played, I think Skywilk is for mods. Like, people use Race Department primarily for downloading mods. So that's why you get a lot of AC1 stuff, because people post a new AC mod to it. So that's the download location. Where's Steam user numbers? Game user numbers. Yeah, so that's the interesting thing with like forums and comments on websites. Often the most actively commented games are the ones that are played the least. Like good games people are playing. They're playing it. They're not talking about it. They're just bloody playing it. They don't need to talk about it. They don't care because they're playing the game. You know. Let's have a look. Here we go. So what's it called? Steam DB, is it? Or Steam charts. Here we go. How do you... Oh, here we go. Automobilista 2. How's it bloody spelt? Oh, here we go. So, 744 people were playing 10 minutes ago. 983 24-hour peak. 1,299 all-time peak. Assetto Corsa, hang on. Assetto Corsa 1. 9,579 people played 17 minutes ago, and it's not had an update for like 4 billion years. 12,198 people, 24-hour peak, and 17,300 is the all-time peak. And in the last 30 days, there's been a gain of 3.43% players in the player base due to there being a sale. Yeah, they're all driving in circles doing cruising. Even ACC, right? Actually, ACC's had a drop. That's interesting. 2,000 people playing right now. 4,000 all-time peak. 4,000 24-hour peak. 9,000 all-time peak. So this is the thing. Nobody... that's actually interesting. ACC had like a steady growth in 2020, 2022. Then they had a big jump in... That would have been the last DLC, and then it's dropped off massively. That's weird. Since May, people are not continuing to play it. That's weird. Yeah, ACC's actually dropped in players massively. I don't know what's going on there. They did the update and nobody cares. So there was a peak in April. Isn't that when the World GT update came out? Oh, 1 point, yeah. Well, yeah, so there's a peak with 1.9, but then after that update, it's just steadily dropped. So the update that improved the sim, it was a game-changing update, but what else has come out since then? That's weird, because most people received that update really well. It changed the exploits. Jade did a video about it. What about the drop in players? I think LFM had a lot more people crashing and stuff. So I think what it is, yeah, I tell you what it might, right, this is total guess. This is probably bollocks. ACC, you can't drive the cars like real cars. You have to drive it like iRacing, where you memorise a process. So the more you keep something like that the same, the better, because you put a lot of time into memorising how to do laps, how to get quick, and you improve that sort of definitive Guitar Hero thing. If you change that, because the process isn't balancing on the limit like AC, if you change that, and that is the crux of the game, is the satisfaction of you getting faster, but it's through rote memorization. If you change it, even if you change it for the better, you've changed the game and people can't use what they've memorized and learnt. So players that are like, have like chipped away at getting faster and faster and better at whatever the task is, when you change it, they're now like, oh, no, I don't like it now because I'm shit at it. Maybe that's what happened. That's a guess. That would be my hypothesis. But also LFM got more users on it, but then it got more crashy as well. So I don't know. I'm just pulling stuff out of my arse. I don't know. But yeah, since May, there's been... So April was the update, right? Because that they gained 24% users. And then since May and June, they've lost... Well, maybe the update was in May, but the point at where they take the data, they've lost like 15% users. Although, is that relative? That might just be relative to April, to be fair. So it looks like a loss, but actually it's just... You have a bunch of users that like to try stuff out. You know, they're like, oh, it's an update, I'll give it a go. But they're not people that are actually the core user base. So if we go back to September, there's 4,000 peak players. And there's 5,013, 5,013, 4, 6, 6, 5. Yeah, it's just that it's stayed at the same player base, really. It just looks like a decline because of the update will have brought some new people in that month. Yeah, well, Rensport, they need... it's still... To me, it still feels a bit like laggy in that Unreal Engine way. But I think if they've got a mixture of cars, online ranking, and then they keep updating the Unreal Engine, and it's got more cars in it, like, I can totally see Rensport basically replacing the ACC core player base. Especially if Rensport just does iRacing. If Rensport is literally iRacing, but not as expensive, looks better. Hello, Game Tech. Yeah, I've no life, mate. What's the next thing you're going to, Game Tech? So last time I saw you was at was it just after COVID? No, it was before COVID. No, it was after COVID in Grid, that race, that Codemasters launch. That's got to be like 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, in the Codemasters pub. didn't even chat that much. Yeah, it's weird that you do more gaming stuff. I need to go to more gaming things. I'm going to Are you going to Gamescom? It looks like I'm doing that, so is what's Rensport aiming to be? Yeah, basically. So Rensport's got like backing of like ESL and then like car companies and then general publishers and stuff. So it's aiming to basically be like a better iRacing, effectively. Or like well, they want it to be an all-encompassing sim, obviously. Who wouldn't? But yeah, like I don't know. So well, I don't know how much Saudi money's involved in Rensport directly, but ESL is like 60% Saudi money. I don't know about the actual software side of it. Yeah, but so the difference is that if you think of driving sims as a marketing avenue for motorsport or for real cars, it's actually a very cost-effective way of marketing. If you think of esports directly as like it has to generate its own self-sustaining revenue, then I think you've got a problem. But so this is the thing. If you think like, if you imagine that, let's say the ESL R1 finals that me and Random Call Sign went to and touched each other's bodies at, let's say that cost 2 million to do, right? Stage management, getting everyone there, or prize. Let's say it even cost 2.5 million. Let's say it cost 3 million. Well, that's not, when it comes to marketing money. It wouldn't even cost that much, actually. It's probably like 1.5 million or something, probably less than that. But like, if you do that, it's not a huge amount of marketing money. Like a AAA computer game that, let's say it costs 40 million to make, you would spend like 20 million on marketing, like just posters. Or just think how much the car industry spends on like bloody marketing, like, I don't know, like a new BMW or whatever. Like £250,000 does not get you much of exposure. Whereas if you put £250,000 into a racing game and you're like, oh look, people are seeing the car every single day. You know, I was going directly onto kids' games consoles and PCs and you can control that much more because it's your game, you know. Yeah, that's the thing. Being directly in control of the game, I think, is a big thing. Yeah, well, that's the other thing with Sims, is that Sim viewers have a lot more income potentially. They're normally older. But then you get a lot more marketing value from younger, because younger people are more impressionable. So if you, I mean, like, I remember playing like Colin McRae Rally and stuff, and seeing the Ford Focus or a Subaru Impreza, and I'm someone that I'm not interested in cars. I like racing, I like driving cars. So I'm not interested in car culture, like all the brands and things, you know. But even as a teen, I had even less of an interest when I was like 13, 14, but I knew what a Subaru Impreza was and a Ford Focus purely from the Colin McRae Rally games. So imagine someone that's I knew what an MX-5 was from Need for Speed Underground and all those games. So imagine what someone that's actually interested in cars sees all these brands and they're constantly presented to them. Yeah, so I think, and then those people might go to car shows, or when they get to like 40 or 50 or come into money, they'll be like, oh, what car do I get? I mean, from my perspective, I would personally, I'm not the type of person to buy cars, because I think I'm quite, I don't see it. I would do like a race day or something, or a track day, but I wouldn't buy a car. I think it's a waste of money. But like, if I was someone that was going to buy like a fancy road car, I would probably go for like an MX-5, or if I had even more money, I'd probably go for like a Porsche or something. It's purely, I wouldn't know to do that if it wasn't for games. Like I wouldn't know that Porsches handle in a way that I like cars to handle, or MX-5 handles in a way like I like cars to handle, if it wasn't for games. So yeah, the marketing part of it's a different equation with driving sims to how it is with other video games. So this is the other problem, is I did quite a lot of research into it, but like all the money in esports basically is the actual money flow is the developer of the game makes all the money. So the developer makes the game, it's a popular game, people want to do an esports competition with it, and then you add in, because it's a popular game, they want to be the best at it, and so someone else organises an esports event for that, or the developer does, doesn't really matter, and then you just have case drops and items in the game, and people want to buy them because they're like, oh, I like that esports team, or that's the best. The guy that won that event, they're the people that won that event with that skin. Oh, I want that as well. Or they just see like the top players using whatever skin or whatever, and so they're like, oh, the player I like is using that. They want it, the average user wants to use it as well, so they buy stuff in the game. So it's not going to the esports players or the organisers. It just adds, it's more marketing for the actual game itself. So the difficulty with esports is there's people, that organisations that are separate to the game developer that want to extract money out of the game from that user base, but the money's all within the actual game itself. It's kind of how it should be, really, for the most part. Yeah, you started wearing shirts and shaving your head, yeah. You started making yourself look like an egg. It's not my fault. What other games should we check? Hang on, let's write this down. This would be an interesting video. The most popular. What are the most popular driving simulators? Bagsy. So ACC has let's see if we can paste the data in. 2,028 minutes ago. 4,020. Jesus. Peak of 9,000. What was AC is... Well, we'll just go by the peak here. AC's 9,000. If we just go by playing by 24 hours ago, in 24-hour peak, 12,000. So that's already 3 times ACC, which is mental. What other games? R-Factor 2. Oh no, I don't want to type this. Oh no, R-Factor 2, guys. This is going to be Mitchy Hoyer. Just Mitchy Hoyer. Oh dear, here we go, here we go. Oh, Jesus. 700. 700 is the is the 24-hour. 480 22 minutes ago. Oh dear. Yeah, it's better than I thought. It's better than I thought it would be. AMS2. Well, actually, AMS2 has the same number of players as R-Factor 2. Oh my goodness. So yeah, they're effectively dead at that point. A game like, I mean, it might still make some revenue, but when you look at those, that amount of users is basically dead. Like, yeah, but you don't. Yeah, if it's a small company. Have a look. So AMS2. Wow, so Race Room. Oh dear. I think Race Room could actually have more players than it does. Like, I think in Race Room, I've said this like multiple times. If they had a ranked server with the NSU car with 60 players, or let's say 40 cars, NSU server that's ranked and is always on, and it just cycles the track every hour, that is a really, really, really compelling game that stands out on its own. Why don't they do that? It's really fun doing big grids with a simple car like that. And yeah, sure, it's a big crash fest, but that's part of the... You've got the auto kicking thing. for people that contact too much. You have the ranking thing to reward doing well. Tabs, because you can't do the ranking thing, and the maximum number of cars you can have is 24 without mods and everything. And it hasn't got moderation on it. The auto moderation tools are not very good. So with AC, it just makes more sense for me to host a server when I'm in it and we're live streaming at the same time. So this is what stuff like iRacing can do that streamers can't offer or leagues can't offer. They can have an always running game that's available. Does that make sense? So our race room has 734 people. I guess the same as AMS2. Hang on, R Factor 2 had less than R Factor 2. 700. AMS2 just had an update, so it's probably not a fair comparison. Yeah, 980. Race Room has the same number of users right now as AMS2. And Race Room has not had an update. So, what else is there? We've got AC, R Factor 2, ACC, Race Room. What else is there? What other sims are there? What on Steam? BMET. That's probably got shitloads of players, but that's not really racing. BeamNG. Oh. How's it spelled? Not coming up. They sold it separate for ages though, didn't they? So it's not all on Steam. It's not coming out. It won't come up. That's weird. Yeah, I can't. That won't come up on Steam database for some reason. Don't know why. What's that, Josh? Yeah, the problem with the problem with iRacing is a lot of people are in the UI not actually playing. Like they're just, you know, they've got it loaded but they're not driving or anything. So it's really hard with iRacing. It does have a lot of users, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying from my, like, I'll leave iRacing open all day or be on the iRacing forums. Do you know what I mean? So it inflates the current active users more so than Steam, where it's like if you're actually on it. Well, let's see what iRacing. Hardly anyone's on iRacing Steam as well, so it's hard to get an actual. Yeah, look, so on Steam, iRacing just says 400 players, but there's hardly anyone using iRacing Steam version. Automobilista 1. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I was saying this. I don't really enjoy the physics in iRacing and the netcode, but there's nothing else where you can get the same degree of competition. Once you get moderately semi-decent at sim racing, like even at my level, which is not high, but like in certain cars in iRacing, I'll be in the top split for whatever it is. So at F4, Formula. Well, I'll be in the top split of most of the basic cars, not for GT3. And I'll be in the top like 5 or 6 cars. So, and I'm not a very good sim racer. So people that have actually, this is why people tend to gravitate towards GT3, because they just want the competition. They just want someone competitive to race against. Why is MS1 not coming up? Oh, here we go. There's 48 people playing Automobilista 1. 28 seconds ago. What are the games on there? We've got, oh, let's Euro Truck Sim. Euro Truck Sim. That's going to be low. The Euro Truck Sim is going to be... Will Euro Truck Sim have more players than AC? I'm betting. I can't type. What is wrong with me? Do more people play Euro Truck Sim than American? I think they do. Oh my goodness, are you ready? Are you, guys? 33,000 people were playing 41 minutes ago. 33,000! This is why is no driving sim doing basic cruising? It's so obvious. The market data's there. People would rather be cruising like, I mean, I guess that's what Forza is really, but like, I think people want a more serious cruising game. Like how, because Euro Truck Sim is more serious, like it's real road rules, you know, with a basic game structure on it. People want that. They want to pretend that they're driving a real car on a road because it's the most immediate thing that people equate to real world driving that most people do. So more people have a reference for it. So I don't, and look at ACC, AC1, the cruising servers are really, really popular. So why would you not just build a game around that with more points? And, you know, you get points for the distance, you get points for like not speeding, or for speeding and getting away with it, or moving stuff, or delivering things, you know, like Euro Truck Sim. But I just think you could do it with faster cars, and I think it would appeal to a lot of people. But, well, I don't know. I guess AC kind of does it, so there's a game for that. I mean, my summer car is, yeah, city car driving is absolutely buggered. Yeah, that game is absolutely messed up. Not bad for practicing driving, though. What else is there? What other games we got, guys? Euro Truck Sim's winning. Train Sim. Let's have a look here. Train Sim World 3. Technically, that's driving. That has 1,000. That's more than I'd think, but I guess trains are quite popular. I think people prefer the older Train Sim than the new one. Paul Smith definitely does. Right. Flight Sim. That's not even on Steam, is it? No. Flight Sim World has 0 people playing it 5 hours ago. 24-hour peak of 6 people. Wow, Dovetail Games did a banger on that one. 6 people. All-time peak 600. Ah. Average players 1.5. 1.5 people played. Average players in May 1.7. 1 3/4 of a person. I mean, maybe Flight Sim World's really popular with people that are missing legs. I don't know. Snow Runner. I never really got into that. I didn't. Those games didn't really. They seemed a bit laborious to me, but yeah, they seem popular. Got nice snow. That's always a good. Let's see what that's got. Oh, here we go. Here's some numbers. Oh, that's got good player numbers. 6,200 playing 24 minutes ago. 7,000 24-hour peak. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we did do Project Cars 2. That game's not even available to be bought. What is it? 300. Well, no, SnowRunner's not beating AC. Get it right. AC1 is beating SnowRunner. So don't let's not get too carried away, Josh. Project Cars 3. Can you still buy that? Oh, it's got 56 people playing it. That's good. Well done, Codemasters. Oh dear, what a mess. Project Cars 3 should have been like just Project Cars 3, just Project Cars 2 with more patches. Didn't even need to do anything. They could have literally have done almost nothing, changed the menus a bit, and just sold it as another £30 game, and we would still be playing it today. Added a few tracks to it. Like, you could literally have done nothing. They could have just re-released Project Cars 2, called it Project Cars 3, and it would be doing better than what's happened now. That's what was weird with that. Hang on. What's Project Speed? Drift Online? Drift Racing Online? Oh, Car X Drift Racing Online? 4,000. Yeah, what is this? Is this like a really bad drifting game? Why would you not just play it AC? I guess maybe this is a simple thing to use. Project Cars 1 has 4 more players than Project Cars 3. Genius. Project Cars Pagani Edition. What? I missed that. Oh, that's the yeah, what is that? Hang on, Cartoon Project. Wasn't this like an arcade version of the game? They did like a weird arcade version. Oh no. I tell you why Project Cars 3 didn't sell well, because Project Cars 3 has my logo in it that you can put on cars. My logo is in that game, so that's why it didn't sell. I'm sorry guys, my fault. I take the blame. If they hadn't put my logo in it, that would have been a big selling title, but just my logo being in that game has corrupted it. That was the bad decision. That was where it goes wrong. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it was a free demo. 2 playing. Well, we should all get in Project Cars Bikini Edition and max it out. The Project Cars Bikini Edition live stream. Let's see if it's on Steam. Store. Oh no, it's not. I can't find it. It doesn't exist. No, it's no longer on Steam. Gone. No Pagini for us. Oh yes, Dirt Rally 2. Good call. Dirt Rally. Oh, it's not got many players. 1,000. Well, 1,224 hour peak. That's really not. I thought it would be more popular. See Dirt Rally 1. Oh, that's got like 100, yeah. So Dirt Rally 2 is basically replaced Dirt Rally 1. What about WRC? Was that just on... Is that on Steam or is it on Epic? WRC Generations. 186. Jesus Christ, that's not sold well. Maybe it is mostly on Epic though. That's not a bad game. WRC Generations is not a bad game. I think that's just marketing. Oh, F1.23. I see that's got 5,000 playing an hour ago, and this will be on quite popular on console as well. So yeah, still not the AC's beating out on Steam at least a AAA recently released high IP game, which is pretty crazy, really. I don't know. What else? What is another console? It's a shame we can't see Gran Turismo player numbers. I'd imagine that's quite high. What's the most popular game on Steam? Oh, here we go. Top games. Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It is the best game. Let's be honest. No, you can't argue it. 1,117,643 players. Jesus Christ. Dota 2 second. Apex Legends is third. That's surprising. Look, that's the difference though between the top. So Counter-Strike Global Offensive has twice as many as the next best game, which is mental. Like, that is actually crazy. Team Fortress 2 is still 9th? What? I thought nobody played that anymore. Apparently they do. Maybe it's like Asian market or something. Do I like it now, Diego? Oh, it's a game. It's a game changer. What is Naraka Blade Point? What's this? Oh, it's like a JRPG. Oh God. Hat Farmers. PUBG's actually still really popular. 308,000 people in Apex Legends. How is PUBG still so popular? What about Fortnite? Is that... Oh, it's because Epic Game Store, isn't it? The top records is PUBG. Had 3.2 million players. That's got to be Asian market. Oh yeah, 2018. I think Counter-Strike is quite international. Hogwarts Legacy is in the top 10. 527,000. So it shows you, if you do a game that's got wide appeal with a brand, and it's not terrible. 185,000, is that live, currently live players though? That's not live players. That's probably, I mean, I don't know. Player counter. Don't know what player counter. You had to get in there with GT7, didn't you? You couldn't help yourself. Understeer, clipping force feedback 7. Really? 185,000 live right now. Jeez, that's impressive. Yeah, no wonder you get way more views when you do Gran Turismo videos. So that's a much larger, even if you do a crap video, that's a larger audience. Right, so we need to do Gran Turismo videos if we want to grow this channel. I didn't say it was terrible. I've only ever complimented Gran Turismo 7. Superb force feedback. Superb physics. Oh, it's such a fun game to play and well worth buying a direct drive wheel for. You know, of all the sims, I would get it for Gran Turismo. You know, perfect game. Absolutely the best. I should just do GT videos, but I never say anything negative, but it's all sarcastic. It's all sarcastic. Ah, this sim, guys, this car's a dream to drive. I'm loving the force feedback. But the problem is, the tracks, I really like Trial Mountain, is a really good track. Gran Turismo actually has some really good tracks, but so I'd have to say it's a terrible track. It's shit, guys. GT7 can't be compared to anything, even on Steam. It's one of the most played games in the world. No, Counter-Strike has 1 million players right now, so take that back. Counter-Strike's where it's at. Yeah, we need to get a good. Need to get a good version of that, Tabs. Yeah, I enjoyed, to be fair, I have enjoyed doing the licenses in GT7. Even though it's really arduous and annoying, I did honestly find that enjoying. I think it just turned it into like gaming mode. Yeah, nothing's perfect. Nothing's perfect. Everything has its flaws. Ah, dear. I don't like Hitler. I feel like sending a group of people to death camps based off their religion and ethnicity and them being gay or trans. I feel like sending people to death camps I don't really agree with it, and I think it's a bad thing. Not every politician's perfect. You know, I really feel that Stalin mismanaged the old food distribution, and by ordering all the farmers to produce food for the rich or for the connected cities and neglecting everyone in the countryside, resulting in millions of deaths. I think that was particularly well done. And no politician's perfect. Everything has its flaws. Do you know what, guys? I do think building a submarine out of carbon fibre and not properly testing it and testing it with people in it and repeatedly going up and down to the Titanic with unproven technology is kind of risky and potentially collapsing explosively with no real way of knowing when it will collapse. Nothing's perfect! You know, everything has its flaws! Okay. Oh, shit. This is a game changer. Oh, Bourgeoisie. AMS2 is definitely the best sim right now. It is. It's a game changer. I mean, I missed the whole stream, but there's no way AMS2 is... No, it's a game changer. Nothing's perfect. I need that as a button. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, if it wasn't for the update, I wouldn't have spent... I've streamed all bloody day. Shit. I didn't even notice the day. I've got to send some emails. Yeah, I should probably stop, guys. Because, I've been streaming for 10 hours now. Actually, I need to email some people. I've got a couple of things I need to sort out. I need to edit a video as well, actually. Well, that was good fun. AMS2 update. Fun for AMS2 fans will love it. The cars are slightly improved. It's still slidey. It still drives like Project Cars 1, but better. A little bit more refined. You know, a little bit more polished. Project Cars 1 weirdly looks nicer than AMS2, generally speaking. You know, you might as well play it AC. But if you like AMS2, the AI attacks you better than AC and stuff. So you know, it's not too expensive. It's got some rallycross. You know, it's fine. You know, it's all right. It's not exciting for me as a jaded, miserable old git. It's not exciting. It's not bad. It's better than Gran Turismo 7. It's just. Oh, hang on, I'm being advertised. Hang on, what's this? Should we check out new VR headsets, guys? Should we get back into VR headset land? Oh, no. Back to VR. Back to VR we go. Who would like more VR? I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Okay. Don't be extremely hard and ungrateful on Reza in the video. Appreciate the hard work. I do. Look. Right. I do always say they do really good work and they keep working on it. They keep improving it. And it's a given that it's hard to make driving sims, and obviously people put a lot of work into it. Even developers that are absolutely shit, which isn't sim developers. But even if you're like, when I worked in games development, I was shit. I was awful. My games were terrible. Everything I did was absolutely appalling. Even then, it took a lot of work. So I fully appreciate, and I always say, I would never want to be a sim developer. Sim racers are ungrateful, and it's a stupid thing to do. Like, even as a YouTuber in sim racing, it's dumb. You're an idiot to be involved in sim racing. That goes by default. Like, if you're reviewing a game or a film, like, I watched Oppenheimer the other day. It was terrible. God knows why it was filmed for IMAX. There's like nothing about it that deserves needing to be in an IMAX cinema. Anyway, I would not be able to direct that film. Logistically, I'll be able to edit it better. Oh, you can watch it. It's just badly edited. It's stupid director. No, it's all right. If you look at it as like a sort of history thing on the guy and the political thing, and you put up with like mental editing and focus on that, is fine. Yeah, but the editing is terrible. The audio is awful. It's not emotional at all as a film. It's completely devoid of emotion. You can watch it, but it's a bit tedious. It's just not worth watching as a. It's not worth watching as IMAX. It's a kind of film where you could put on for 3 hours as that's an interesting thing about that historical character, that person. But then it could have been a lot better. It could have been way more detailed about them, or it could have been way more emotional. It could have been way more exciting. Could have been way more visually stimulating, or it could have been way more dramatic. Like, if you think of it in a single way, any single focus of it, it could have been better. As it is just like a totally average film. But I think my dad really liked it, so I don't know. I felt it was needlessly pretentious as well when it didn't need to be. Well, that's what I'm saying, Shumi. That's the point I'm making. I can't direct a film like, I just wouldn't have the logistical skills of directing a film. That doesn't mean that you don't say, oh, that's a crap film, or you enjoyed it or didn't like it. Shumi, you're out of time in the stream. I was explaining, that's why I was explaining that, yeah, Shumi, you're out of time with the stream. You're out of time with the stream. This is the argument that I was making, is that this is why I just say things without tickling the developers, because why you wouldn't do that with other stuff. You wouldn't go to a restaurant and the food's like really underwhelming compared to the restaurant next door. Yeah. For some reason with sim racing, people want to be like overly anodyne, and I think what it is I think it's YouTubers not really scared of alienating their audience and ending up like me. That's what it is. It's YouTubers just really worried about losing audience favour, because you do lose a lot of audience. Like, I've lost a lot of people that would otherwise be subscribers, you know, and you lose opportunities as well by being too direct. So I understand why people do it, especially if you're a smaller channel. The larger the channel, they're less after, you know, they don't really need to care about it. Check the forum and get one last time. Oh, here we go. Hang on, are you comparing AMS2 to a Precision? I would like to compare AMS2 to a carbon fibre submarine. The more you use it, the more likely it is to break, killing everyone on board. Okay, that's a bit of a stretched analogy. Hang on, we get the Game of Muscle hatred column. Oh, jeez. That comment. The comment from Teddy Bear X. Wow, I've tried the 1.5 update and it's awesome. What a feeling. Just kidding. Just the fact that he bothered. The fact that he bothered with the start of that comment. So that a fanboy would be reading through it going, oh, he agrees with me. It's so short and pointless as well. It's so pointless. Oh dear. Oh dear. On here, this race department thread has provided hours of entertainment today. Oh god. Hang on. Modern touch. Someone said, or he's referring to me, or he disagrees with you. Some on the other side of your argument could apply your words right back at you. Not a fan or hater of Game of Muscle. Don't really go in for his picking sides, the best subjects. Have them all, play them all, prefer one clearly, whatever, blah blah blah. And then he says, why care what Game of Muscle says in a video? Same as why care if someone likes it in a video. Just play and see if you like it. Exactly. And then this guy's replied with, I'm not trying to convince other people to play AMS2. No need, because I only play single player. But he does need his viewers though, and it's starting to show. But I don't get viewers by playing AMS2. There's only 400 people playing it. Let's just go to the figures here. AMS2 has a peak. An all-time peak of 1,299 players. We ain't getting many viewers, mate. Why? Oh, here we go. Captain Beardface. If Game of Muscle wanted more viewers, it'd be more positive and less critical. Exactly. Captain Beardface is on the money. Premium FB. Many people like gossip and wallow in it, and if Game of Muscle needs clicks, that's truly the easy way to go. Being the Fox News of sim racing. Okay, we're being compared to Fox News now. I mean, I would say of all the YouTube channels, we are the Fox News of sim racing. The Fox News of sim racing, because we dare to say that AMS2 cars are quite slidey. Oh, he's random call sign worse than me. Where's this? Hang on, where's this? Guys, form your own opinion and drop the Game of Muscle stuff before we end up with a very different topic. It's derailed. This post on AMS2 on the race department Discord has been turned into the Game of Muscle haters thread. It's like all this arose because someone said that we were an irrelevant streamer, but they brought it up. They started it. I didn't type anything on this. I didn't bring up my name at all. I didn't do anything. I am innocent on this. Someone else brought it up. So it's not me. Oh dear. So good. So dumb. Oh, right. It's just been. This is what I like about AMS2 updates. You've deleted your 10k iRacing account. Nice. Get in there. Where's random call signs post? Hang on. Where's it? Where's the post saying that random call signs are relevant? Oh dear. Oh yeah, I'd rather be Fox News than GB News, to be honest. That's fair. I want to see what they said about random call sign. Hang on. So Teddy Bear X said, someone said that Reeds are the best in the game, and then Teddy Bear said, no, Kunos destroys them easily, like Studio 397 or Codemasters or Race Room. In fact, everybody except Kiloton is probably better. I like Kiloton developers. And then someone's typed in response to him, typical mine is bigger than yours answer. Grow up, kid. Grow up, kid. I mean, I always find calling someone a child is a really adult way of resolving an argument. I think it's I think if you were like, you want to make a statement that shows that you're concerned about good quality argumentation and you want to highlight unproductive argumentation, calling someone a child always does that. Random call sign is even worse than Game of Muscle. Avoid at all costs. Have a word with yourself. Yeah, some games aren't there. Oh dear. Well, that was fun. You know, this is good. No new comment. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Oh, here we go. This guy's wrote a dissertation. It's not finished, guys. This is better than Oppenheimer. Right, here we go. It's a thesis of mine that the people who want to convince other people that their game is the better one because somehow they think when everybody is playing their game that the multiplayer numbers will skyrocket and they will get their sessions whenever they want to play and their whole experience will be much better than now. It's the same with almost every other game genre, that you have people who want to try and convince other people that their game is a better one. The sad fact of this thinking is they will never understand when the player numbers go up, the percentage of idiots you will meet on the servers will also increase. Mostly it's people who play it only on public lobbies and somehow think that with the more players online their multiplayer experience will be better, when in fact it will get worse because you get a bunch of people who will crash you in turn 1 and leave the server to join another race, and the typical 30 car race, maybe 10 to 12 people will finish online and the rest will meet on the next server with the next race ahead in a couple of minutes to repeat the whole process. If someone race 7 publicly online, they will get my drift. My personal experience is that playing a lot of different genres online, I meet a lot of people who bought the game, inserted their name and went onto an online server to ask the next hour online what's the config and how the game works, when almost every game has a tutorial where you learn all the basics. It's pathetic. In the real world, people would venture into the water and ask for swimming lessons while they were drowned. What? What? That's in response to someone saying that Game of Muscle might just disagree with people. What is going on in that guy's head? He wanted to make... What? So... It's not his analogies that are the problem. It's that his conversation is utterly unrelated. Because, well, first of all, where have I ever tried to convince people myself to play a different game? Also, I can fill up a server in any game due to having been really lucky and having a user base. So it doesn't make any difference for me in terms of online play. If anything, AMS2 lacks numbers, so maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe he's agreeing with the other person and saying that AMS2 people... maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's agreeing with the other guys saying that the reason why AMS2 people get so triggered is because they want it to have more people in it. But that's not really clear. And then he goes into a thing about online racing being bad. Yeah, I blame Jimmy Broadbent. He's the worst. He's definitely killed it. It's all Jimmy Broadbent's fault. You know. He's actually Jimmy's uploaded some really good onboard videos recently of real driving. They're worth watching. Jimmy's real world content is way better than his sim content. And I bet those videos... Hang on, let's have a look here. I bet his real car videos get way less views. I hope they don't, because they're a lot better. That bit of Super GT, his real car videos get way less views than his bloody Gran Turismo stuff. And it's like, but the real car videos are so... It's a real car! With like jeopardy and dynamics and better sound. Like, what? Why would you watch a simulator which you can play yourself? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see his Jimmy boys. Oh no, he's doing alright with these real videos, that's good. Oh yeah, no, he's that's alright. His real car videos are getting good views, that's nice. Yeah, he's actually getting similar views on his real car videos as his sim stuff. Okay, he's getting more views on his sim stuff. But still, it's not too bad, that's good. Yeah, no, I think that's good. It's weird. Sim races are idiots. It's the same with what's his Chris Hay. His real video stuffs. I haven't spoke to Chris Hay for ages. I hope he's all right. here we go. Yeah, he's not done a video for ages. He's probably doing some crazy project, knowing him. Yeah, whenever he does real stuff, he gets like no views, and he like does a good job with real stuff. He does good presenting whilst driving and stuff. Like, yeah, he's probably doing some mental project. I hope he's all right. I need to contact him. Like Misha. How do you spell his surname? Children. YouTube changed its like algorithm stuff recently, and I think a lot of channels that were getting really nice views, their content, their numbers have changed quite a lot. Yeah, he should try the game of muscle approach and kill his channel. Misha's doing all right. He's done a video yesterday. It's got 187,000 views. Best laps ever. Type R. Oh, that's good. No, Misha's getting good views still. But it's all the. So this is the thing with YouTube, is it wants you to make the same video over and over and over again. So whenever Misha does like an actual drive, like a race thing, or like a not just a lap with someone on a track, it gets hardly any views, even though it's more interesting than the same bloody lap with a road car. But YouTube has now pigeonholed him in, it's a car around the Nordschleife. Jesus Christ. Have my numbers gone up? It depends what I do. If I do like hardware reviews, they get good numbers. If I do like is it realistic video, they get really good views, better than they used to. If I just do like a rando video, it's kind of the same, like sort of 5 to 10,000. Depends what I do. Shorts I don't get any views on shorts really. But I've been doing lots of streaming on Twitch, so it kind of like you know. No, AMS2 videos don't do that well, really. To be honest, for me, it'd be better for me to just do positive videos about stuff. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of shorts, but companies like you to post on them and stuff if you do sponsorship deals, so. Because what I know, see, that would be pure bait. That would be pure. This game from 2012 just killed. Yeah. Not realistic, just killed, and then a stupid gamer face on the thumbnail. I need a pet though as well, if you really want to milk it. Ah, wow, Thomas. It's because YouTube knows that it's trying to protect your mental health, so it's doing you a favour. What happened to Rensport, Shilling? Yeah, I probably will play some more Rensport. Oh no, the reason why I'm not playing it is because it makes me motion sick. So that's why I'm not playing it at the moment, because it's only got locked to car. But if it's got, once they get locked to Horizon, which I've asked them to do, and they're busy developing the game, and they're just doing that Gamers 8 tournament for $1 million prize, so that'll be their focus at the moment. People that have made comparisons with real life, the problem is it doesn't come through in a video. So what are you going to do? Like, it's irrelevant. No, sim racers don't actually care about real life. What they care about is the sim that they happen to enjoy, which is it's a video game they happen to enjoy. They want to see someone else saying positive things or telling them what's a fun thing to do in the game they already enjoy. The mistake a lot of people make that are general sim racers or interested in simulation as a overall thing, the mistake they make is that they think that players of sims are looking for, is it realistic, like compared to a real thing? But the players don't care. They just don't care. Maybe you guys might do, and I might do, because I'm a fan of simulation as a genre. flight sims, helicopters, planes, cars, whatever. It could be anything, you know. I like simulators, but most people don't like simulators. They just happen to like a specific game. Best sim of 2019, yeah. Also it takes... So to do an actual comparison, what you need to do is go to a centrifugal circuit and then do the same thing in each sim. But you need like a Radical SR3 or better, or maybe even like something better than that. And then you need to be able to burn through the tyres, which is like £600, plus having the car at the track. You're talking about £1,500. Plus you then need to find a centrifugal track where they don't mind that you're dicking around. Plus you then need like 3 people that are like ideally with you, someone, another driver, a spare camera person. Plus you need about £1.5 worth of camera equipment. So to do an actual decent comparison video that's not just, oh, I'm at the track, you need like 10 grand to make that video. And then that video, even if you made it perfectly, would get less views than more Daniel Morad, for example, or any actual real professional driver just doing a lap in their car, filming it from their race and going, oh, this is close, because at the end of the day, people don't form their views from the evidence presented to them. They form their views from whatever is the biggest authority. That people do not operate in a critical way whatsoever. So it would all be a waste of money. It would just be a total waste. And at the end of the day, you've got a video of Max Verstappen saying that AC is the best. So, I mean, what more do you want? If your question is which is most realistic. No, I can't replace Austin because he comes up with complete random shit. Like, he will have a good point, and I think he has the same view as me about driving sims should be controllable and not, like, mental. But then he will come up with some, like, completely left field thing that he puts into it that makes no sense. Like, some, like, weird conspiracy about a developer's motivations or intention. Rather than it... Whereas I would go, oh, a developer's run out of time, or, you know, making sims is difficult, or... just the reality of the amount of budget a developer's got, or they have to ship something, or, you know, I don't assume malice or intention, whereas Austin will, like, agree with the fundamental flaws that are in something, generally speaking, but then be like, this developer's got a vendetta. Like, it's the difference between someone going, you should be when looking at vaccines, here we go. When looking at vaccines, you should be skeptical in a sense of, like, is it the best thing to have it to those age groups for this specific vaccine? For not COVID, but for, like, if I'm travelling on holiday to this location, is it actually worthwhile me vaccinating myself and my children? What are the actual risks? Like rabies vaccine, for example. Maybe it's worth it, maybe it isn't. There's a cost to get it. You know, and then so there's one way of looking at it like that. And then you'd have a person going, oh no, there's like Big Pharma trying to force you to do this. And, do you know what I mean? So, there's like, you can just go off on one as opposed to being like actually reasonably skeptical based off what's actually evident, and then saying, oh, you don't know what all the evidence is. And then there's people make assumptions to malice as opposed to assumption of incompetence. I don't think he's. I just think I think he undermines a lot of good points he makes by putting stuff in there that he doesn't need to, which is just a shame. He's good at talking as well, and he's good at writing. He doesn't need to do the weird stuff, and he can still be like really edgy and really critical. You just don't need to inject like. You don't need to make stuff up. That's the thing. There's enough there without pulling something in that's a guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, we could do that kind of debate. We did look at that. Right, I need to send some emails. I keep forgetting. This stream was not meant to be this long. So I need to send some emails, work some stuff out. I need to prepare some stuff because we're doing... hang on, let me... follow the Formula E Twitch channel or YouTube. Because then we'll be doing... the Formula E esports in London. I'll be at the event and we're doing an influencer race. Mitchy Hoy is there, Maxime. I think if you follow them on Twitch, I think they're going to stream our race as well. This is going to be a disaster. It'll be hilarious. They might be on YouTube. Let's see. I don't know if they'll do it on their... might do it on their YouTube as well. They definitely do it on their Twitch. How am I still alive? I normally do the live... I normally do really long live streams when I live stream. Stretch your back. It's alright, this chair's quite comfortable. Right, yeah, we're done with that. We're done with AMS2. It was interesting. It was a fun stream. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks everyone that supported us as well. Really appreciate it. We need to... I'll update this screen. You guys seem to think this screen looks all right. We need to check Thomas Smith's spelling. I need to try and automate this a bit more because this is all an image. But yeah, if you want to go on the list of despair, you can sub to us on Twitch or YouTube. We've got a Patreon. I'm trying to sort it out a bit better. What I really want with the Patreon is that we can notify people when we're going live and stuff, because it doesn't always work on YouTube. But yeah, till the next one, guys. Have fun sim racing and take care. Yeah, we got another 10 hours in us. It never works. But hang on, who's live right now that if you were going to watch someone? Hang on. Maybe there's someone on Twitch. You guys that are on Twitch. Nobody's on. Are there any other YouTubers that are live now? Is Game Tech? Is he live? Go and subscribe to him. Oh, he's live. There we go. Perfect. Oh, he's playing Train Sim World. There you go. Guys, go into Game Tech's chat. I can't raid him because I don't know how it works on YouTube because it's a bloody mess. Everyone go into Game Tech's channel. I'll be in there for like 10 minutes whilst I email and stuff. Just go and say hi to him. Tell him that he can't drive trains. Take care, guys. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Game Tech's chat. Goodbye. Go there in the chat. Bye. Bye.